cozy fantasy and mystery writer Amber Fisher, this is Optimal Delusions. Book 1 in the romantic comedy series Wayward Spirits Cozy Mysteries. A supernatural cozy mystery series where somebody always falls in love and somebody always dies. Chapter 1. They say a woman never forgets her wedding night. I'm living proof that that's wrong, but then again, I don't remember my wedding day either. And not for a fun reason like I drank too much champagne or something. It's just that my memory isn't what it used to be. It's not leave the stove on before going to work bad or anything like that. It's more of the, when did I buy this giraffe necklace and was I drunk at the time variety. On the one hand, it can be a bit of a hassle never knowing where I left my keys or why I have an unopened bottle of tartar sauce in my purse. On the other hand, they say the key to a happy life is good health and a short memory, so at least I have that going for me. I glanced at the clock and cursed under my breath. It was already 5:15, and I was hoping to surprise Nathan at the office before he left for the day. We had agreed to meet at the restaurant for dinner, saving Nathan the rush hour drive home. But what husband doesn't like when his wife shows up at the office dressed to the nines? I'm not a trophy wife, not by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm no schlub. I clean up nicely. It was something I admired about myself, even if some people thought it made me a bad feminist. I sighed, balling my hands into fists at my sides. Time was ticking by, and here I was, gloating over the fact that I hadn't let myself go over the years. Now isn't the time for your silly vanity. Get it together, Temperance. I scolded myself for my conceit, but as I pushed away my smugness, the hole left behind quickly filled with distress. I hated being late. Tardiness wasn't something I tolerated well in others, and I certainly expected better of myself. Anxiety welled in my throat, but I breathed through it, forcing it into place. Panicking over a few lost minutes wouldn't help me find my shoes any faster. I got down on my knees and checked under the bed. No dice. I cursed under my breath in between dust mite-induced sneezes and was crawling over to the closet when my phone rang. I sneezed one last time before answering. I can't really talk right now, Lindsay, I said. I'm late for dinner with Nathan. I can't find my shoes. My sister snapped her gum on the other end. The black Louboutins? I nodded, rummaging through the piles of clothes heaped on the floor of my closet. Yes, Nathan says they make my calves look like Michelangelo carved them from marble. Well, they do distract from your cankles, that's true. Anyway, you loaned them to me, remember? For Jana's outdoor baby shower thing. I didn't want to ruin mine. She didn't even check the forecast. Who does that? Anyway, I thought you said you were weaning yourself off human torture devices. You know, because of feminism. I don't think I ever said that, I said, though it did sound like something I might say, whether or not I believed it. Tempe, you gave away all your high-heeled shoes to the women's shelter like 2 months ago. Don't you remember? You said, I remember. I rolled my eyes at past me, who was clearly not thinking about what she would wear to the Ritz to seduce her husband on their anniversary. Although I did applaud her determination, if not her foresight. At any rate, I need them for tonight. I glanced forlornly at the remaining shoes in my closet, none of which made my calves resemble a Michelangelo masterpiece. Now what am I gonna do? Lindsay snapped her gum again. Why, what's tonight? Anniversary dinner, I said. 5th anniversary. That's an important one. We're spending the weekend at the Ritz downtown. Lindsay whistled into the phone. So you're doing it, huh? Recreating the wedding night you can't remember? I think it's cute, she said with a giggle. I mean, it's kinda lame, but it's cute, like in an old people way. I narrowed my eyes at a pair of black Jimmy Choo flats older than my 5-year marriage. 35 isn't even middle-aged, I said. It's hardly old. Anyway, I really can't talk, Linz. What did you want? Mom wants to know if you're coming this weekend. I slipped the flats onto my feet and frowned. They looked dreadful, not even cute in an old people way. Why, what's this weekend? Lindsay was quiet for a beat. Then she said, "You know what you should do, Tempe, since you can't remember, anything? You should sign up for one of those services that, monitors your calendar and sends you reminders and stuff. If anyone needs that, it's you." I bit down on my lip, racking my brain for what could possibly be happening this weekend. It wasn't Mom's or Dad's birthday. It wasn't their anniversary. And the only holiday coming up was Easter. And let's face it, we weren't exactly the church-going types. I gave up with a sigh. "Linz, I really have to go. I'm so late. What's this weekend?" My sister sighed dramatically. "Buttercup's wake." I pulled myself to my feet and examined myself in the full-length mirror. From head to ankle, I looked fantastic in a little black Chanel dress I'd acquired just for the occasion. It was a shame I had to ruin it with sensible shoes. I blinked, my brain finally catching what my sister just said. "Buttercup died? Mom's parrot?" I paused. "And they're having a wake?" "I told you about it," Lindsay sighed. "Check your texts. We talked about it, though I'm sure you don't remember." I caught a bit of exasperation in my sister's voice, which wasn't fair. It wasn't like I forgot things on purpose. "Anyway, I know you have to go, but don't miss the wake. Okay, Temperance? Anyway, have fun tonight. Hope you remember it this time." I disconnected with a huff and ran over to my vanity to apply a final coat of red lipstick. I was so late, but I wanted tonight to be perfect, so I allowed myself 30 seconds to primp and preen. I smoothed out invisible wrinkles from the front of my dress and squared my shoulders as I turned this way and that. My boobs looked good. Makeup was impeccable. Dress fit like a glove. Still, I was missing that wow factor. I needed more glitz. I rummaged through the clutter on my vanity, looking for a pair of earrings when something green and sparkling caught my eye. I hesitated, brow wrinkled as I plucked the accessory from the vanity. It was a gold butterfly hair comb lacquered in various shades of green and gold and dotted with tiny rhinestones. A lovely piece, but not one I recognized. It wasn't my usual style. I was rarely so extravagant. But maybe Nathan had gifted it to me, and I'd forgotten. It wouldn't be the first time. I brushed a lock of dark hair between my fingers and angled the comb so it sat just above my ear, gold lacquered wings sparkling when the light hit it. It definitely wasn't my style. But then over the years, Nathan had given me many things that weren't my style. He tried. He really did. He traveled a lot for work. And early on in our marriage, I pouted about it a lot. He tried to make up for it with gifts. That was his love language, I suppose. But some people are just lousy gift givers, and he was one. If I got lucky tonight, he'd give me a nice piece of lingerie, or, maybe a custom band for my Apple Watch. But knowing him, I was probably in for a ghastly piece of costume jewelry more suited to his mother's taste than mine. But I didn't have time to worry about that. The vintage comb matched my dress, at least, and I couldn't find my earrings, so it would have to do. And maybe if Nathan were staring at the butterfly in my hair, he wouldn't notice my homely calves stuffed into my sensible shoes. I made the mistake of looking at the clock again. I screamed a little as I clutched my chest and ran out the door. I arrived at Nathan's office 20 minutes later than I hoped. I hopped out of my car, hustled into the lobby, and scurried to the elevator, doing that half-jog, half-walk thing people in a hurry do when they're too self-conscious to just run flat out. My accelerated pace would have been impossible in the Louboutin, so that's one point for wearing not-so-sexy shoes. You can actually get around easily in them. Still, I'd have traded another minute of lateness if it meant a sexier silhouette. Mother always said you had to suffer to be beautiful. Nathan's office was on the 20th floor. I chewed my lip as I watched the light panel tick off each floor, but stopped when I realized I might ruin my lipstick. Then I worried I'd already messed it up, so I dug around in my purse until I found a compact mirror. I examined my makeup carefully, and rubbed an errant smear of lipstick from my teeth with a forefinger. I tried not to think about the germs I'd just stuck into my mouth. The elevator dinged as it reached the 20th floor, and I stepped out, neatly avoiding the two suited businessmen who entered as I exited. One of them gave me a wolfish smile that I decided to take as a compliment. I don't usually like strange men looking at me, but here I was in a slim-fitting dress that showed off all my best assets and red lipstick I hadn't managed to ruin with my nervous fidgeting. I deserved to be admired. Nathan's office was at the end of the hallway. I quickened my pace, my heart skittering as I neared the door. It didn't make any sense to be nervous. I'd been to Nathan's office before, but maybe I wasn't nervous so much as excited. It was hard to differentiate between the two sometimes. I breezed through the door and greeted the receptionist with a smile. "Good evening, Gerda." Gerda returned my grin. "Hi, Temperance. Wow, you look amazing. Where are you headed dressed like a bombshell?" I grinned harder at the compliment. "It's our anniversary," I said. "So we're having dinner at the Ritz. He doesn't know I'm coming here, though. It's a surprise." I dropped her a wink and glanced around. "Is he in his office?" Gerda nodded and pointed with a pen. "Sure. He's just finishing up with the interior designer. You can go on back if you like." I thanked her and swished away from the desk, heading toward the office. As I wiggled down the hallway, you have to wiggle in a dress like this, even with sensible shoes, I felt a dozen pairs of eyes boring into me, and I didn't know whether to feel luscious and delighted or on display and awkward. A blush crept up my neck, and I wiggled faster, because the last thing I needed was to show up to my husband's office looking like a lobster. Lobsters were not sexy. Finally, I arrived at his office. I paused outside the door, taking in a steadying breath. I don't know why I was so nervous. Nathan was a workaholic, sure, but he'd be happy to see me. He'd be thrilled. He might even be so happy to see me in my drool-worthy black wiggle dress that he wouldn't even notice my calves, and we'd leave early and stop for drinks before dinner. That was the thought in my mind as I turned the door handle, sashayed into Nathan's office, and then froze as the world slid out from under me. Nathan stood behind his desk, a beautiful woman in his arms, his mouth pressed against hers, his fingers in her hair. The click of the door closing caught their attention, and they turned. I blinked, unable to move. Nathan released the woman and stepped back, the color draining from his face. The woman merely looked at me as though nothing in the world were the matter. I could have died in that moment. Instead, I said, "Nathan? What's going on?" My husband stammered, licking his lips and cracking his knuckles, a nervous habit. "Ah, Tempe, what are you doing here? I thought we were meeting up later." I glanced from my husband to the woman he'd been kissing and back again. My mind was all over the place, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. I knew what I'd seen, but I couldn't parse it. Nathan kissing another woman? The woman acting like she'd done nothing wrong? I felt like I was in an alternate universe. My stomach flipped as the words tumbled from my mouth. "Are you having an affair? With your interior designer?" My husband said nothing, but the woman balked, finally showing some emotion. Her face darkened and her brow creased. "Excuse me? Who are you?" I licked my lips, no longer giving an ounce of thought to preserving my lipstick. "Excuse me," I snapped, "but who are you?" The woman's nostrils flared, and her lips puckered like she'd just bitten into a lemon. She squared her shoulders at me and sniffed. "The wife," she answered primly. I spread my hands before me. "Whose wife? I don't understand, and why are you kissing my—" The woman's eyes narrowed, and her expression shifted again as she stepped toward me. She reached for me, and I recoiled, but not before her fingers brushed against the clip I wore in my hair. "Is that my hair comb?" she asked, snatching her hand away and spinning on her heel to face Nathan. "My grandmother's comb I lost in Barcelona?" Utterly bewildered now, I reached up to touch the butterfly nestled in my hair. "Your comb?" I repeated numbly. What do you mean? What are you talking about? When the woman didn't even glance my way, I turned my attention to Nathan, too. Gerda said you were meeting with your interior designer. Is this her? I'm not his interior designer, for goodness sake, the woman spat. I'm his wife, and I want to know why you have my comb in your hair. My blood ran cold, and the room swam before my eyes. I closed my eyes for a second, maybe a few seconds, before blinking myself back into reality and saying thickly, I'm his wife. Shocked silent, the woman stared at me. I stared back at her. Then we both turned to stare at Nathan. My husband was white as a sheet, clearing his throat and smoothing down his tie repeatedly. Listen, this is just a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. Nathan, I breathed. Who is this woman? Nathan faltered a moment before crumbling at the knees and falling into his office chair. He dropped his head into his hands, digging the heels into his eyes. This isn't how I imagined telling you, either of you. As the numbness ebbed from my body, panic began to set in. I clenched my hands at my sides, jaw tight. Nathan, explain, right now. For a moment, he said nothing as he continued to roll his head in his hands. Finally, he looked up, and I swear he'd aged 20 years over the last 30 seconds. Temperance, this is Margine. Margine, this is Temperance. I didn't give a fig what that woman's name was. I clenched my fists harder. Nathan, who is she? Nathan sucked in a breath. Margine is my wife. My heart stopped. My legs went numb. I thought I might fall over. I'm your wife, I whispered. He nodded once. Yes. I tried to swallow in a dry throat, but my insides had turned to sandpaper. I glanced at Margine. Her pallor was as gray and sickly as Nathan's. We can't both be your wife, I said, my voice shaking like a leaf on the wind. You can't have two wives. Nathan nodded again. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. It's complicated. Complicated? Margine's voice was steady but sharp as a whip. Nathan, what game are you playing? This is exceedingly dramatic, even for you. This is a joke, right? Her voice rose in pitch. Nathan, this isn't funny. It's not a joke, he lamented. Both of you. You're both my wives. I'm married to you both. That's not possible, Margine said flatly. My husband, our husband, shuddered. I'm sorry, he said, his voice low. I'm so sorry I never told you sooner. I didn't know how. It was never the right time. We all fell silent. I didn't know where to look. I couldn't bear to look at Nathan, but neither could I look at Margine, this other woman my husband had married. Finally, I blurted out, well, it's illegal to have more than one spouse, Nathan. Which one of us... I threw my hands into the air. Which one of us is your legal wife? Nathan folded his hands atop his desk, refusing to meet my eyes. Neither of you, he said. Well, that's ridiculous, Margine spat, exasperated. One of us must be. I know we submitted papers. I assume you did too? She looked to me at this last part. I could only nod mutely. Nathan shook his head slowly. You don't understand, he said. Neither of you are my legal wife. My first wife. My legal wife. Her name is Kennedy. Silence fell over the room. I was still piecing everything together when Margine barked, You have 3 wives? Nathan let his head droop. Yes, he whispered. The world was spinning, and I staggered against the wall, not trusting my legs to hold me upright any longer. Thank God I wasn't wearing the Louboutins. I'd already be on the floor. Just the 3? I heard myself say. Why not 4 or 5? Why not a harem? I'm so sorry, Nathan said again. This isn't how I wanted to tell you. It's not? I retorted. You mean you didn't want to break the news that I'm illegally married on the night of my 5th wedding anniversary? Margine's head snapped up then, and her face fell. She looked me up and down, and as my fancy outfit registered, she gasped, recoiling in horror. "Oh my God, you poor thing." She clasped her hands in front of her. 5 years? I suppose that makes him more yours than mine. I only married him 3 years ago. Neither of us married him, I said. We just wore a white gown and had a party. Just 2 grown women pretending to be princesses for a day. As I spoke the words, their reality came crashing down around me. I wasn't married, not legally. The man whose office I was standing in was legally married to someone else, some woman named Kennedy, whom I'd never even heard of before 5 minutes ago, but who was now the most important woman in my life. I didn't know if I wanted to interrogate her or murder her. I had so many questions and so much rage, I hardly knew where to begin. But it wasn't Kennedy who deserved my fury. I was the other woman, not her. She probably didn't even know I existed. And even if she did know, none of this was her fault or responsibility. She owed me nothing. Nathan owed me everything. He was the man I'd made vows to, and vice versa. I might have been jealous of Kennedy, but I couldn't be angry with her. Easier said than done. Margine cleared her throat and came toward me. She stopped, carefully plucked the comb from my hair, and then headed for the door. "You'll be hearing from my lawyer, Nathan," was all she said as she slipped out of the office, leaving me alone with a man I apparently hardly knew at all. We stared at each other for a long time. A tornado of emotions raged through me, but I found no words to express them. Everything sounded inadequate. Nothing felt important. I knew all I needed to know. Nathan was a liar. I wasn't married. My entire life was a sham. "Temperance, please let me explain, honey. When I met you, my marriage to Kennedy was already— Why was her hair comb on my vanity?" I asked, stupidly searching for answers I knew could never satisfy me. "Why did you do that?" "I found it in my suitcase after my last trip. It must have gotten mixed up with my things, and— Your last trip." The full meaning of the words dawned on me, and I clutched my stomach, thinking I might be sick. All those business trips weren't for business, were they? You were visiting, you were with your other families. Nathan sighed. "I do travel for work, but you're right. I have married women in each of the cities I spend time in. Margine lives in St. Louis. For what it's worth, she really was here helping me design the office. She has a great eye." The man who wasn't my husband gestured to where the comb had been in my hair. "I didn't want you to find that and think something untoward was going on. I put it on your vanity, hoping you'd think it was a gift you'd forgotten about." He sucked in a breath. "Please, Tempe, do you have children?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, no children, I swear." "Do you love her? Them?" I asked. He paused. Then, "It's complicated," he repeated. "Yes or no, Nathan? Do you love your other 2 wives?" The protracted silence that followed felt like a punch in the gut. Finally, he managed to breathe out a single syllable. It sounded like a deflating balloon. "Yes." That was all I could take. Shock, disbelief, and anger all faded away, and now I was left with raw, unadulterated grief. I blinked back the tears threatening to run down my cheeks. I still had to make it back through the office, past Gerda's desk and everything. I didn't want anyone asking questions. I'd fall apart if they did. "Don't come home tonight," I said, my hand on the doorknob. "I mean it, Nathan. I'll call the police. Don't come home." I waited only long enough to see him nod his reluctant agreement. And then I left. Chapter 2. The drive home was a blur. I don't know how I managed to tell my driver where to go. I never saw the road ahead or the other cars. I only saw Nathan coming home to another woman's dinners. Nathan slipping into another woman's bed. Nathan bringing another woman his terrible gifts. And all the while, I knew nothing. I never suspected anything. As far as I knew, we had the perfect marriage. And in some ways, maybe we did. The problem was that Nathan had 3 perfect marriages. Of course, I didn't know that for sure. I had no idea how things were between him and his other wives. But my Nathan was kind and funny and caring and generous. He brought me meals in bed when I was sick. He gave me flowers every first Sunday of the month. He loved me, and I loved him. And now it was all over. Just like that. The driver dropped me off, and I stumbled up to the front door. Now that I was safe at home and in no danger of embarrassing myself in front of a total stranger, I could have the full-on breakdown I deserved. I pressed my forehead against the door, screaming, shaking, sobbing with rage, betrayal, and shame. I cried and cursed until I was so empty and exhausted, my entire body felt like it had been run over by an 18-wheeler. I dragged myself into the house, not even bothering to lock the door behind me. I headed straight into the kitchen and poured myself a triple martini. I sucked it down and poured another. As I draped myself over the counter, 1,000 questions ran through my head. How did everything go so wrong so fast? And why did it have to happen tonight? If I hadn't surprised him in the office, I'd be at the Ritz now, enjoying a thick, medium-rare steak with mashed potatoes and a Manhattan with 2 Luxardo cherries, instead of chugging gin and olives like a sleazy TV madam at a speakeasy. What I wouldn't give for one more night of blissful ignorance. I shook the thought away. Living a lie wasn't living, not really. Yes, knowing the truth was excruciating, debilitating. But the sooner the illusion shattered, the better, right? Wasn't it better to live inside a terrible reality than blindly traipsing through a world made of smoke and mirrors? I didn't know anymore. I looked down at the beautiful 3-carat Tiffany diamond ring I'd picked out myself and questioned everything. I just didn't know anymore. I was happy before. I had everything I wanted. A beautiful home in a posh neighborhood, a pedigree worth name-dropping at parties, a successful, wealthy husband. Not that I didn't have my own money. I did. Well, my family did, and that's the same thing. But appearances mattered in the circles we ran in. Appearances were currency. Appearances were everything. And that's when it really hit me. Losing Nathan didn't just mean losing my husband, my name, my marriage. It also meant losing face, losing status. Once word got out that my husband had 2 other wives, I'd be the laughingstock of the East Coast. My social worth would plummet like my mother's dead parrot. At the thought of dead parrots, I started sobbing again. Buttercup's wake. That saucy parrot was Mom's favorite family member, and no one would dispute that. Mom would demand me to be there. But how could I go? How could I show up with all Mom's elite socialite friends and pretend everything was fine? How could I smile and schmooze and chat and hold court while carrying my husband's betrayal in the marrow of my bones? I couldn't, of course. It was impossible. But it wasn't like I could not go either. My mother would never let me live that down. I chugged the rest of my martini, regretting every life choice I'd made over the past 5 years, but especially that second martini. My head was swimming and nausea was swelling in my stomach. If I wasn't careful, I was going to find myself draped over a toilet before long, and that was a complication my knees did not need. I needed to eat something. Preferably something greasy to soak up all the alcohol I'd unwisely guzzled. I stumbled over to the refrigerator and pawed through the drawers, looking for a package of bacon, but of course, we were out. Figures. However, I did find a plastic bag filled with half-thawed oysters. I vaguely recalled removing them from the freezer, thinking after we returned home from our lavish wedding night reenactment, we could continue the festivities here at home with the help of a nice bottle of champagne and a little aphrodisiac. God, I'd been so stupid. Well, fried oysters would have to do. I pulled a handful of ingredients for the batter from the fridge and the rest from the pantry. I lit the stove and set a saucepan on the fire, pouring in a generous amount of vegetable oil. I didn't know how much was appropriate. It had been a dog's age since I'd made fried oysters, but it was probably like riding a bicycle. My stomach lurched, and I covered my mouth, thinking I might have to run to the ladies' room after all, but the sensation faded. Still, I needed food sooner than later. I turned the fire all the way up and covered the pan with a lid. The faster the oil heated up, the better. I dredged the oysters through the makeshift batter I'd thrown together and glanced around for the champagne I knew I'd stashed somewhere. I'd already had too much to drink, but I'd paid a pretty penny for that bottle, and it shouldn't go to waste simply because my husband had turned out not to be my husband. The bottle was not on the bar where I was sure I'd left it. I began digging through the pantry, certain it had to be in there somewhere, when I found a half-empty tray of Oreos. I plucked one from the plastic and shoved it into my mouth, then a second. I was contemplating a third, but instead decided on the whole tray because if ever a woman needed comfort, it was now. I found the bottle of champagne behind a bag of tortilla chips, grabbed it, and went back into the kitchen. I set my treasures on the counter and popped another Oreo into my mouth before rummaging through the stemware for an appropriate champagne flute. Everything I touched, however, made me feel sicker still. Each glass brought back a painful memory of much happier times. The Waterfords were a birthday gift from Nathan's parents. We'd toasted with the baccarat at our wedding. The Lalique we'd inherited from Nathan's favorite aunt, and the William Yoward were Nathan's personal favorites. I snatched a Lalique from the shelf and hoped Nathan's dead aunt was mortally ashamed on my not-husband's behalf. The champagne was more difficult to pop than it should have been, but I was 3 sheets to the wind and bleary-eyed. I hadn't realized I'd started crying again. I poured the champagne until it overflowed the glass, and then took a long swig as the bubbly liquid dripped down my fingers. My stomach growled in protest, and I set the glass down with a roll of my eyes. All right, I muttered. I know, we need food. I'm working on it. I staggered over to the stove and lifted the lid on the saucepan. The oil was bubbling away, just as I'd hoped. Good. I stepped away from the stove to grab the bowl of freshly battered oysters when the pan exploded into a geyser of flame. I screamed, hands flying to my face. The flame shot up into the air like 4th of July fireworks gone awry. Frantic, I grabbed a plastic tumbler filled with water on the sideboard and tossed it onto the flames. The fire roared and rose even higher. Huge plumes of black smoke filled the air, and I dug my nose into the crook of my arm as I watched the fire lick its way up my cabinets toward the ceiling. Panic swelled in my stomach, but I was too numb to move. I stood there, watching the flames, telling myself I should do something, but instead, I stood rooted to the spot, watching the paint blister and peel as the fire began to consume our kitchen. But really, whose kitchen was it anyway? Nathan and I had bought this home together, so legally it was mine, but it didn't feel like mine, not anymore. Watching as the flames snapped and cracked and climbed higher and hotter, I felt like an interloper, an intruder standing in someone else's home filled with someone else's crystal champagne flutes and someone else's Viking stove and someone else's husband. If Nathan had a legal wife, were my things half hers? Didn't community property mean she and Nathan shared everything, including my house, my kitchen, which was now irrevocably, terribly on fire? I stood there like an idiot for longer than I should have. By the time my feet unglued and my thoughts snapped back into the moment, the fire was roaring out of control. I backed away, feeling somehow that I should do something, but also feeling a smug sense of schadenfreude that my ersatz husband might come home to a blackened, charred corpse of a house, wondering what the devil had happened. And when he did, I would offer no explanation at all. I turned my back on the blaze and walked calmly out of the kitchen, through the living room, and out the front door onto the street. As I stood on the curb, I called a rideshare that arrived promptly, long before huge clouds of billowing smoke could come pouring out the windows. I slid into the car, folded my arms over my chest, and closed my eyes. And as the car drove off, I never looked back. Not once. I woke up to someone sitting on the edge of my bed and shoving a mug of coffee in my face. I rubbed my eyes and struggled to awaken. I felt like I'd just crawled out of a sewer, and my mouth tasted like I'd been licking one. I reached for the mug, but whoever was holding it snatched it away. I struggled into a seated position and blinked until my eyes focused. The person withholding the tantalizing morning brew I'd never needed so badly in my life was my father. I'd gone to my parents' house, of course, not because I wanted to, but because I had nowhere else to turn. And in every TV show and movie where a wife flees her home, she ends up at her mother's. In those shows, it would be my mother sitting on my bed in her housecoat, kindly placing a warm mug of cinnamon-scented coffee into my hands and asking if I was up for a trip to Target with a home goods chaser. Not that my mother would be caught dead in a home goods. Unfortunately for me, I'd forgotten about my mother's dearly departed parrot and the pending funeral arrangements. When I'd arrived at the house, Mom had been dressed in a black morning dress. Her cheeks were damp and her mascara smeared. She looked terrible. Not that I was one to talk. She said nothing when she saw me at the door, smelling of smoke and looking like I'd just survived a month on the streets of New York. She didn't even comment on the stink of alcohol rising from my skin like waves. She merely waved me upstairs, her way of telling me to get out of her way, and she would tend to me when she could. And apparently that time still hadn't come, which is why my dad was sitting on my bed, withholding the coffee. I reached for the mug again, and again my father moved it beyond my grasp. I sucked my teeth in exasperation. Dad, please, it's too early for this. I'm not in the mood. I come bringing news, my father said. I need to make sure you're listening. I'm listening, I said, reaching for the mug again. And I'll listen better with caffeine running through my veins. Dad, please. Reluctantly, my father handed me the mug and cleared his throat. Tempe, there's someone here to see you. I paused with the mug pressed against my lips. The rising steam condensed on my skin and my stomach dropped. The last thing I needed was for my husband to try to mend fences at my parents' house. I didn't think I could handle it. It's not Nathan, is it? My father's brow wrinkled. It's the police. The fact that the first emotion I felt was relief should let you know how discombobulated I was. But when the words registered, I was confused. Why would the police be here for me? Was it because of the accidental polygamy thing? That wasn't my fault. Surely they had to know that. What do they want? I asked, my voice trembling only slightly. They have questions about the fire, he answered. I froze. I hadn't told my parents anything about the fire. In fact, I hadn't told them anything about anything. They hadn't asked why I was there, and I hadn't offered any explanations. I'd just hunkered down in my old bedroom until I fell asleep, or passed out. The fire? I repeated. I took a small sip of coffee just to look as casual as possible. It burned like acid going down. My mother made terrible coffee. Tempe, you know you can always come to your mother and me if you're in trouble, he said, his eyes narrowing, voice stern. No matter what you've done or how big a hole you've dug, your mother and I will always come to your aid. You know that, right? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. My throat was closing up, my eyes threatening to start leaking. I didn't want to cry, but my dad sitting on my childhood bed giving me the "we'll always love you no matter what" speech was too much. I'd heard that speech a million times growing up, for reasons ranging from the time I got caught stealing candy from the corner store to the time Dad caught me kissing my best friend in the library and thought I might be a lesbian. I wasn't, as it turned out. I was just experimenting. I should have been a lesbian, though, all things considered. I would have been better off. But I never thought I'd be a grown woman hearing this speech because the police were downstairs waiting to talk to me about the fire. Temperance. My father's blue eyes bore into mine with the intensity of 1,000 kitchen fires. Be truthful with me now. Do you need a lawyer? I swallowed. I don't think so, I said. Truthfully, I had no idea, but it just seemed better to feign complete innocence. All right. Well, dress quickly and come downstairs, please. The sooner we can get this sorted, the better. Your mother's nerves can't really handle more drama right now." My father slipped quietly from my room to let me dress in peace. Thankfully, I still had clothes in my old closet that fit. Otherwise, I'd have to truss myself up in that little Chanel number from the previous night, and I was not in the mood to suck in my tummy. I pulled on a pair of yoga pants and an oversized t-shirt, finger-combed my hair into a ponytail, and slumped down the stairs. I'm not sure what I expected. Maybe a couple of baby-faced, uniformed officers wearing crisp blue shirts and caps with shiny visors. Instead, I shuffled into the living room with my coffee clutched in my hand to find two middle-aged, bedraggled people sitting on my mother's tea-rose velvet couch. The woman was dressed in an ill-fitting white blouse tucked into her navy trousers, pleated at the hips. Dishwater-colored hair fell over her shoulders. She had a small mouth unused to smiling. The guy sitting beside her could have been her twin brother. His pants were brown, though. "Ah, here we are," my father said, ushering me into an overstuffed down chair across from the officers. "This is my daughter, Temperance. Temperance, these officers need to talk to you." The female officer, whose name tag said Kincaid, never smiled. "Ms. Swift, are you the owner at 8192 Bellflower Avenue?" I crossed my legs and drank deeply from the mug. "Yes, that's right," I said. "Miss Swift, are you aware of the fire that occurred yesterday evening?" I hesitated before sitting up straight and setting the mug aside. "Fire? At my house?" "That's right," Officer Kincaid continued. "I take it you were unaware?" The way she was looking at me made my stomach cramp, and I got the feeling that lying would only make things worse in the long run. So I said, "Well, not unaware, exactly." The male officer, his name tag said Yarbrough, wriggled his eyebrows. His Adam's apple bobbed. "Care to elaborate on that?" I uncrossed my legs and folded my hands in my lap, twisting the wedding ring I'd forgotten to take off. "Well, I'd been drinking, and I was trying to make fried oysters, but I let the oil get too hot, and the fire just—" I threw up my hands and offered a lopsided, lame smile. I was going for dumb blonde, but since my hair is dark, I'm not sure it played how I imagined. "So you started the fire?" Officer Kincaid asked. "I wouldn't say I started it," I rushed to clarify. "I mean, it was an accident." Officer Yarborough pulled out a notepad and began flipping through the pages, his brow wrinkled. "Ms. Swift, did you call the fire department?" I opened my mouth, my lips moving but no words coming out. I wish I hadn't put down the mug. I could use something to do with my mouth, but if I reached for it now, it would look like I was stalling. Which I was. It's all kind of a blur," I said, again smiling that awkward, stupid smile. "Last night it was a bad night. A very bad night. I can't even tell you how bad." "So bad that you forgot to call the fire department after you started a fire in your kitchen." Officer Kincaid's brow arched pointedly. "I just found out that my husband of 5 years wasn't really my husband," I blurted out, my eyes flicking to where my father stood in the corner, his expression unreadable. "Last night was our anniversary. We were supposed to have dinner and spend the night at a hotel, but instead I went home to get sloshed on martinis and overeat fried oysters. So, yeah, it was that bad." Officer Yarborough, who had been taking notes during my outburst, paused, his head snapping up. "What do you mean when you say you found out he wasn't really your husband?" I licked my lips to find that my mouth had gone completely dry. I looked over at my father, hoping for that "we love you no matter what" expression I knew so well, only to see his face totally blank. I had no idea what he was thinking. This was not how I wanted anyone to find out about my shame. "God, this is so mortifying," I said, slumping down into the chair, hand pressed to my forehead. I took a steadying breath. "Last night, I discovered my husband has 2 other wives. I am neither his first nor his legal wife. So everything we had together, our marriage, our life, our home, all of it was a lie." I chanced one more look at my father. His face was still devoid of any expression I could decipher, but his neck and cheeks had gone bright red. Great. I knew what that meant. Daddy was out of his mind with embarrassment. I wanted to shrivel up and die. Let me make sure I understand. Officer Kincaid, or maybe she was a detective, leaned forward, elbows on her knees, hands clasped together. On the night of your anniversary, you discovered your husband has 2 other wives. Then you accidentally started a fire in the home you share with him and forgot to call the fire department? In the blink of an eye, everything shifted. I might have been trying to play the dumb socialite earlier, but the tone in Officer Detective Kincaid's voice sobered me up quickly. My eyes flew wide, and I scooted to the edge of my seat, holding my hands up, palms out. "Hold on," I said. "Wait. I think I see what you're implying here, and it's not what you're thinking. I can explain. Ms. Swift, are you aware that the houses on both sides of your home suffered substantial damage?" Officer Detective Kincaid's eyes were hard. That unsmiling mouth now curved into a grim frown. "Are you aware the children in those homes were taken to the hospital because of possible smoke inhalation? Did you consider any of that when you were—" The officer paused, her head cocked questioningly to the side. "What were you doing instead of calling the police?" I opened my mouth to probably incriminate myself when my father cleared his throat with a vengeance and strode into the room, breaking up our little soiree. "I'm afraid I must interrupt," he said. He glanced at me long enough to throw me a dark look before returning his eyes to the officers. "I don't like the direction this conversation is going. I will have to insist that my daughter speak to a lawyer before answering any additional questions. Of course, we will be happy to cooperate should there be an investigation, but in the meantime, officers, I'll have to see you out." The officers gave me one last scowl before tucking away their notepads and following my father outside. When my father returned minutes later, he sat down on the pink velvet couch and said, "Temperance, what have you done?" "It was an accident," I replied in a voice as soft as a cat's purr. "Daddy, you have to believe me. Despite what the officers were implying, I did not intentionally burn my house down." "I can believe you didn't intentionally start the fire," my father said patiently. "You've never had a mischievous bone in your body, and it's easy to start a grease fire, especially for someone like you. You've always been absent-minded." He sucked in a sharp breath through his nose. "But I have a hard time believing you forgot to call the fire department. I wonder, Tempe, if perhaps you intentionally let the house burn." He made it a question, so I had to answer. I forced my mind to go back to last night. Drunk, heartsick, standing in my kitchen watching the flames melt the paint on my cabinets. I hadn't wanted to burn my house down. Had I? No, I couldn't have. Yes, I was despondent and wrecked and hollow and broken, but I wasn't a monster. I mean, what person in her right mind purposefully lets her own house burn down? You'd have to be crazy to do something like that. I looked up at my father, my lip quivering as my eyes filled with tears. "I don't know," I whispered. And I realized at that moment it was the truth. Chapter 3. I had not intended to stay with my parents for long. In fact, I hadn't really planned to stay with them at all. But after the visit from the cops, I was scared to go anywhere else. A morbid part of me wanted to drive by the house and see the damage. But what if the neighbors caught me cruising by to survey the wreckage? Those nosy Nancys would certainly have heard that I caused the fire. I couldn't stand the thought of their pinched faces gossiping about me, the lunatic who came back to the scene of her own crime. So I stayed put. Which is how I ended up drinking too much wine and playing hostess at Mother's insane parrot wake. I topped off my wine glass and took a surreptitious look around the room, seeking out the least offensive group of mother's friends to schmooze next. It was slim pickings. My mother ran with a particularly unctuous crowd. Her closest friend, Larry, was a much sought-after interior designer who liked to casually name-drop the high-end clients he was working with. Her yoga buddy, Crystal with a K, was a retired Jenny Craig spokesmodel who gladly proffered unsolicited dieting advice at every opportunity. And her tennis pal, Denise, was a newly divorced heiress who, according to the Gossip Girl grapevine, was working her way through every eligible pool boy in the greater metro New York area. I couldn't stomach the idea of small talk with any of them, so I did the only thing I could do. I found my sister hunched over her phone, chewing her nails and editing selfies for her multitudinous social media accounts. Lindsay was trying to start a new business as a health coach, so she needed to look picture-perfect, blemish-free, and thin as a twig. She mostly looked like that in real life without any editing, but try telling her that. Did I tell you about the granola company that contacted me about doing a collab? Lindsay didn't even look up from her phone as she asked me this. I told them I could only accept sponsorship if they had a sugar-free line, and you know what they said? They said they were already in talks with Naomi Takahashi, and they were just contacting me as a backup. A backup for Naomi Takahashi? She made a disgusted sound in her throat. It was so humiliating. I made a face. Why? What's wrong with Naomi Takahashi? This isn't going to be some racist thing, is it? My sister looked at me like I'd suggested she stop counting calories just to see what happens. You take that back right now, Temperance Eileen. Somebody might overhear you and think you're serious, and the last thing I need is more damage to my reputation, which is already on life support at this point. Lindsay looked truly despondent, so I decided not to rib her any further. She was my port in a storm, after all, and I didn't want to risk being portless among the East Coast elite. I just didn't have the stomach for it. But as I was about to genuinely inquire about my sister's rival, a voice over my shoulder interrupted. "Temperance, honey?" I turned around to see my dad, a very serious expression on his face. I raised an eyebrow. "Everything okay?" I asked. "Can you please come with me, sweetheart?" "It will only be a moment." My sister raised her eyebrow in a, "What's up with him?" kind of look. I offered a lame little shrug and followed my father down the hallway, through the crowds of people who would come to offer my mother their condolences, and into his office. He closed the door behind me just as I was realizing we weren't alone. Sitting in one of my father's overstuffed leather armchairs was a man I almost didn't recognize. The last time I'd seen him, I was 19. I'd been busted for helping my best friend take her boyfriend's father's car on a joyride. We got very lucky that no one pressed charges against us, and I probably owed that to the man sitting in my father's office now. Dean Van Zant was a longtime friend of the family, if family lawyers could be considered friends of the family. I wasn't sure what he was doing there, though. I swear to God, if my mother's parrot had a will, I was going to lose my mind. "Please take a seat, Temperance," my father said. I glanced over at Dean, whose expression was just as stern as my father's. I couldn't tell what either man was thinking. Still, whenever you get called into your father's office, your heart rate tends to increase. My blood pressure shot into my ears. I felt like I was 19 all over again, about to be read the riot act for some silly little act of rebellion that meant nothing and hurt no one. I sat down in the chair across from Dean and crossed my legs. "I've asked Dean to join us," my father began, "because we have something very serious to discuss, Temperance." My father almost never called me Temperance. He called me Tempe ever since I was a little girl. Now that he called me Temperance twice in a row, I knew something was up. "What's going on?" I asked. My father looked at Dean, who cleared his throat and fidgeted in his seat. "They're going to charge you with arson," Dean said simply. It took a minute for those words to sink in. When the gravity of what I just heard finally hit me, I screeched, "Arson? Are you kidding me? It was an accident." Dean nodded and steepled his fingers together. "I know that's what you said, Temperance, and I want to believe you. But as you well know, it doesn't matter what I believe. It only matters what I can prove. And the state has a strong case against you." I tried to take in a deep, steadying breath through my nose, but I was nothing more than a bundle of nerves. I felt like I was going to explode or fall apart into 1,000 pieces. Maybe both. A strong case against me? It was obviously a cooking accident. How can they charge me with arson? Isn't the worst they could charge me with, like, negligence or something? Dean sighed and dropped his chin onto a fist. Temperance, you didn't call the fire department. By the time one of your neighbors did, the inferno had practically consumed your house. The damage to your neighbor's property is serious. The state knows you had gotten bad news about your marital situation before the fire started, so it looks like you had motive. But why would I burn down my own house on purpose? I asked, incredulous. But even as the words were out of my mouth, I knew it was a ridiculous argument. People acted against their best interest all the time, especially if it meant they could hurt the ones closest to them. And deep down in my heart somewhere, maybe I had set that fire on purpose. Or at least, let it burn on purpose. Of course, I would never, ever say those words aloud. Again, Temperance, the truth doesn't matter. The state has a strong case, but there is a silver lining. I sat in silence, waiting for Dean to continue. When he didn't, I threw my hands up in the air in exasperation. Well, what is it? The lawyer's mouth twitched. If you plead guilty to a lesser charge of criminal negligence, they won't demand jail time. I glanced at my father. Okay, that sounds good to me. So what's the catch? The lawyer cleared his throat, redirecting my attention. Temperance, they want you to go to a facility. I blinked. A facility? Dean nodded. Sort of like a rest home, a place where you can regroup, collect yourself, learn some coping strategies so you can better manage the stressors and difficulties in your life. I grappled with these words, trying to grasp their meaning. I knew what the words meant individually, but strung together like that, they made no sense. Stressors and difficulties in my life? I repeated. Dean slumped forward, his body language leaning towards sympathetic. Or, wait, maybe that was, oh God. No, it wasn't sympathy. It was pity. The situation with your husband is very unfortunate. I can only imagine what that's done to your psyche. It will probably take some time for you to sort out all your feelings on the matter. Taking a respite at this facility could offer you the opportunity to do just that. Plus, I understand you have some trouble with your memory. That can happen sometimes when we are in a compromised mental state. My jaw dropped. Compromised mental state? Dean, what are you talking about? Yes, I'm forgetful, but I've always been this way. I'm not suffering from some compromised mental state. I paused, gathering myself. It would not help my case to fall apart now. Okay, fine. Let's say I take a sabbatical. Do I get to choose where I go, or... Dean and my father exchanged looks. I was starting to realize they had discussed this before inviting me into the office. The fact that my father knew more about what was going on with my life was annoying, but what bothered me most was that he just seemed to be going along with it. Listen, I understood that the fiasco with Nathan, and now the fire was going to look bad for my mother and my father. I understood that, and I felt bad about it. But what about me? What about how it felt for me to discover that I was being bamboozled for years by a man who I thought loved me? What about how it felt for me to lose my home and my marital status all in a matter of hours? Why was nobody thinking about me and my well-being? Of course, I knew why. The only thing that mattered in the circles my parents ran in was appearances. And right now, I appeared to be a great big fool, the worst kind of liability. Dean opened his briefcase and pulled out a pamphlet, which he handed to me. I wasn't sure what I was looking at first. The cover was nondescript in an earthy wellness center kind of way. But the more I flipped through the pages and the more I read, I realized what this was, and my stomach nearly fell through the floor. I jerked my head up. You're sending me to a loony bin? Don't use that disrespectful language, my father interrupted. It's nothing of the sort. It's what did you call it, Dean? A rest home? It's a place to take a break from the hurly-burly of everyday life. Dean said with a saccharine smile that turned my stomach to acid. It's supposed to be one of the nicest in the country. Everyone I've spoken to about it... Everyone? What do you mean, everyone? You've been talking to other people about my mental state? Dean dismissed this with a wave of his hand. Oh, don't be ridiculous. I never mentioned you in these conversations. Anyway, most people I've talked to said they've heard wonderful things about it. But the facility is very secretive and selective. It's almost impossible to get a slot with them. You should count yourself lucky. Lucky? I shook the paper in Dean's face. You want to send me on a grippy sock vacation? It is a care facility, my father stated firmly. It's a place for people who just need a break. Look at the literature, Temperance. I looked down at the pamphlet and read aloud. Marlborough Violet is a private, fully staffed retreat for those seeking a restful, rejuvenating respite from the world. Tucked away in the serenity of upstate New York, this luscious care facility will reinvigorate your mind and spirit as you fully embrace your spiritual well-being. I dropped my hands into my lap. What does that even mean? Embrace my spiritual well-being? Are we talking about my soul? This is absolutely insane. I cringed at my choice of words and tossed the pamphlet to my father's desk. I realized I was on the verge of having a full-blown hissy fit, but in that moment, I didn't care. I needed these two men to understand how serious I was. Wasn't it just like men, though, to assume a woman was crazy because she was emotional about something? Well, if they already thought I was crazy, I might as well show the full display of my emotions. They wouldn't send me to some fancy schmancy care facility without a fight. I didn't care what you called it. If I was being forced to go, it wasn't much better than prison. Okay, it was better than prison. Still. No one is going to force you to go, Dean was saying when I finally settled down enough to listen. You're not being committed. However, if you choose not to take this deal, the state will charge you with arson. And I hate to say this, Temperance, but I think you'll lose. And I don't know how your reputation will ever come back from that. It's a 12-month program, my father said. He was using the same soothing tone he used with my mother when she was being unreasonable, and that made me even angrier. I wasn't being unreasonable. I was reasonably distraught at being sent to a mental health facility when there was absolutely nothing wrong with me. When you're out, it won't even appear on your record. It'll be like none of this ever happened. I stared at my father, anger and disbelief, two warring factions in my chest. How had my father, who had always taken my side in everything, turned against me? But as I searched his face for some clue, I didn't see a turncoat. I saw an aging, tired man who wanted the best for his family during an impossible situation. Finally, I closed my eyes and folded in on myself, defeated. No. It won't be like nothing ever happened. It can't, because nothing will be the same again. The last 5 years of my life have been a complete lie, and I don't know which way is up anymore. I squeezed my fingernails into my palm. I would not cry. I would not be weak in front of these men who wanted to commit me to a nut house. I would not let anyone call my emotions a weakness. I would not succumb to their patriarchal values. And yet, if I was being honest, I was tired. Exhausted from the inside out, from the marrow in my bones to the ends of my hair. I was spent. If I didn't think about the why of it all, going away for a year to let the gossip die down, to let myself heal, to let the memory of Nathan's smile, his touch, his smell fade to a dull ache behind my eyelids, instead of the axe in my belly it currently was, didn't sound terrible. My reputation may or may not survive a sabbatical, but I certainly couldn't face the knowing whispers and the fake condolences of the other spin-class devotees. I could imagine it now. How can someone who preaches female empowerment get caught up in a polygamy scheme? How did she not see this coming? Please look at this rationally, Tempe. My father's voice was still pleading, but he must have realized I wasn't responding like my mother did, because he didn't sound quite so obsequious. No one is calling you crazy, all right? I agree, we handled this badly. We could have pitched it better. But this is the best thing for you, Temperance. You don't know what's best for me, I said, throwing my hands up. How could you? I don't even know what's best for me, and it's my life. You should take the deal, my father pressed on, ignoring my interruption. He'd never had much patience for my self-determination agenda. Call it whatever you like, a sabbatical, research, vacation, I don't care, but take the deal, Tempe, please. I looked from my father to my lawyer and back again. I didn't want to take the deal, but it wasn't like I could go to prison either. I felt like all my choices had been ripped away. But then that wasn't right either. I made my choice when I walked away from the inferno in my kitchen without so much as lifting a finger to stop the spread. In fact, I doused it with water, knowing full well what would happen if I did that. Of course I knew. Everyone knows you can't throw water on a grease fire, and yes, I'd been drunk and heartbroken. But that wasn't the issue. I let the fire burn. I did. I sucked in a breath. When would I have to go? I asked. Dean cleared his throat. First thing Monday morning. Arrangements have already been made. Chapter 4. By the time Monday arrived, I'd worked myself into a state of moderate acceptance. I was still scared and upset and angry and hurt, but at least I was spared the burden of packing, since everything I owned burned in the fire. So when the car came for me Monday morning, my father had arranged for that too, naturally. I loaded my single suitcase into the trunk, climbed into the back seat, pulled my knees to my chest, and leaned my head against the window. Lindsay cried when I told her I was going away. She'd demanded to make the trip with me, but I'd refused her. Making the trip alone sounded horrifying. But making the trip with Lindsay's sad puppy dog eyes watching me as she sniveled and sobbed, pity in every line and crevice of her face. Well, that sounded even worse. The drive was long and quiet, if not exactly peaceful. The scenery lulled me into a false stillness, and as I watched the trees rush by and admired the expanse of blue sky, I forgot everything for a while. But then, out of nowhere, reality came crashing back into my skull, and I remembered Nathan and the house and the future I was being dragged off to, and it was all I could do not to fall apart. I must have fallen asleep at some point because the sound of gravel crunching underneath the tires shook me upright and conscious, and I recoiled as my eyes blinked open. The vehicle rolled to a slow stop, and I felt the car lurch as we parked. The driver turned around in his seat and adjusted the brim of his cap. "Ma'am? We're here. Do you need help with your luggage?" I sat up straight and peered out the window, getting my first look at my new home. My breath caught in my throat and my stomach rolled. I swallowed down a rising panic and, taking a deep breath, I said, "I'm sorry. There must be a mistake. This isn't my destination." The driver frowned and turned to look at his infotainment system. 72-3 of Cups Drive? I dug my phone from my pocket and gulped. "Yes, that's the right address, but this is the place, ma'am." He gave me a worried look. "Is everything all right?" I turned my head to gaze once more out the window. Was this some kind of joke? According to the photographs I'd seen in the pamphlet, I was expecting more of a resort. Something rustic and provincial, sure, but elevated. This wasn't that. This was a farm, no doubt about it. Marlborough Violet was not a luxurious rural spa. It was not a whimsical getaway for the soul. It was a farm, with animals. I couldn't bring myself to open the door. That would break the spell, and I'd be accepting that this was really, truly my fate. Instead, I rolled down the window. A crisp breeze rolled over me, bringing with it the unmistakable smells of manure, freshly turned earth, and hay. That was expected. Unpleasant, okay, but expected. What I didn't anticipate was everything the air lacked. No exhaust fumes, no asphalt baking in the sun, no gasoline or day-old trash or Indian curry or smoke from backyard grills. No, this was something else entirely. Perhaps this was the fabled fresh air. I turned away from the window to look my driver in the eyes. "I don't think I can do this," I croaked, panic rising in my voice. "Can you just take me back home, please? I don't think I can do this." The driver smiled as he unlocked his door and climbed out. His boots crunched on the gravel as he walked around to my side of the car and opened my door. I guessed that was a no then. Reluctantly, I pulled myself out of the vehicle onto shaking legs. With my hands pressed together and curled under my chin, I surveyed my new environment. A thin layer of snow still covered the ground, but a few brave little blades of green grass were beginning to poke through. The ground was muddy where the snow had already melted, and small puddles filled a smattering of footprints here and there. On the horizon, a thin layer of fog draped over the morning fields like a sieve, filtering out the golden sunlight that tried to shine through. In the distance, cows and sheep grazed on greener pastures. I heard the neigh and whinny of a horse and the answering caw of a raven or crow. A red barn, replete with storybook white trim and even an X on the door, sat off to one side with piles of tools at its entrance. Further on, I could barely make out what looked like a vegetable garden. Dark soil was dotted with leafy vegetables. I thought I recognized arugula and lettuce, but I couldn't be sure. I couldn't recall if I'd ever seen a real garden up close. I swallowed and turned to the driver. "If you were me, which poison would you pick? Prison or this?" The driver leaned back against the car, his face upturned to the sky without a care in the world. "You could do worse than a place like this, miss," he said. "Your father asked me to give you a message once we got here." My heart skipped a beat. "He did?" A nod. "He said you're stronger than you think, even if you have no idea who you are." The words sliced right through my heart, and for a moment, I wasn't sure whether I felt hatred or bitter, agonizing love for my father. The words were him all over, meant to be comforting but so sterile and cold they would have felt right at home in the county morgue. Tears sprang to my eyes, and I blinked them back as I ran a hand through my hair. "All right," I said finally. "All right." I walked around to the back of the car and heaved my suitcase from the trunk. I dropped it on the ground, careful to avoid the mud, and offered my hand to the driver. "Thanks for this," I said, as his hand closed around mine. "I guess I can take it from here." The driver's grasp tightened around mine, and his eyes softened as he searched my face. "Are you sure?" "I'm happy to see you inside, just to make sure you get checked in, okay?" I shook my head. "I don't think that's necessary. Thanks, though. And tell my dad I love him." I picked up the suitcase and headed down a small pathway toward the main building, a large cottage that looked like something out of a Thomas Kincaid painting. I didn't look back. I worried that if I did, I'd change my mind and run back to the car as fast as my legs could carry me. Since that was not an option, I shouldered my way forward, pretended to be a big girl, and strode through the front doors that led to my new life. There was no one around. I saw no reception desk, no couches or chairs or anywhere to wait. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Who was I supposed to see? Where was I supposed to go? How could I? "Hello!" I jumped and spun around. A woman had appeared from a doorway I hadn't noticed when I'd walked in. She was short, round, and brown-skinned, with a head of thick, curly silver hair. Her cheeks were fat, firm, and pink from the cold. She wore a white eyelet apron over a calico dress and dark, sensible shoes. I guessed her to be in her 60s or 70s, but I couldn't be sure. I was such a poor judge of age. In the circles I ran in, women did everything they could to prevent aging a day after their 30th birthdays. But this woman looked like she'd never seen the inside of a cosmetic surgeon's office, let alone gone under the blade. which wasn't to say she wasn't lovely. She had the kind of natural beauty you couldn't order from the pages of a woman's magazine. "Hi," I stammered. I'm not sure I'm in the right place. Is this Marlboro Violet?" The woman's smile faltered. "Marlboro Violet?" she repeated. "Well, no, it isn't. Is that where you're trying to go?" Stark relief flooded my endocrine system, and I almost collapsed to the floor with gratitude. "Yes," I breathed, my lips stretching into a smile. "I'm looking for Marlboro Violet, the rehabilitation center." "Ah, well, this is awkward. I'm obviously in the wrong place." The woman eyed me for a moment, her expression unreadable. "I didn't say you were in the wrong place," she said. "I just said this isn't Marlboro Violet. You are Temperance Swift, aren't you?" I froze, my short-lived relief taking a nosedive. "Yes?" The woman's smile brightened, her eyes glittering. "Then you're in the right place after all. I'm not sure why you thought you were going to Marlboro Violet, but at any rate, we've been expecting you." I blinked, my mouth working as I struggled fruitlessly to make heads or tails of the conversation. "Who is we? What is this place?" The woman made a sweeping gesture with her arm. "Please allow me to welcome you to Three Sisters Halfway Home for Wayward and Endangered Spirits." I mouthed the words, bewilderment rising like the tide in my chest. There must be some mistake. I'm certain I'm supposed to go to Marlboro Violet. I'm supposed to be serving a sentence? It was either Marlboro Violet or prison. I rambled, trying to make myself shut up but unable to quit talking. If I don't show up, I'll probably be arrested. The woman smiled then, her mouth full and wide like she hadn't heard a word I'd just said. "Well, no one's going to arrest you here. For one thing, I don't think they could make it through the wards." She motioned to my suitcase. "Is the rest of your stuff in the car? Shall I call for help with the rest of your luggage?" Embarrassed and absolutely mystified, I chewed a lip and shook my head. "This is all I have," I said. The woman didn't miss a beat. "Light traveler, That's good, sweetheart. A slim reliance on personal effects means your soul is truly free." "Well then," she brought her plump hands together in a clap. "Let's get you settled in, shall we? I'm sure you'd like some hot food and perhaps some slippers. This cold will settle into your bones if you let it." I didn't know what else to do, so I followed the woman deeper into the building, taking in the sights and sounds of everything around me. The first thing I noticed was a log fire popping and crackling in a hearth, a cast-iron cauldron nestled among the embers. Large, lightly frosted windows overlooked the pastures I'd seen outside. If cow watching was something you enjoyed, that view was a stunner. The dark, polished wood floor was covered in worn, mismatched rugs. On the far side of the room, a Corinthian helmet sat on a shelf, catching light from the window and throwing a shadow across the wall. Couches covered in plaid and Greek key patterns faced each other, well worn from years of hosting plenty of rumps by the fire. Low tables dotted the room, adorned with lace doilies and flickering scented candles. In front of the fire, a fluffy black cat lay curled on a velvet pedestal, its eyes half open as it lazily watched my every move, its tail flicking languidly like a pendulum. "That's Persephone," the woman said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "Well, not the real Persephone, of course. It's just what we named her. But she's just as petulant and self-centered as her namesake." From its perch, the cat yawned, seeming to stick its tongue out at its detractor. The woman led me up a set of winding stairs and down a narrow hallway until she pushed open a door to reveal a small, bright bedroom. She nodded toward the bed, where a tray with eggs, bacon, and a carafe of coffee waited. "This is you," she said. "Please make yourself comfortable. Breakfast isn't usually served in the bedrooms, of course, but warm welcomes are important here at the farm." She smiled and took the suitcase from my hand, placing it in the small closet. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and I assure you, we'll get to all that in due time. For now, unpack. Relax." She drew in a breath and headed for the door. "We'll talk more later." She was halfway out the door when I finally found my voice. "Wait!" She stopped, her silver head tilted toward me. "Yes, dear?" I swallowed. "What's your name?" A smile. "Call me Tessa." Then, offering nothing more, she closed the door behind her, leaving me alone. I immediately pulled out my phone and dialed my father. Something had obviously gone wrong. Wires got crossed somewhere along the lines, and I knew Daddy would sort it all out. The phone rang too long, and I almost hung up when I heard a bedraggled voice saying, "Temperance? Did you arrive all right?" I sighed into the phone, running my fingers through my hair. "I have no idea where I am," I said. I heard rustling on the other end, and then my father replied, "Find my friend says you are at Marlboro Violet at 72 Three of Cups Drive." "Well, I'm not," I said, choosing to ignore the fact that my father had activated location sharing on my phone without asking me. "I'm at this farm called Three Sisters Home for Fantastic Beasts or something." "Did you check in?" Bewildered, I threw my free hand into the air. "Did I check in at the animal farm?" My father didn't miss a beat. "Did you check in at the location the driver dropped you off at?" I looked around the room, nibbling my fingernails. When I realized what I was doing, I snatched my fingers from my mouth and sat on my hand. "Yes, I checked in. They were expecting me. But..." "Then it sounds like you're in the right place," he said. "Listen, Tempe, I have to go, but I'm glad you got in okay. Just relax, sweetheart. Accept this small reprieve for what it is. 12 months will be over before you know it, okay? I love you." And then the line went dead. So that was that then. Wherever I was supposed to be here. The thought was not as comforting as it should have been. I dropped my phone into my lap and surveyed the small room. I'd been rich my entire life, and now the only place I could call my own would fit easily inside my childhood closet. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. But maybe my father was right. If there was a misunderstanding, I was sure it would work itself out. After all, as long as the cops didn't come for me, I guess I was safe. I set the breakfast tray aside, as I was in no mood for eggs or bacon. I pulled my suitcase from the closet, opened it, and laid it across the bed. I unpacked the few items I had brought with me, my fingers tracing over each item as if it held a special meaning, which nothing did. The clothes were from Bloomingdale's, chosen by my sister when I'd been too numb to leave my room after Dean's visit. 2 pairs of yoga pants, a pair of jeans, a few soft flannel shirts, a sweatshirt, a parka, and an assortment of t-shirts and undershirts were all the clothing I had. She'd also stuffed in a pair of winter boots, thick wool socks, and packages of underwear. I took everything out one by one before draping each item on hangers or folding them tidily onto shelves. Everything I owned fit neatly into this closet. All that remained of my life before the fire. Before Nathan. Before. Breathing in deeply, I tucked away the remorse and self-pity like so many pairs of bundled socks. It wouldn't serve me here, and I was tired of feeling it anyway. This was a new beginning. A new chapter. And whether I liked it or not, it was my reality now. It was best to focus on the future, as unfathomable as that was. With nothing else to do, I decided to take myself on a tour of the farm. I left the tiny room, not sure what I intended to do next, when I nearly slammed into someone coming the opposite direction. She was young, no older than 17, with clear green eyes, dark, shaggy hair with bangs that needed cutting, and an infectious smile. Her hands flew to her mouth. "Oh my gosh, sorry about that." She beamed at me as she caught her balance against the wall. "Ever since I fell out of that plane, my equilibrium has been bananas." I stammered, still dazed. I meant to say something like, "Oh, it's fine," or "No, it was my fault." But what I actually said was, "You fell out of a plane?" The young woman laughed, tilting her head side to side in a dithering fashion. "It was on a dare. Long story, and I didn't actually fall out. I jumped. Actually, it's not that long of a story if you want to hear it. Do you know Angelina Jolie? I blinked, hardly able to keep up with her words. She fired them at me so fast. I shook my head, trying to get my bearings. Not personally, I said finally. Well, get this. She and I were on this plane. Not the plane I was supposed to be on, but the agency is always messing things up. Anyway, Angelina was like, I dare you to jump out of this plane. And I wasn't going to do it. It was a perfectly good plane. But also, when Angelina Jolie dares you to do something, you can't just not do it, you know? I nodded like that much was obvious. So you jumped out of a plane on a dare from Angelina Jolie? The girl nodded, her smile growing even brighter. Yep, I'm still kind of processing that part. The part where I, jumped out of an airplane? That's some crazy right there. Crazy town, USA. She paused, tilting her head to the side. I've never seen you before, she said. Oh, I just got here, I explained, letting out my breath and following it up with a big gulp of air. I felt like I needed to breathe enough for the both of us. I'm Temperance. The girl extended a hand. I'm Penny. It's nice to meet you. I took her hand, grateful for someone to talk to. You too. So, question. Do you have any pointers for me? Tessa told me to get comfortable, but I'm not really sure what that means. When Penny didn't respond, I added, That's not weird to ask, is it? Maybe I should be more specific. What do you do around here? For fun? Penny looked around, stroking her hair as though searching for an answer. Well, I'm not much of a dancer or anything, if that's what you're asking. I blew out my knee when I fell out of that plane. But I'm training to be a portrait painter, so that takes up a lot of my time. I'm working on a project right now, and I'm using some of the other residents as models. Would you be interested? I blinked. This was not at all where I had foreseen this conversation going. Oh, well, I don't know. I've never sat for a portrait before. What do you need? Penny giggled, her cheeks glowing pink. Last time I checked, you didn't need anything to be a model. If you were my model, I'd just tell you how to pose and you'd just sit there and let me go to town. I'd never known anyone who painted portraits. To be honest, I assumed that practice died out somewhere around the invention of photographic film. But I also didn't want to be a jerk, and it wasn't like I had anything else to do, so I said, Sure, why not? Squealing with excitement, Penny grabbed me by the hand and tugged me down the stairs into the living room. She pushed Persephone off the stool where she had been napping. The cat yelped in objection, but then resettled itself on the couch, giving Penny the stink eye the whole time. You sit there, she instructed me, pointing to the stool where the cat had been a moment ago. I'll be right back. I arranged myself on the stool and waited as Penny dashed up the stairs. Her knee seemed fine to me. A little while later, she returned carrying an easel, a canvas, and a fishing tackle box. All right, I want you to pose like you're conducting an orchestra. Do you know what I mean? Have you been to the ballet? Of course, I said, enthusiastically leaning into a topic I actually knew a lot about. My family always gets yearly passes to the Lincoln Center. The New York Ballet is my favorite. I just love Ashley Booter. She was just spectacular as Swanita in Coppelia. Have you seen it? Penny was silent, and when I glanced over to see if she'd heard me, I saw her staring at me like I'd just started speaking Polish. I gulped, embarrassed. Ah, never mind. So, like this? I lifted my arms and pretended I was holding a baton. Emotion returned to Penny's face, and she screeched with glee. Yes, that's perfect. You can try smiling a little, you know. I did my best, but I felt ridiculous holding myself that way. I wondered idly how long I could hold this position before my arms began to ache. Okay, perfect. Hold that, please. Penny opened the tackle box and retrieved a large paintbrush and assorted tubes of oil paint. She quickly set up the easel and set the canvas on top before she began squeezing pigment onto the canvas. All right, now just hold still. I'm going to come over and paint on your arm. My brow creased in confusion. You're going to paint my arm? Why? Penny sucked her teeth and brushed her bangs out of her eyes. So I know what colors to use for the painting, of course. Why? How do you do color matching? I don't paint, I said. Penny mumbled under her breath. Well, that's obvious. Gee willikers. She loaded her brush with paint and stalked over to me, gently daubing paint on my forearm. It's not too cold, is it? I shook my head. No, it's fine. Penny smiled, continuing to smooth the paint over my skin. The hardest part about painting portraits is getting the right color. Just looking at you, it's pretty obvious you're a winter, but I want to paint you with green undertones anyway. It'll make for a more startling composition. Don't worry, I won't make you ugly or anything. I know what I'm doing. I kept as still as I could, all things considered. It didn't seem necessary to hold still since she wasn't painting me yet. Or rather, because she was literally painting me and not merely trying to capture my likeness on the canvas. But she seemed very sincere and kind, and if anybody ever needed a little kindness, it was me. So I kept still. All right, I think I've got it. Maybe we should try taking off your top next and… Penny! A shrill voice interrupted the artist, and Penny froze, her eyes growing wide. Penny, what on earth do you think you're doing? I looked over to see a small group of people entering the room, each wearing a different expression ranging from stark disbelief to wild amusement. They'd obviously just come in from outdoors, as they wore heavy clothing dusted with snow. I immediately dropped my arms to my sides, careful not to get paint on my clothes. I had few to spare. Penny stood upright, hiding the paintbrush behind her back. Miss Tessa, hello, good morning. Did you have a pleasant walk? Oh, hi there, Matteo. You look exhausted as usual. Buongiorno, Alex. I hope you… Penelope, please take these supplies back to the art room. Too sweet. Tessa pinched the bridge of her nose, looking exhausted. When you're done, please go see Meg. Tell her your current therapy isn't working. Penny planted her hands on her hips, but didn't move. I watched silently as Tessa handed me a paper towel, which I used to wipe the paint from my arms. I'm sorry, I stammered, embarrassed. She wanted to paint my portrait. I didn't think it was a problem. Penny wasn't going to paint your portrait, another woman said. She was tall, thin, and muscular. I noted her sculpted shoulders, which were easy to see since she was wearing a tank top, even though she'd just come in from outside. She still had snow on her boots. She doesn't know the first thing about painting. I hesitated, eyes darting over their small group. But she said, Penny's a pathological liar, the tall woman said. She looked bored, like she'd already explained this to about 100 people, at least 100 times before. You can't believe anything she says. I turned to Penny, who seemed not the slightest bit abashed. Well, I'm going to go see Meg now, Penny chattered as she gathered her things. She looked over at me. It was nice painting with you. I hope we can do it again sometime. I watched, mouth agape, as Penny vanished from sight. Cheeks blushing furiously, I turned to the others. The tall woman in the tank top gave me a pointed look. All right, new girl, grab a coat and come with me. Grateful to escape the jeering smirks of the others, I ran up to my room, grabbed a coat, and followed the woman out the back door. My breath froze on the air, but the chill felt good against my cheeks. I was so embarrassed, my skin was at least 10 degrees too warm. I followed the woman down a little path all the way out to a small wooden building. I assumed it was a stable or something until the woman pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. When I saw where she was heading, I drew up short, blinking back my surprise. It was a large, warm chicken coop. The roof overhead was slanted, and the walls were capped with small, high windows near the ceiling to let in a bit of sunlight and fresh air. As the door opened, I was immediately struck by the distinct aroma of hay and something else, something organic. A mixture of musty earthiness and a warm, closed-in scent. The faint sound of clucking and flapping of wings wafted out from inside the coop. I stood still, hands wringing at my chest as I peered inside. The woman stopped and turned around, hands on her hips. Her brow creased into a frown. "What are you waiting for? Are those red bottoms or something?" She gestured dismissively at my boots. I shifted my weight as I glanced down at my feet. "No, of course not," I stammered, once again feeling a flush in my cheeks. "It's just that I've never—" The woman stalked over to a corner, selected a basket, and tossed it to me. I barely caught it between numb fingers. "You're just going to help me collect eggs," she said. "Do you think you can handle that, new girl?" I nodded mutely and took a tentative step inside. The truth was, I had no idea if I could handle it. I didn't know the first thing about collecting eggs. But if I was thinking about asking the woman for guidance, I could forget it. She'd already crossed to the other end of the coop, ignoring me utterly. Taking a deep breath, I ventured into the coop and was greeted by rows of nesting boxes lined along the walls. Each box overflowed with a soft bed of straw. Chickens were everywhere, pecking at the ground, roosting on the perches, or taking dust baths in the corners. As I approached the first row of nesting boxes, my heart started to race. I knew chickens could be skittish, and I didn't want to scare them, or worse, make them angry. The last thing I needed was to be attacked by a furious hen trying to claw my face or peck my eyes out. I scoffed, scolding myself inwardly. These were chickens, for crying out loud, not tiny pterodactyls. Still, I approached cautiously, making as little noise as possible. I reached out tentatively, my hand shaking as I approached the first nest. The chicken was a soft-looking, lovely thing with fluffy, red-brown feathers. She made a quiet clucking noise, but didn't move. Carefully, I lifted her up and peered under her. Sure enough, several eggs were nestled in the straw. A smile curled over my lips as I gently gathered the eggs and placed them in my basket. "What kinds of chickens are these?" I asked, careful not to speak too loudly. The woman barely glanced over her shoulder. "That's Hannah. She's a Rhode Island Red. We've also got Golden Comets and Plymouth Rocks." I nodded like this meant something to me, but truthfully, I was just happy to be having a semi-normal conversation. "Are there any roosters?" The woman turned to face me, eyebrow cocked. "Do you see any roosters?" I swallowed down my rising mortification. "Well, no, I just wondered—" "We keep chickens for the eggs," she interrupted. "If there was a rooster, he might fertilize the eggs. Then we'd have chicks, not eggs. I know you're a city gal and everything, but I figure even you know about the birds and the bees." She turned her back again, and I squeezed my free hand into a fist, my nails biting into my palm. Okay, fine. Maybe it was a stupid question, but I was just trying to make conversation. Did she really need to be so rude? But then another thought struck me. This was a mental health facility. So maybe she was here to work on whatever was wrong with her. Determined not to let her mood send me into a shame spiral, I continued down the row of nests, collecting eggs and setting them into the basket. "So," I glanced over my shoulder, keeping my voice light. "What are you in for?" The woman froze and then slowly turned to face me. Her expression was blank, her head tilting to one side. Thin rays of sunlight from the small roofline windows made her olive skin glow in the soft light. I realized then she still wasn't wearing a coat, and yet she seemed utterly unperturbed by the cold. The henhouse was warm, but not bare skin warm. Her eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" I gestured vaguely. "Well, I'm here because I tried to burn down my house, so I just wondered what you were here for, like what you did, or like, what's wrong with you?" Even as the words escaped my lips, I knew I shouldn't have said them, and I cringed at my bluntness. I hadn't meant to be rude, the words just tumbled out. But if she was offended by my question, she didn't show it. Instead, she smiled. "You think I'm a patient," she said. I opened my mouth to object, even though that's obviously what I thought. But the woman held up a hand and shook her head. No, don't worry. It's funny. I'm not a patient. This is my farm. I halted, blinking back my surprise. Your farm? You mean you own it? I thought this was Tessa's place, I said, drawing on the brief exchange I'd had with the woman who'd met me when I'd arrived. The woman nodded. It is. This place is called Three Sisters because the three of us own it together. Me, Tessa, and Meg. The name Meg rang a bell, and then I remembered that was who Tessa sent Penny to go visit. I guessed she was the psychiatrist. Still, the family tree didn't quite add up. You and Tessa look nothing alike, I blurted. You're young enough to be her granddaughter. The woman laughed a big belly laugh, tossing her dark hair over a shoulder. I'll be sure to tell her you said so, she said. No, don't worry, I'm only kidding. That would be impossible, you know. Tessa doesn't have any children, and I'm older than I look. Oh. I couldn't help but feel the conversation had gotten away from me, and I didn't want to embarrass myself further. So instead of making more assumptions, I returned to my task of collecting eggs. I'm Temperance, by the way, I said. The smile slipped from the woman's face as a cloud passed over her features. For a moment, I thought I must have made another faux pas, but I didn't know how anything could be wrong with introducing myself. But as quickly as the shadow appeared, it evaporated. I'm Alex. You did well with the chickens for a city girl. They didn't give you any trouble, not even Phaedra. I glanced over my shoulder. Which one's Phaedra? Alex tilted her chin toward a black hen with white marbled feathers. That broody girl there? She doesn't like many people, but she seems to like you just fine. There was something in her voice that seemed off, like she was surprised I didn't have trouble with the chicken. Well, that's something, I said lamely. Listen, can I ask you something? About the farm? Alex only shrugged in lieu of an answer. What's the deal with this place? I mean, home for wayward spirits? What does that even mean? Alex gave me a hard stare, like she was trying to decide whether or not to lie. Finally, she placed a hand on her hip and said, I guess you could say this is a place where damaged spirits come to get better. I spread my hands out before me, supplicant. But that's such a weird thing to say. Damaged spirits? I mean, is this a religious place? Because I have to tell you, I don't really go in for that religion stuff. Alex snorted as she shook her head. It's not like that, she said. I'm talking about spirits as opposed to humans. Last year, we had a genie who couldn't grant wishes. He made a complete recovery, so we released him back into the wild. Right now, we're treating an oracle who can't stop lying, an incubus with a debilitating fear of night, a forgotten goddess with no worshippers who's also a narcissist, and a minor love god whose spells no longer stick, and now you. So I guess it's my turn to ask, what's your deal? I stared at her, mouth agape. It was clear she didn't like me, though I couldn't place my finger on why. Still, it seemed especially cruel to play mind games with someone who supposedly needed mental help. Lucky for me, I was sane as salt water. I was only here for bureaucratic reasons. So instead of answering, I said, never mind. Forget I said anything. The creak of the henhouse door opening drowned out the last of my words. Tessa stepped through, visibly shaken, hands wringing nervously at her chest. Her eyes danced between Alex and me before finally landing on Alex. I'm so sorry to interrupt, she said. Her voice was hoarse and her cheeks ruddy. She sniffled as she shifted her weight. I have some news, and I thought it would be best if you both heard it from me before town gossip makes the rounds. I'm afraid there's been an accident. Jocelyn Cambridge passed away. Alex gasped, and Tessa's shoulders shook as she continued. She was found this morning. It seems she took a tumble down the stairs. Tessa paused, catching her breath, her lips trembling as she found the strength to continue. I know how much Jocelyn meant to all of us, and I hate to be the bearer of this grim news. To allow everyone time to process their grief, I'm excusing the residents from work therapy today. She turned her eyes to me. That includes you. Please use the rest of the day as you see fit. She let her eyes shift to Alex again and said, I apologize for the interruption. Excuse me. Then she slipped from the hen house, closing the door softly behind her. I turned to Alex, hands outspread. She's not talking about Jocelyn Cambridge, the pianist, is she? Alex hesitated, still staring at the spot where Tessa had stood only a moment ago. Yes? You know her? Not personally, I said. But I've seen her perform. My parents have season passes to the Lincoln Center. It was a family tradition to... I realized I was being self-centered and insensitive, so I clamped my mouth shut. Did you know her? I asked. I knew her well, Alex said, finally turning to me. She's from Haven's End, and even once she became rich and famous, she never left. She believed even small-town folks deserved elegance and culture. She retired over a decade ago, but that didn't stop her from giving private concerts in town. She taught lessons too, but that was further back. More than anything, she was a philanthropist. Everyone loved her. I let the silence settle before I said, I'm sorry for your loss. Me too, Alex said. Then, shaking off the gloom that had descended on her, she straightened her shoulders and strode toward the door. Well, don't let grass grow under your feet. Find something to do and make yourself useful. At the very least, stay out of the way. I suppose I'll see you at dinner. Without another word, she followed her sister out into the cold. Chapter 5. I tried to stay at the farm. I did. It seemed weird to go exploring town on my own on my first day. But as soon as I'd come in from the cold, I was met with people crying, clinging to each other for comfort, and I felt like some pervy voyeur spying on someone else's grief. So instead of staying cooped up in my room where I had no television or even a good book, I decided to see what was on the other side of the looking glass. Hands stuffed into my pockets, I began the long trek into town. The first thing I noticed was that 30 minutes in the city was very different from 30 minutes in the countryside. I considered myself to be in pretty good shape, but the hike along uneven country roads as I sidestepped puddles and cow patties had me considering re-upping a gym membership as soon as I got home. It didn't help that I had no headphones, a problem I needed to fix soon. But before long, the scenery changed. Fields of tall grasses and grazing cows giving way to tree-lined streets harboring quaint brick homes. Children played in front yards and tires hung from trees. I didn't actually see any pies cooling on windowsills, but I wouldn't have been surprised if I had. I stayed on the main road, passing through the neighborhoods. As I walked, I was struck by the sheer quaintness of it all. I'd lived my entire life between Connecticut and New York, but I'd never seen this part of the state. It was an entirely different world. I couldn't imagine any of these people burning their houses down because they just discovered their husbands had faked their entire lives together. The neighborhoods petered out, and according to the large welcome sign sitting on the side of the road, I was now about to enter downtown Haven's End. Although, if I was being honest, the word downtown was doing some heavy lifting in that sentence. The place was, calling it charming was an understatement. It was downright picturesque. What struck me most was how fake everything looked. It could have been the set for a Hollywood movie. Women with shopping bags ambled down the sidewalk past an old-fashioned movie theater, antique shops, and even a barber shop with a spinning red and white pole. Old men sat on wooden benches smoking pipes. Honest-to-goodness pipes, not those vapes you see nowadays. Everything seemed so timeless, as if the town had been frozen in a snow globe and preserved for generations. As I strolled along the street, I peeked into shop windows, avoiding eye contact with their proprietors. I passed a bakery with fresh pies on display in one window, there we go, and a haberdashery with tweed jackets in another. I continued walking, taking in the sights and sounds of Haven's End. The smells of lavender, rose hips, and comfrey wafted from the apothecary. The old-fashioned candy store had an assortment of sweets in its window, colorful jars overflowing with chocolate bunnies, malted milk eggs, and pastel-coated Jordan almonds for Easter Sunday, arriving in just a few short weeks. The further I walked, more interesting signs appeared. A hardware store selling vintage tools, a cobbler with handmade shoes in the window, and a secondhand bookstore filled with dusty titles. Unfortunately, I wasn't much of a reader. I didn't have the attention span. I made a mental note of the cobbler, however. A girl can never have enough shoes. Just as my toes were numbing from the cold, I found what I'd set out for. Right on the corner, at the intersection of the town's two main roads, was a coffee shop with brown and white striped awnings and hand-lettered writing on the window that read, Haven's End Beans and Brew. I pushed open the door and stepped inside, glad to be in from the cold. The smell of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, and quiet jazz music filtered through overhead speakers. The walls were painted yellow and covered with old quilts, needlepoint art, and vintage paintings. Weathered, upholstered furniture filled the room, and large floor-to-ceiling windows looked out over the center of downtown. I removed my coat and scarf and hung them on a nearby hook as I looked around. An espresso machine perched near the register, an antique record player rested on a wall shelf, and shelves full of beans from all over the world lined the wall behind the counter. I ordered a house brew coffee and took my mug over to a comfortable table near a window where I could engage in some quiet people-watching. I took a sip of coffee and closed my eyes, for the moment content. Alone in the coffee shop, I didn't feel like a rejected socialite. I was just myself. Temperance Swift. I frowned. Swift was my married name. I'd always liked the sound of it, though, so sure and strong and definitive. Did I want to be Temperance Hindinger? Or would I be okay continuing on as Temperance Swift? I'd made it about a quarter of the way through my cup when I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I looked up from my mug to see a man sitting a few tables away from me, one leg elegantly thrown over the other, hands folded over his knee. He was watching me. I stared back for a moment, the gears in my brain spinning. I didn't recognize him exactly. I'd never seen his face before in my life. But I knew men like him. Or rather, I knew men who dressed like him. And that was odd to see in a nowhere place like Haven's End, because men who dressed like that were men who came from money. He wore a svelte pair of double-strap leather monk shoes with bespoke silver buckles shaped like hearts. I was pretty sure they were Ferragamo. His charcoal suit fit so well, he looked to have been poured into it. Every detail was exactly right, from the shade of his petal pink silk shirt to the delicate patterns of his pocket square and tie. I realized I was staring and blushed a furious shade of red as I dropped my gaze and angled my body toward the window, making a big show of ignoring him. But the harder I ignored him, the more aware of him I was. I concentrated harder on my coffee, closing my eyes and breathing deep, trying to make that cup of coffee my entire world, which is a lot to ask from any beverage. A moment later, someone pulled out the opposite chair at my table. When I opened my eyes, I was not surprised to find the well-suited man draping himself into the seat, a coy smile on his lips. I set down my mug and tried not to look flustered. "Can I help you with something?" I asked. The man's eyes narrowed, but his smile didn't falter. "Oh, I don't need any help. Thank you. I think I've found exactly what I'm looking for." Like every woman of a certain age, I'd heard my fair share of pickup lines. Some were better than others, but this was especially forward. I chuckled, folding my arms over my chest. "Thanks, but I'm married," I said, using my thumb to spin the meaningless diamond on my left hand. An old nervous habit. As soon as the words were out, a cold dread filled my stomach, and I clamped my mouth shut. What was wrong with me? The man sitting across the table was well-groomed and more than a little attractive, and I was very much not married. How could this very important detail about my life slip my mind like that? but I supposed it would take some getting used to, like writing the correct year on a check once January rolled around. The man across from me never flinched, however. Funny, I don't think I've ever tried to pick up a woman and failed. Yet, I wasn't trying to hit on you, so I suppose that's egg on your face rather than mine. I have to ask, though, if you weren't married, how would you have responded? I blinked, startled at his moxie. I had half a mind to get up from the table and leave, but something compelled me to stay, and it wasn't his looks. Or at least, not just his looks. It was his sincerity. He was looking at me not as a man looks at a woman, but as a researcher looks at his subject. He was studying me. "Well," I said, toying with my coffee mug, spinning it lazily around, "I would probably have asked you what you're looking for. Although if a man sits down across from a woman in a coffee shop without invitation or encouragement, he's probably looking to get into trouble. So I suppose it would be a wasted question, since I already knew the answer." The man grinned with a wink. "Fair enough," he said. "So if I were trying to pick you up, how should I have gone about it?" I shrugged, still playing with my cup of coffee. "I don't know," I admitted. "I actually haven't been approached by that many men." "Oh, I find that hard to believe." He leaned forward, and I got a whiff of his aftershave. Pine and vetiver and something else. Something expensive. "You're an attractive woman. You must get a lot of attention. Or is your husband the jealous type who scares off any competition?" I frowned and took a sip of my coffee. "I'm not really married," I said, choosing to skip the long explanation. "I just said that to get rid of you." The man laughed and pressed a hand to his chest. "My, how direct. I like that, but I'm not interested in overstaying my welcome. Would you prefer if I left?" I considered the question as I studied him. Did I want him to leave? Yes and no. Yes, because I had a lot to process, and the solitude would let me decompress and settle into this new phase of my life. But no, because, well, he was very attractive in that tall, dark, and handsome sort of way. His black, wavy hair probably ran to curls if left to grow long enough. His chin was square and strong, his mouth full and used to smiling. Dark eyes crinkled at the corners when he grinned, and, though I was loath to admit it, I was intrigued by the sultry London accent. I sighed as I set the mug aside. "You can stay," I said finally. "I don't really know anybody in this town, and I need all the help I can get. I'm Temperance, by the way. Temperance Swift." Oh, come on. We all know I couldn't go back to Hindinger. The man reached across the table and we shook hands. "My pleasure meeting you, Ms. Swift. I'm Simon." He held my hand a beat longer than necessary before withdrawing and lacing his fingers in his lap. "So, you're new here." "Well, of course you are. I can tell you're not a local. On the other hand, you don't have the look or demeanor of someone just passing through. So I have to ask, why are you here? What do you do?" The question, "What do you do?" rang in my head like an alarm. It was such an innocuous question to most people, but for me, the subject was fraught with landmines. In my world, nobody asked us wives what we did. They might ask what our husbands did, but we weren't expected to have careers. We sat on charitable boards and took tennis lessons at the country club, but we didn't do anything. I'd never had a career. I couldn't even imagine what I might want to be if I had the choice or opportunity. But saying that out loud to people outside my circle wouldn't make me sound chic. It would sound pathetic. "I'm here on sabbatical," I said, choosing to answer the first question and ignore the second. "I had a little mishap back home, and the judge said I needed time to clear my head." An expression I couldn't read flashed over Simon's face. "A judge sent you away. That is very interesting. Tell me more about the mishap." I settled back into my chair, turning my attention to gaze out the window. I discovered my husband was a cheating bastard, so I burned our house down, allegedly. I looked back at Simon to see him smirking, one brow cocked in appreciation. "Well, that's positively brazen. Taking vengeance into your own hands, punishing the wicked. I know a trio of underworld bosses who could take a lesson from you. Shall I introduce you? The idea of meeting up with an underworld boss, let alone 3, did not spark joy. Thanks, I'm good. So, how about you? What do you do? Simon lifted a single eyebrow to acknowledge my conversational redirect, but was gentlemanly enough to oblige. A curious smile curled over his lips as he recrossed his legs in the other direction. I suppose you could say I'm a perfumer, he said. A perfumer? I repeated. Seriously? As a heart attack, as you people like to say, he said, his grin widening. I specialize in custom blends for worthy clients. My fragrances are enjoyed by mortals all over the world. I made an impressed sound as I sipped my coffee. Well, that's fascinating. I could tell you weren't just some small-town nobody, I said, referring to his immaculately tailored outfit and custom footwear. I don't think I've ever met a perfumer before. Do you work with both men's and women's fragrances? A frown flitted over Simon's mouth, and his nostrils flared slightly. A common misconception, he said, his words frosted with the barest dusting of ice. But fragrance has no gender. Consider the rose, regarded in the Western world as a profoundly feminine scent. But the rose has been used widely all over the world in every major culture, from the ancient Persians to the Egyptians. It's been used in religious rites and wellness ceremonies for thousands of years. The scent of rose is the scent of love, beauty, and health, none of which have a gender. I felt my cheeks burn hot with the admonishment. It made sense when you thought about it logically, but other than deciding which perfume to spritz to round out an outfit, I'd never had much reason to think about it logically. I suppose you have a point, I said. Thank you for the education. Simon waved a hand dismissively. All in a day's work, you know. Now, enough about me. Tell me more about this court-ordered reprieve. Are you staying with a relative? A lover? Have you been committed? Simon's eyes went wide as he thought of something ghastly. Wait, don't tell me you've checked into that half-wit house up the road, have you? I finished my coffee and sat the empty mug on the table, wondering idly how much the locals knew about the farm. I decided to err on the side of discretion. I haven't been committed, though honestly, I can think of worse ways to spend my time than looking at ink blots and complaining about my mother. But no, I'm not crazy. I'm just a woman who, despite every privilege, has managed to ruin her life. Positively droll, Simon mocked with a wink. Still, I noted the barest hint of disappointment underlying his words. So, what are you doing in town then? Shouldn't you be under surveillance, or supervision at least? He gasped again. You haven't gone AWOL, have you? I motioned for the barista, who brought me another steaming cup of coffee, which I accepted gratefully. Apparently, a woman fell down her steps and died. They're letting us have time to ourselves to grieve. Ah, yes. Jocelyn Cambridge. World-famous pianist. What a pity. The man sighed, shaking his head before scooting his chair forward and draping his upper half across the table. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. She didn't just fall down the steps, you know, he said. Word on the street is she was attacked. She was murdered. I recoiled in surprise, then dropped my chin into my hand. Murdered? Seriously? I glanced around, not wanting to draw attention and possibly ruin someone's morning. In a town like this? Simon sat up straighter, drumming his long fingers on the table. Did you think big cities had a monopoly on violence? Humans are petty, jealous creatures. It takes very little to set you off, really. I often wonder how you've made it this far. I wasn't sure what that was supposed to mean, but anyway, I was more interested in the local gossip. Why are they saying it's murder? She had some kind of small circular bruise on her neck, he answered, like she might have been... He froze mid-sentence, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. His spine shot ramrod straight, and his eyes flew wide. He sat motionless, as if listening, then closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath through his nose. "Do you smell that?" he asked, sotto voce. I paused, sniffing. "I don't smell anything. Just coffee," I said. A slow grin spread over Simon's face as he opened his eyes, a look of wonder overtaking his features. "No, not coffee. Oh, it's unmistakable. The question is, where is it coming from?" He glanced around the shop until his gaze landed on a woman on the other side of the cafe reading a book. She seemed oblivious to everything but the story she was immersed in. Her feet rested on the chair next to her, and she was chewing on a lock of hair. "That's her," he breathed, mostly to himself. He rubbed his hands together with excitement, tittering like a child. Yes, this is perfect. Just perfect." He pulled a cell phone from his pocket and dialed quickly. After a moment, he said, "Meliora?" "Meliora, darling, please come to the coffee shop right away. I found one." He paused, a frown pulling on the corners of his mouth. "What do you mean, busy?" "Yes, I know I told you to find something to do. But I didn't mean in lieu of—" He huffed through his nose, giving his head an exasperated little shake. "Yes, fine. No, I don't expect you to be at my beck and call. Well, do you want to be my alchemist or not?" Another pause. Then, "Fine. Well, listen carefully. Here's what she smells of." Simon leaned back in his chair, eyelids fluttering closed. He breathed long and deep through his nose. Fresh cut grass, clean laundry, sun-baked asphalt, a hint of Band-Aid, watermelon soda. As discreetly as possible, I sniffed around, looking for those same smells, but I only smelled coffee, pastries, and a hint of wet dog. "Here's what I'll add to her natural parfum: baby shampoo, dime store hand lotion, and just a whiff of sweat," he continued. He let his eyes open, and for a moment, he wore an expression of utter ecstasy. But the expression was quickly replaced by a frown as he twisted in his seat, glowering. "Well, it's not my fault you aren't here to smell what I'm smelling. I never signed up for long-distance instruction. Perhaps next time you'll—" The conversation broke off, and Simon pulled the phone from his ear, staring at it with wide eyes. Then he dropped the device to his side, turning an incredulous stare in my direction. "She hung up on me," he said, disbelief dripping from his voice. "She actually had the nerve to hang up on me." He slipped his phone away, and in the same movement, retrieved a tiny pillbox from a lapel pocket. The gold container easily fit in the palm of his hand, was heart-shaped and inlaid with mother-of-pearl. He thumbed it open, licked the tip of his forefinger and thumb, and then pinched a bit of glittering pink dust between his fingers. Simon angled his body away from the table until he was facing the book-reading woman in the corner. He pressed his thumb and forefinger together at just the right angle, so they made a heart shape. He closed his eyes and recited the same words he'd said on the phone. "Baby shampoo, dime store hand lotion, a whiff of sweat." Then he pursed his lips, closed his eyes, and gently blew the powder from his fingertips. The powder puffed out from his fingers into a delicate cloud before coming together again into a singular ribbon that rose into the air, coiling and twisting in the woman's direction. As he puffed, the air filled with a fragrance that snagged on a visceral memory. Childhood summers, riding bikes up and down the street, drinking sugary drinks and rolling around in prickly grass. The powder ribbon shifted with the light as it arced gracefully through the air, shimmering with gossamer colors dancing between pink, lavender, and periwinkle blue. And just before it descended, I blinked and shook my head. Either I was seeing things, or I really was losing my mind, because I thought I saw the ribbon of powder take the shape of an arrow before piercing the woman's chest and vanishing altogether. A few moments later, a man came up behind the reading woman, pulling out a chair and sitting beside her. Another man put down his phone and also got up to join the woman at her table. Finally, a third person moved to the table. This time, a woman. The woman who had been reading was now the center of attention, looking flushed and flustered as she chatted with the others. They angled their bodies toward her, finding any reason to chuckle and grin and touch her casually on the arm. They made themselves bigger as they talked, each trying to outshine the other, and every time the woman's focus drifted, someone made a joke or paid her a compliment until she blushed deeper, pulled back into the crosshairs of their fawning. If I didn't know better, I'd say they were flirting with her. Except it was the most aggressive sort of flirting I'd ever seen. It was almost desperate, a life-or-death sport. But then, nearly as quickly as it happened, the spell broke. The first man pushed away from the table, looking dazed as he blinked rapidly, stood, and hurried away from the table. The second man, too, stood so quickly he nearly toppled his chair. He apologized profusely for disturbing her before darting away, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The woman lingered a little longer, but eventually shuffled away, returning to her own table as though nothing in the world had just happened. With each departure, the reading woman's expression flattened. She watched them go with a look of mourning, eyes wide and sad as a puppy's, as her makeshift entourage drifted away. Simon cursed and banged a fist on the table, causing the silverware to clatter noisily. His expression darkened, nostrils flaring as he huffed in agitation, lips pressed into an angry, thin line. Damn it. And that was the perfect blend for her, too. I thought maybe this time. He grew quiet, but then shook himself, blinking away his frustration. He drew to his feet and marched to the front door. Grabbing a coat from the rack and slipping his arms inside, he said, "It was lovely to chat with you, Miss Swift, but I'm afraid I must be off. Not to worry, though. I'm sure our paths will cross again soon. Heaven's End is only so big, after all. Well, good day to you." I was still trying to parse everything I'd just seen as Simon slipped out the front door and sauntered down the sidewalk. He winked at me through the window as he passed by the cafe, and I watched him as he walked, hands stuffed into his pockets, whistling. Who was that guy? Sure, I knew his name and what he did for a living, but there was something about him. He was so easygoing, so comfortable in his own skin that talking with him made me feel... Well, I wasn't prepared to think about how it made me feel, to be honest. I had no business feeling anything, not after what I'd just been through with my husband. But Simon was nothing like Nathan. Yes, Nathan owned expensive suits, but even though he was fitted by the best tailors in Manhattan, he never looked comfortable. He always looked like a bit of a try-hard, doing too much to prove his worth to people who barely knew he existed. Simon, on the other hand, radiated the casual confidence of a man who had never once been slighted, rejected, or ignored. Anywhere he went, he belonged. I paid my bill and shrugged into my coat, wrapping my scarf snug against my neck and headed back outside to stroll the streets of Haven's End. I didn't even realize I was still thinking about Simon until, catching my reflection in a bakery window, I realized I was smiling. Chapter 6. It was evening by the time I finally dragged myself out of Haven's End to make the trek back to the farm. I was getting hungry, and while downtown had several eateries, I was craving a spot by a warm fire, and if I'm being honest, I was tired of people looking at me like I was a monkey at a zoo. The upside of small towns is that everyone knows each other. The downside of small towns is everyone knows each other. So outsiders are readily identifiable. The sun was just beginning to sink below the horizon as I came up to the house. But I couldn't help noticing a shadow out in the pasture. A shadow that, as far as I could tell, was playing keep away with a goat. I walked to the pen and whistled over the fence. Penny glanced my way just long enough to make eye contact, then jerked her head in the goat's direction. "You want to give me a hand?" she called. I looked down at my feet. I was still wearing my good boots, but it wasn't like I had a pair of goat-herding boots to change into. With a sigh, I found the gate and let myself in. The goat ignored me utterly, her eyes still following Penny's silhouette. What are you doing? I asked. Work therapy, Penny said, her back to me. Tessa says it builds character. I took a tentative step nearer to Penny, who was ankle-deep in cold mud and straw. It didn't seem to bother her, or the goat, at all. All right, I said, but specifically, what are you trying to do? Penny lifted her chin at the goat. Trying to milk Calliope. But she's being mighty ornery and doesn't want to give up the goods. It was only then that I noticed the bucket in her hand. Are you just going to stand there, or do you want to help me show this nanny who's boss? I glanced over my shoulder, wondering how to politely excuse myself from goat milking. It wasn't so much that I didn't want to help, though I didn't. It was more that I didn't have the first clue how to milk a goat. Then again, judging from the situation unfolding before me, neither did Penny. I'm not really that good with animals, I said, backing toward the gate. I'll go find Alex or someone. Maybe they can… You were good with the chickens earlier, Penny objected. She was holding her arms out on both sides, crab walking side to side in front of the goat, blocking its path as it plotted its escape. And Phaedra doesn't like anybody. So if she let you collect her eggs, you're probably a Disney princess deep down inside, whether you know it or not. I doubt that. Very much, I said. But Penny didn't seem to hear. Now me. The animals like me, okay, except for Phaedra, who won't let me near her. Also, Persephone, who thinks she's too good for anybody but the sisters anyway. Calliope is usually a peach unless she's in a mood, such as now. And that puts me in a mood because I'm not very nimble, and Alex will kill me if I go back with no milk. I watched with vague bemusement as Penny dove toward the goat, only to have the animal juke beyond her grasp at the last second. I'm guessing you're at a disadvantage because of your knee, I said, hands on my hips. Penny shot me a sideways look. What's wrong with my… Oh… She let her arms fall to her sides as she looked down, lifting her toes and rocking back on her heels. The mud squelched under her soles. You're talking about that whole falling out of a plane thing, aren't you? I folded my arms over my chest. That was a pretty nasty prank to play on someone who was already feeling pretty vulnerable. It wasn't anything personal, Penny explained, re-engaging with the goat and turning her back to me. I can't help it. I'm a pathological liar. I hear the lies coming out and I can't hold them back, and it hurts if I try, so I just let my brain say whatever it wants. It usually all works out in the end. I watched as Penny and the goat faced off, eyeing each other with equal mistrust. The goat's ear twitched as it opened its mouth to emit a baleful "bah!" and Penny took that as her opening. She dove for the creature, but once again it sidestepped her, darting around her legs and heading straight for me. I had half a mind to dodge out of the way, but my body betrayed me, and instead of jumping aside, I buckled my knees together, feet splayed to both sides, as I bowed forward and blocked the goat's path with my body. The creature ran headfirst into the barricade I'd made of my shins and thighs, and some diabolical force deep inside me rose up, causing me to throw my arms around the animal's neck, pulling her close. You got her! Penny screeched with delight as she dashed to my side, sinking onto her knees and stroking the goat's fur. That was really clever, using her own momentum against her like that. I should have thought of that. We make a good pair. She lifted the milking bucket in the air. Do you want to try milking her? No, thank you, I blurted. I'm good here. As Penny milked the goat, I felt my body slowly relax. It was freezing cold out, but the goat was warm, and her gentle coos loosened something inside me that had been in knots all day. Penny, I began, unsure if now was a good time. Can I ask you something? Sure, she said, still milking. What's up? I took a deep breath. Why did Alex call you an oracle? Because I'm an oracle, she answered simply. No, seriously, I said. No lying, okay? Is it like a joke that there are goddesses and genies and incubuses here? Incubi, she said. What? Penny chewed her lip, sparing only a quick glance upward in my direction. The plural of incubus is incubi. Anyway, the genie left a while ago, and there's only one incubus and one goddess. That would be Colette. Watch out for her." I sighed, exasperation getting the better of me. "Well, I've never heard of any goddess named Colette," I snapped. "Course you haven't," Penny agreed. "That's a big reason she's here. If you'd heard of her, she'd be one step closer to going home." Morning came way too early, and I cursed as I struggled awake, sunlight streaming through my window and piercing through my eyelids like it had a personal vendetta against me. Alex had assured me they had no roosters, or at least she strongly implied it, but I was certain I heard a rooster crowing somewhere. That god-awful sound was what had woken me up in the first place. I glanced over at the clock on my nightstand and groaned aloud. The knot in my stomach squeezed, and I threw my forearm over my eyes, trying to blot out the light and this new reality. Back home, any morning hour composed of single digits was considered ungodly. I couldn't remember the last time I'd woken with the sun, but I didn't have the luxury of complaining about my new lot in life. In 15 minutes, I had my first one-on-one session with Meg. If I wanted caffeine first, I needed to get a move on. I dragged myself out of bed, put on sweatpants and a flannel shirt, and clomped downstairs. I was surprised how empty the house was until I remembered I was living on a farm now. Farmers got up at the actual crack of dawn. The others were probably out tilling garden beds, making hay bales, or doing whatever farmers do. I winced as I poured myself a cup of coffee. I recalled what Penny had said about work therapy and wondered with growing anxiety if I would have to learn to milk goats or vaccinate cows as part of my healing process. If animal husbandry was the price of wellness, just go ahead and order my tombstone now. I stepped into Meg's office with 1 minute to spare. The room was cozier than expected, decorated in warm, earthy tones that felt almost bohemian. Unlike my room, the office windows were covered in gauzy curtains, allowing soft light to spill through. The walls were lined with bookshelves filled with titles about self-improvement, mindfulness, and psychology. Alongside those were tomes on Greek and Roman mythology, cryptids, and mythological creatures from around the world. A comfortable couch sat against one wall, flanked by 2 side tables on which a wooden tray holding a bowl of fruit and a vase of fresh flowers were placed. Meg sat in a plush armchair opposite the couch, hands resting lightly on crossed legs. She didn't look like a psychiatrist, which is very unprogressive of me to say, I know. But I was expecting someone older, with a crisp white lab coat and a face that cracked if it tried to smile. This woman looked nothing like that. In fact, she looked more like a cheerleader alumnus from a southern university. She was roughly my age, Asian, with glossy, dark hair styled into a high ponytail, secured with an overlarge cream-colored bow. She wore an off-white cashmere sweater and a pair of beige wool slacks that showed off a slim figure. Black-rimmed glasses perched on a nose smattered with freckles. She wore no makeup except mascara that accented long, curling black lashes. Her face lit up when I stepped inside, and she glanced quickly at the watch on her wrist. "You're right on time," she said. "I'm so pleased. I heard you were scatterbrained, so I worried I might have to wake you. Though I see you didn't exactly have time to make yourself presentable," she said, gesturing vaguely at my outfit. I ignored that and motioned to the couch. "Can I sit?" The therapist nodded, and I settled in. I chose a pillow to hold in my lap, clutching it like a security blanket. Meg noticed and smiled warmly. "Is this your first time at therapy?" I nodded, my voice coming out a croak. "That obvious?" She grinned and offered a little shrug. "It's not unusual. You and I are just going to have a conversation. That's it. Don't think too hard about it. We're just 2 people talking about life's little problems." "So." Meg clapped her hands together and adjusted in her seat. "What brings you to the farm?" I squeezed the pillow. "Well, I found out my husband had 2 other wives, and we're not legally married, so I tried to burn our house down. Allegedly." Meg made a face and waved a hand dismissively. "Well, okay, but that's not the real issue. That's just a symptom. What are you struggling with? What's the elephant in your room? When I didn't answer, Meg continued. Are you a grim reaper who doesn't believe in violence? A succubus who can't get a date? You wouldn't be the first, Meg said, interrupting herself. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Or maybe you're a gorgon who can't turn men into stone? I stared at her, my jaw slack. So you're in on it too? Meg leaned her head to the side. In on what? The big prank, I said, throwing up my hands. Everyone's pretending this halfway house is for magical monsters or something. You can stop. The joke was very funny, haha, but let it go already. Meg raised an eyebrow, her expression amused but unmoved. I would never use the word monster, she said, leaning back in her seat and crossing her arms over her chest. She studied me intently for a moment before continuing. But it's interesting you chose that word. Do you think you're a monster? I leaned back into the cushions, frustrated. No, of course not. But I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about everyone else. Alex called Penny an oracle. Penny mentioned a goddess named Colette. I'm trying to understand why. Meg examined me a moment, her expression unreadable. After an eternity, she said, Temperance, I'm asking you honestly, one woman to another. Do you have any special abilities, or are you really… She gulped, casting about for the right words. Are you really mortal? I gaped at her, trying to choke back a swell of laughter. She looked so sincere, but it was the most absurd question I'd ever been asked. Yes, Meg. Yes, of course I'm immortal. Meg's eyes widened, and she leaned back in her chair, her brow creased. No, that can't be right, she said, almost to herself. That's simply not possible. She looked up at me, her frown deepening. 3 Sisters is a respite for wayward spirits, she said, as though this explained everything. But if you're truly a human, what are you doing here? How did you even get in here? You should be at a human treatment center. I was supposed to be at Marlborough Violet, I agreed loudly. But according to my father, I'm already there, 72 Three of Cups Drive. Yes, that's the correct address, Meg said absently, gazing down into her lap as she ruminated. Marlborough Violet closed down ages ago. We took over their property for our purposes. But mortals can't access this place. The wards keep them out. I shook my head, growing more confused by the second. Wards? Meg tapped a finger to her lips. There is another possibility, she continued, ignoring my question. You could be some kind of witch, someone who hasn't come into her powers yet, someone who doesn't even know what her powers are. I opened my mouth to object that was possibly the nuttiest thing I'd ever heard when the door flew open, and a man strode through. So sorry to keep you waiting, darling. I got distracted by the… He stopped and blinked as he turned to me. Both of our eyes flew wide. Temperance? He said. Simon? I said back. Meg's eyes darted between us, astonished. You two know each other? She asked. Simon and I exchanged an incredulous glance before turning back to Meg. I nodded, trying to find my bearings. We met in town, I said. Simon dropped onto the couch beside me and slapped me on the thigh. Well, how about that? Didn't I tell you we'd see each other again soon? Though I didn't know you'd be horning in on my session with Meg. The therapist sighed and tucked a stray lock of hair behind an ear. I texted you, she said. I changed our appointment to this afternoon. I thought you might appreciate getting out of fence repairs, she added with a wink. While Simon pulled out his phone to verify, I angled my body toward him, a hand on my chest. Are you a patient here? We prefer the term resident, Meg said gently. Yes, of course I am, Simon answered without looking up from his phone. The wonder is that you're a resident here. After our little talk, I assumed you were living amongst the short-timers at some common asylum. They're called facilities, Meg corrected. Short-timers, I repeated. Well, you lot only live about 100 years if you're lucky, Simon said, addressing me while ignoring Meg. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. I myself have been walking the earth for at least 10 times that. By comparison, your lifespan is regrettably insignificant. And you're absolutely right, Meg. You did text me. So sorry. Well, I'm here now. Perhaps we can do a little duet session. Simon faced me, his smile widening. I'll need some background first, of course. So, what's your secret? Let me guess. He studied me a moment, lip tucked beneath his teeth. Oh, I know. You're a succubus who can't get a date, he said. I frowned. Why did everyone keep guessing that? I'm a human, I said flatly. To Meg, I added, not a witch. Just a regular person. Simon chuckled. Oh, well, that's impossible, darling. The wards alone would have kept you out. All right, I said, folding my arms over my chest. So if you're a resident and Three Sisters is only for damaged magical creatures, then what are you? Simon's smile grew impossibly wider. Isn't it obvious? I'm Cupid, god of love, at your service. I froze, and my stomach dropped into my shoes. Cupid, I repeated. Is it so hard to believe? Simon cocked his head to the side. You saw what happened at the coffee shop with that woman. I shot her with an arrow, and suddenly everyone with any nose at all was simply falling over themselves trying to get her attention. He paused, expression souring. Until they weren't, of course. He glanced over at Meg. Treatment doesn't seem to be working, by the way. Magic still goes poof after a minute or so. Meg nodded, her expression sympathetic. I'll make a note of it. We can try something new next week. I don't know what I saw, I objected, trying to steer the conversation back on track. And anyway, I thought Cupid's arrow was supposed to make the target fall in love. Simon's face pinched. Common misconception. If I may interrupt, Meg said, leaning forward and holding up a finger. Temperance and I were in the middle of our session. So, Simon, while I'll be happy to see you later, as a Three Sisters resident who has entrusted his privacy to this institution, I'd like to know what Ms. Swift, a self-proclaimed regular person, is doing here, he said, eyeing me suspiciously. Meg clucked her tongue, tapping her finger to her lips as she thought. Yes, that's what we'd all like to know. The therapist stood again and walked behind her desk, opening a drawer and shuffling through it. Aha, just where I left them. The doctor pulled a small, colorful box from her desk and tossed it to me. I caught it reflexively and looked down into my hands. Tarot cards? My brows shot up in surprise as I turned the box over, examining it from all sides. What am I supposed to do with these? Well, Meg said, if you're really a human, you must have some kind of latent ability that explains what you're doing here. Telepathy or necromancy or... Necromancy, I repeated, voice dripping with incredulity. Or psychometry or something, she continued unfazed. Maybe the tarot cards will help identify what that ability is. I opened the box and let a few cards slip out. They were boldly colored, each with its own unique picture and number. Some images were of people, while others were of strange symbols and creatures I couldn't identify. Despite their bright colors, the cards had a well-used and aged look, as if they had been handled countless times. I've never used these before, I said, shuffling through the cards and admiring the mysterious art. How are they supposed to help? Meg moved to stand beside me and took the cards from my hands. She shuffled through them until she found the one she wanted. She selected it and handed it to me. This one is the Fool, she said. It represents new beginnings, taking risks, and the journey of self-discovery. I turned the card over in my hands, taking in the picture of a man with a carefree smile, walking off a cliff with a small dog at his heels. The number 0 was written at the bottom of the card. That's nice, I said, but it doesn't answer my question. And this one, Simon said, leaning over and choosing a second card, is the Lovers, representing union, commitment, and deep connections with others. The card depicted two people embracing under a blooming archway, surrounded by a lush garden. The number 6 was written at the bottom of the card. "Well, that's something I clearly need help with," I muttered under my breath. Meg grinned. "Anyway, everyone at Three Sisters has assigned work therapy. Alex originally scheduled you to help muck out the stables, but I think I have something more appropriate for you." Literally anything sounded more appropriate for me than cleaning up horse poop, but still, I was apprehensive. Like what? "Sometimes we do community service. It's good for our residents to embroil themselves in the lives of ordinary people from time to time. A local woman named Connie Neighbors needs help decluttering her home. She's been struggling since her youngest child moved out and could use an extra pair of hands. I think you'd be perfect at the task." Chapter 7. I wasn't sure which part made it seem perfect for me, but compared to working on the farm, it was a dream come true. "All right," I said. "Well, what does that entail?" Meg retrieved an envelope from her desk and handed it to me. My name was scrawled across the front in blue calligraphy. "That's your personal itinerary," she explained. "Tessa, Alex, and I design a personal treatment plan for all our residents. While I respect Alex's plan for mucking out the stalls, I think you might benefit from working with Connie instead of on the farm. At least for a while. The rest of the details—" "Hang on, Doctor." Simon unfolded his legs and scooted to the edge of the sofa, his expression stricken. "Did I mishear? Or did you just tell Ms. Swift she'd be working in town in lieu of working on the farm?" Meg squinted. "That's what I said," she confirmed. Simon barked a dry laugh, his gaze darting from Meg to me and back again. "But doctor, that's preposterous. Why is the mortal getting special treatment? During my first week here, Alex had me shearing sheep for hours on end. It was grueling work. I still have calluses." He held up his hands for examination. "For what it's worth, I didn't see any calluses. Simon, if Alex had you shearing sheep, she had a good reason. Frankly, I won't discuss another resident's treatment with you. If you don't like our treatment program, you are free to leave and seek therapy elsewhere. No one is stopping you." Simon sighed and shook his head, adjusting his attitude and posture. He sank back a little into the sofa. "No, doctor. My apologies. I didn't mean to be so forward. It's just that—" He looked over at me and narrowed his eyes. "It's just that I think my own treatment might be enhanced by shaking things up a bit. Instead of mending fences, I think I'd like to assist Ms. Swift." Meg raised an eyebrow. "You want to help declutter Connie's house?" "Among other things," Simon said with a smile. "You said yourself Ms. Swift must have a hidden potential she doesn't know how to reach. Well, no one recognizes potential better than I do. You might say I have a nose for it." He said this last part while looking at me and dropped me a cryptic wink before returning his gaze to Meg. "Think about it. It's really a win-win situation. I want to be cured of my ailment. You want to uncover Ms. Swift's hidden abilities. We can help each other, Doctor. It's the perfect match, if I do say so myself." Meg glanced between the two of us, her brows furrowing. After a few moments of consideration, she said, "Are you sure this isn't just a ploy to get out of mending fences?" Simon feigned surprise, eyes going wide. "Doctor, I would never attempt such a thing. I'm only trying to be of service, and I promise to be on my best behavior." He batted his lashes, which were very long and curly for a man, and drew an X over his heart. Meg pressed her lips into a thin line, staring at Simon for a long time. Finally, she said, "All right. If Temperance doesn't mind, I'm willing to give it a try." "Temperance, do you mind working with Simon on this?" I swallowed, feeling my palms grow sweaty at the thought of working with Simon so closely. Something about him put me off-center, though not in a bad way exactly. It was just that this sabbatical was supposed to help me screw my head on straight. I wasn't sure working with someone like Simon would help me do that. Then again, what did I have to lose? "It's fine with me," I said with a nod. "Let's give it a go, I guess." Meg smiled and clapped her hands together. "Excellent! Then I guess that's settled. Connie is expecting you this morning," she said. "I'll call and let her know she's getting 2 of our finest for the price of 1. "Call?" Simon said, brow arched. "Meg, I don't think mortals really do that anymore. It's outdated technology, you see. Why don't you just text her?" "I would," Meg agreed, "but Connie is a bit of a technophobe. She doesn't have a cell phone, only a landline, and there's no internet at the house. She doesn't even have an email address. If you need to contact her, you'll have to call." Meg stood and walked to her desk. She grabbed a pen, slid into her chair, and began tapping something into her phone. "I'll leave you to it then. I'm texting you both Connie's address. Don't be late." Simon gave me a mischievous smile as he ushered me out of the doctor's office and into the hallway. Clearly, he'd gotten what he wanted, or rather, gotten out of something he didn't want. I wasn't sure if I should be impressed or annoyed, though if I chose the latter, I had only myself to blame. I could have refused his request. Meg had given me a choice, but it wasn't really a choice. I mean, he'd been sitting right next to me. It wasn't like I could just say no. I had to live with the guy, and the last thing I needed was an enemy. Especially a disarmingly charming enemy like Simon. A disarmingly charming enemy who thinks he's the god of love, I reminded myself with a mental kick to get my senses back in order. We exited the house, landing in the early morning sunshine. We stopped on the front porch long enough to shrug into our coats and check the address Meg had texted. Simon slipped his phone away first. "Well," he clapped his hands together once, a triumphant smile lighting up his face. "It looks like we're partners now." "Looks like it," I said slowly, still unsure about the whole thing. "But if we're going to work together, I want to set some ground rules." Simon gave me an upside-down grin of surprise as he shoved his hands into his pockets and practically clicked his heels together. "Ground rules," he repeated, amused. "All right then, Miss Swift. What rules would you like to establish?" "Number 1, I said, don't call me Miss Swift. My name is Temperance. Number 2, I'm not here to roleplay being a witch or a psychic or whatever. I'm here to serve my sentence, get some rest, then return to Connecticut and clean up my life. If you want to pretend to be Cupid, more power to you, but don't expect me to play along." "I wouldn't dream of it," he said with a sincere shake of his head. 3, I continued, I'm recently divorced or widowed or something, and I don't need any romantic entanglements. So if you were thinking of trying to charm me or flirt with me or subdue me with your masculine wiles like you did at the coffee shop, just don't. I'm not interested in dating or sex, and I'm absolutely not interested in love. I finished my diatribe and waited for Simon to object or say something sassy. Instead, a shadow passed over his face as he dipped his chin, his tone growing somber. "You'll get no objection from me. I share your sentiment, madam. Love is the biggest scam the world has ever seen." I blinked in surprise. That wasn't what I expected someone who thought he was the god of love to say. But when I searched his face for a sign of jest, I found nothing. He seemed completely genuine. "So we're agreed then?" A moment passed before Simon shook off his gloom, his too bright smile returning. "Utterly. One thing, though." "What is it?" "At the coffee shop, did you not find me charming? Because I have a nose for these things, and I sense you were at least a little beguiled." He didn't wait for an answer, which was good, because I had none to give. I stood there, rooted to the spot with my mouth hanging open like an idiot as he started down the path leading into town. "Come on, then," he said over his shoulder. "We'd best make tracks if we want to be on time. Don't want to keep Miss Connie waiting." It was a quick walk to Connie's place, Simon and I spoke little, except to say innocuous things like how pretty the scenery was and how much we looked forward to warmer weather. The country road finally gave way to a paved street as we rounded the bend that led into Connie's neighborhood. It was a cute street, with proud, squat houses nestled cozily in their winter beds. Everything was still soft and wet from the recent snow, giving the whole place a dreamy, watercolor look. I dug my phone from my pocket to scan the address and pointed to a brick house up the street. "It's that one there," I said. Simon examined it with squinting eyes as we approached. "Quite charming, really," he said, at least in a drowsy, unobtrusive kind of way. "I mean, it's not the Taj Mahal, but I was expecting something far worse." I choked back a laugh. "Why? What were you expecting?" My companion wrinkled his nose and made a dismissive gesture with his hands. "Well, some people are so tacky with their lawn art and creative window trim colors. I was afraid we might be subjected to life-size statues of grazing deer or worse, Christmas lights still dangling from the eaves." "I don't think you have to worry about that. Easter's just around the corner." Simon made a face like he'd just swallowed a worm. "Even more hideous," he breathed. I chuckled as I climbed the porch steps and rang the doorbell. A moment later, I heard scuffling from the other side of the threshold before the door creaked open. A black and orange calico cat meowed aggressively and darted for the door, but a pink slippered foot shot out, blocking the cat's path. The foot swept the cat back inside as the woman attached to the foot stepped outside into the cold. "I can't let Gargamel out," she explained as she eased the door shut immediately behind her. She wore a pink sweatsuit with a cat print apron layered over top. Her round face was flushed pink to match. "The darn thing always wants to go out. Tries to leave every time I open the ding-dang door, but my neighbor says she torments his birds, and his birds have been here longer, so I just have to keep the cock-a-doodle cat inside. Everyone told me to get a dog, but I didn't listen. I don't really think of myself as a dog person," she continued, the words tumbling out helter-skelter. "But it might have been a better idea than the cat. For one, the dog probably wouldn't torture Mr. Kellerman's birds. And for two, it would get me out of the house for walks a few times a day, and goodness knows I need the exercise. Not that I really want to go out in this cold, mind you. Who in their right mind would?" Oh, what am I doing?" She clasped a hand to her chest, her face coloring with embarrassment. "Why don't we step inside where it's much warmer? I'm Connie, by the way. Meg told me you'd be coming." She pushed open the door while guarding the exit with her foot, lest Gargamel try again to make a dash for the great outdoors. Simon and I slipped through the narrow opening. As soon as I was inside, I had to summon every bit of decorum I'd mastered as an East Coast debutante to keep my face neutral. The place looked like the world's worst estate sale. Boxes were stacked precariously high in every corner, and the narrow hallways were almost completely blocked with canvases, art supplies, and piles of books. There was barely enough room to squeeze through, a feat Connie accomplished by ducking her head and sidestepping the piles of clutter while murmuring apologies as she worked through the maze. Simon and I followed in her wake, marveling at the sheer amount of stuff shoehorned into such a small space. Eventually, we reached an open living room that held an oversized sofa and two armchairs arranged around a low coffee table. Various artworks surrounded us. Paintings on the walls, sculptures on shelves and side tables, macrame plant holders dangling from the ceiling, creating an atmosphere that wasn't quite as chaotic as the rest of the house. Connie motioned for us to sit on the sofa, then plopped into an armchair facing us. The cat wove in and out of her legs, tail whipping back and forth, eyeing us warily as though we'd invaded her territory. She finally settled down, draping herself across Connie's slippered feet. "Thank you for coming," she began, hands folding and unfolding in her lap. "I apologize for the state of things, but I suppose that's why you're here. I guess Meg told you about my situation." "She told us you needed some help around the house," Simon supplied simply. Connie nodded. "Yes, well, I guess that's obvious. But did she explain how it got to be like this?" "Well, I guess everyone knows my story by now." Everyone local, I mean. Do you consider yourselves local now that you stay at the farm? I always wondered about that. Do you change your mailing address, or do you just have mail sent to family and whatnot? Assuming you have family, of course, she amended with a titter. Not everyone does. I do, or I did. I mean, I still do, I suppose. It just doesn't really feel that way. I bit down on my lip, nodding my sympathy. You're estranged from them? The woman heaved a sigh and leaned back into the cushions. Oh, it's nothing as dramatic as that. My youngest son moved out a few years ago. My daughter 4 years before that. Things were okay for a while, but soon after Zach left, that's my son, Tom grew real distant. Tom was my husband, of course. Married 30 years. A shadow passed over her face, and she shoved it away with a sigh. I guess he'd been growing away from me before Zach left. I just didn't notice it as much. Over time, the chasm got hard to ignore. The wider it got, the more I tried to fill it with things. Art, collectibles, books, clothes. She gestured vaguely toward the rest of her home. He was having an affair with a younger woman right under my nose. So now my kids are gone, my husband is gone, and I'm left with a house full of memories I can't escape, tchotchkes I don't need, and this miserable old cat. Gargamel purred in tacit agreement. I sat in silence, letting Connie's words wash over me. I thought I knew all too well the embarrassment and worthlessness Connie must have felt when her husband ditched her for a younger woman. But when I searched Connie's face for shreds of the emotions that mirrored mine, I didn't find any. Connie didn't seem angry or ashamed. She just looked sad. I gestured at the art on the walls. Did you paint these yourself? Connie nodded, pride flitting briefly over her face. I did, yes. I've been painting since I was a young woman. I always thought I'd do something with my art one day, but I never got around to it. I married young, and then I had babies, and it was just so much work caring for the house and the children that... She shrugged, a blush of chagrin climbing into her cheeks. Time just got away from me, I guess. I never did much with my life other than raise a family. Well, and make all this art. I must have dozens of these paintings by now. But my organizational skills have gotten so bad that I don't know what I have. Some of my favorite paintings are nowhere to be found. Probably in the attic, mixed in with the Christmas decorations. There's just so much, and it's overwhelming. I got up to examine the piece closest to me. It was an enormous portrait of a cat wearing a purple velvet overcoat with a matching vest and a gold-trimmed tricorn hat. The painting was at least 5 feet tall. Scribbled in large letters in the corner was the name Constance Neighbors. This is wild, I said. Cats as pirates. I'd never have thought of it. That's very polite of you to say, Connie said. I know they're just amateur things. I always planned on making something more professional, but it's so hard to find happiness in life, isn't it? And every time I thought about making commercial art people would want to buy, it just made me so depressed. I shrugged. Well, people buy all sorts of things. Have you ever tried to sell your art? Oh, no, Connie chuckled. I'm nowhere near good enough. Tom used to chide me over it, saying it was a waste of time painting cats. Who wants a portrait of a pirate cat? She chuckled, but I recognized the self-deprecation and embarrassment, the sound of a woman broken by her husband. It happened where I came from, too. If Tom were standing in front of me, I'd wring his neck. My friend Jocelyn used to perform at fancy art auctions around the world. She'd tell me about the work she saw. She never once mentioned seeing anything like a pirate cat portrait. She grinned with blushing embarrassment. Simon leaned forward, elbows on his knees. You mean Jocelyn Cambridge? Connie's eyes went wide, and her chin wobbled. Yes, that's right. She was one of my oldest friends. She taught piano to both my children, though only Veronica took to it. She nodded at a piano on the other side of the room. When things got truly bad between Tom and me, Jocelyn tried to get me to leave him. She said the way he belittled me was unhealthy. She was always like that, always looking out for other women. It feels strange knowing she's gone from this world, We're all poorer now for her having left us. Simon turned his attention toward the piano, avoiding Connie's gaze. I heard it was murder, he said. I heard that too. Connie dabbed at her eyes, blinking away tears. But I try not to think about it. She was my friend. I can't imagine anyone wanting to hurt her. The woman shuddered and hugged herself. Frankly, I don't expect anything to come of the investigation. We've never had any kind of violent crime in Haven's End. I don't think those boys have any idea how to run a murder investigation. Plus, Sheriff Hayworth's never been the sharpest bulb in the drawer. But I guess I shouldn't say that. After all, he's family. Technically. I raised an eyebrow. Technically. Toby Hayworth is my brother's fiancé's uncle, Connie said. So he's family, whether I like it or not. You know what they say. You can pick your friends, and you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose. Simon and I exchanged quick glances. I was sure there was wisdom in that statement somewhere, but I would need a roadmap to find it, and I was a GPS kind of girl. Anyway, Connie said with a forced smile, I suppose we better get on with why you came out here in the first place. I've got empty garbage pails in the dining room. We can start by clearing out the junk in the hallway. Simon and I got up to follow Connie into a slender hall, piled high with junk like the rest of the house. Halfway through the corridor, Simon stopped in front of an odd painting, darker than the rest of Connie's decor. It didn't seem to fit. The painting depicted 3 slender, white, naked women standing around a boiling cauldron, bat wings protruding from their backs. He pointed to the picture and cocked a brow at Connie. What's this? Connie turned, retracing her steps to stand by Simon. Oh, the Greek Furies, deities that punish the wicked, I believe. Simon scowled, looking truly affronted. This isn't what they look like at all. Is this the common belief? That the divine executors of vengeance and retribution prance around a cauldron in their birthday suits? Even immortals get chilly, he objected. And why are they all so skinny? Do you think there's no food in the underworld? I put a hand on his arm and squeezed. Cut it out, I hissed. I really wouldn't know anything about that, Connie chuckled. That's my daughter Veronica's painting. She's always been quite enamored with mythology of all kinds, but especially Greek and Roman. Simon's expression changed, his whole face perking up. Is that so? Well, would she like my autograph? I'm sure I have a headshot around somewhere. To Veronica, love Cupid? Something like that? I rammed my shoulder into Simon's side, pushing him down the hall. Save the crazy for Meg. I mean it. He gave me a sour look, but eventually gave in, picking up a box and moving to the end of the hallway. We worked for hours, separating Connie's belongings into 3 piles: keep, toss, or donate. By the time we finished, my arms ached and my stomach was growling. It didn't look like we'd made much progress at all. The keep pile was discouragingly large. It seemed like no matter how many paintings we went through, they never ended. Connie must have painted 100 cat portraits over the years, and now they took up space in every corner of the house, collecting dust. Connie ambled into the kitchen, calling over her shoulder, Can I get you some tea? I've got a delicious blend that will put the wind back in your sails. That sounds lovely, Simon responded. Thank you. A little while later, Connie returned with a service tray stacked with a kettle and 3 teacups. Here we are, she said, setting the tray on a low table. This is Blythe's special energizing blend. It's my favorite. I took a sip of my tea to be polite. I didn't usually care for tea, but as wet leaves went, this tasted pretty good. And the more I drank, the better I felt. What did you say was in this again? I asked. Oh, a little of this, a little of that, ginger, peppermint, probably some ginkgo. I'm not a tea connoisseur, but my brother thinks I am, so he keeps bringing me interesting selections from Blythe's because he knows I can't afford them. She has different blends for every occasion. Headaches, fatigue, sleeplessness. You name it, Blythe blends it. Her sleepy tea will leave you absolutely unconscious. I can see how that would be beneficial under the right circumstances, I laughed. After all the work we put in today, though, I bet I'll sleep like a baby tonight. Connie gave an embarrassed chuckle as she kicked off her slippers, wriggling her toes in her striped pink socks. Well, I never used to have trouble sleeping. But when Tom left, I was a wreck. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. My daughter Veronica was terribly worried about me, but she lives in Atlanta, and you know how it is when you're young and just starting out. She couldn't afford to fly out here to take care of me. So she asked my brother, her Uncle Nick, to check on me. I told him I was having trouble with my appetite and insomnia, and he started bringing tea from Blythe's. And, it really helped. So now it's kind of a little ritual. He comes by a few nights a month. Connie placed her cup on the service, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. I know what you're both thinking, that I've let the best of my life pass me by. But I haven't. Not really. The past few years have been hard, I admit that. But I have 2 beautiful children, a brother who loves me, and this home, such as it is. But it's more than a lot of people have. You're very blessed, I agreed. And you're right, it's a lovely home. You just have too much stuff in it. Once you pare down your collection, I think the beauty will shine through. It's not as easy as that, Connie said, tears forming in her eyes. I know what it must look like to outsiders, but she dabbed at her eyes, blinking rapidly. Mascara smudged the tops of her cheeks. Years and years ago, I lost a painting that still haunts me to this day. It was a portrait I painted of my baby daughter. I think Tom accidentally sold it in a rummage sale. Losing that painting was so painful, and every time I think about tossing out all my things, I'm so afraid I'll accidentally lose something I cherish. But Connie, I said, cupping the warm porcelain between my palms, you can't keep everything. I thought the whole point was to make your life more manageable. Don't you want your home to be a comfortable place? The way things stand, it's more like storage space than a home. Connie said nothing for a long while. When she spoke again, I wished I'd never said anything. I guess I've already lost too much in my life, had too much taken from me. My kids are gone, my husband left, my good friend has passed away. I suppose I just want to be surrounded by things I love, even if they can't love me back. I watched her face, the lines around her eyes and mouth that crinkled as she talked, the damp cheeks and the twisting lips. I wasn't much of a hugger, but I wanted to put my arms around her and squeeze her close. Just squeeze that melancholy right out of her. Connie was such a kind, warm woman. She deserved every happiness. And I suddenly felt a swell of despair that I wasn't the person who could bring it to her. Chapter 8. Do you think we actually helped today? I asked. Simon and I had just left Connie's and were ambling through town, not ready yet to head back to the farm. Simon adjusted the wool scarf around his neck. It's impossible to tell. Human emotions are a beast to understand under the best circumstances. I scoffed, remembering who I was talking to. Aren't you the god of love? Shouldn't you be an expert on this topic? Simon sniffed, barely glancing in my direction. Love defies understanding the most. I wanted to press the point, but it wasn't like he was wrong. And more importantly, I wasn't sure it was kind of me to enable his delusions. So instead, I said, I've seen shows about hoarders and stuff. People don't surround themselves with possessions out of laziness or boredom. They do it to keep their pain at bay, so we can throw out all the stuff she doesn't need until the cows come home. But if she doesn't deal with her pain, we'll be back here in another 6 months to do it all again. She doesn't just need a cleaning crew. She needs a therapist. Can we get her an appointment with Meg? Simon scoffed, as though Meg would work with mortals. I rolled my eyes. I should have seen that coming. Fine, then some other therapist. The point is, she needs help. Simon snorted, gaping at me incredulously. You really don't know? That's what we're supposed to be doing, Ms. Swift. You didn't think the assignment was actually to throw out old junk, did you? That was just a ruse to get us here. Really, I thought you'd have figured that out by now. I ignored the rib and pressed on. Well then, how can we help? What can we do to help Connie with her pain? Well, that's easy, he replied. I glanced over. It is? Well, perhaps not easy for us, Simon amended. But I suspect that's why Meg gave you a tool. Perhaps you should try using it. A tool? Oh. I slipped my hand into my pocket and retrieved the pack of cards the therapist had given me. You mean these? Tarot cards? I forgot all about them. But honestly, I wouldn't even know where to start. Simon flashed me a bright smile as he directed me to cross the street. Good thing we know an oracle who'd be happy to help. I glanced over at him. You mean Penny? You've got to be kidding. You forget, Miss Swift. Penny has a disability, but she's actually quite good at her job. Well, at least the potential is there. As we waited on the corner for the light to change, I noticed a white building on the opposite side of the street that stood out from the others. It lacked the cozy charm that defined Haven's End. The building had no decoration except chic wrought iron lettering that read, Cupidity Parfums, Tonics and Potions for the Lovelorn Romantic. I nudged Simon in the side and lifted my chin. Hey, is that your store? He followed my gaze in confusion only for a second. When his eyes landed on the shop, his expression drifted from puzzlement to stark disbelief. You've got to be kidding me, he breathed. Without waiting for the light to change, Simon dashed into the street. An oncoming Toyota slammed on its brakes, the tires squealing as the driver leaned on the horn. But it was too late. The car careened into Simon, knocking him off his feet and onto the hood where he crashed into the windshield. I screamed and darted into traffic, my heart in my throat. Simon! He slid off the car, pounded the hood once, and kept running. That seemed like a good sign. At least he wasn't hurt. I scrambled behind as he burst into the store, eyes wild, nostrils flaring. The color had risen in his cheeks, and I didn't think it was from the adrenaline of his collision. Meliora! My heart was pounding, and it took me a second to catch my breath. I wasn't out of shape. It was just all the excitement that had my lungs in an uproar. I made another mental note to look into a nearby gym. What's going on? I asked, hand to my chest. Are you all right? We should get you to a hospital, or... A woman emerged from the back, wearing a coy smile like other women wear a negligee. In fact, emerged wasn't the right word. She sauntered, she glided, she swaggered. It was completely disarming, and my words caught in my throat as I watched her watching Simon. Her attention so laser-focused, it was like I didn't exist. A waterfall of dark hair tumbled over bare brown shoulders. It wasn't freezing in the store, but it was far too cold for the rose-pink halter top and skin-tight black leather pants she wore. I glanced between them, sensing the tension like electricity. What's going on? I repeated. Neither of them spoke. The woman approached Simon like a cat stalking its prey. All self-assured bravado, no fear. His face was a storm of emotions, anger, confusion, and disbelief mingled in one expression. He finally broke the silence with bitter anger. What is the meaning of this? I looked between them as I tried to read between the lines. Was this a lover's quarrel? Sibling rivalry? Or, a business dispute? None of those seemed quite right, though. What was going on? The woman's eyebrows quirked mildly, but her face was otherwise impassive. You told me to find something to keep me busy. She spread her hands out, indicating the store. This is me keeping busy. Her tone was even, but I noted an underlying defiance that made my blood chill in my veins. Simon stepped into the woman's personal space, finger pointed angrily in her face. I didn't mean for you to open a perfumery, he growled through gritted teeth. If this is meant to get my attention, well done, you've got it. Now, pack this all up. I want this place shut down by morning. The woman smiled. I don't care what you want. She cocked her head and gave him a knowing look before turning towards me. You come from money, right? I blinked. How can you tell? I can smell it. So, little Miss Nepo baby. She gestured around her. Would you shop in a place like this? I balked and looked around. The perfumery was small but extremely elegant, entirely out of place in Haven's End amid the hardware stores and old record shops. Rows of ornate glass bottles filled with colorful, fragrant oils lined the walls. The shelves were dark wood, and a metal chandelier lit with beeswax candles hung from the ceiling, casting a soft, dancing light across the room. The floor was dark wood, and the speakers played lo-fi harp music. The total effect was like a cross between the perfume department at Bergdorf's and a tavern from Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know, I admitted. Maybe. I don't know much about perfume, I said, feeling the need to explain under her scrutinizing gaze. The woman sniffed the air, tilted her head toward me, and said to Simon, I smell the money but not much else. This one needs a lot of work still. Simon scoffed. Don't I know it? Listen, Meliora. Meliora turned her back to him, walking to a selection of perfumes on the other side of the store, finger tapping her lips as she thought. After careful consideration, she selected a slender lavender bottle from a shelf and walked it over to me. The faceted glass looked like it had a good bit of weight to it. She held it up for my inspection. This is one of my finest blends, she told me, her words coming out like a purr. Powerful and seductive, this fragrance will elicit an immediate reaction. Be careful, though. Whoever you spray it on will absolutely lose their senses over you. It's an intense tincture, but you look like you can handle it. She held the bottle out to me, but I held up a hand, demurring. I'm sure it's amazing, I said, but I'm not really in the market for... Meliora pushed the bottle into my hands, curling my fingers around it. I'm not selling you anything, she said, indignant. You're a friend of Simon's, so it's a gift from me to you. Keep it, give it away, throw it in the garbage for all I care. But that's yours now. I got the distinct feeling that this entire exchange wasn't really for my benefit. I couldn't help but feel that Meliora was performing for Simon. Still, a gift was a gift, and it wasn't like I had a lot of possessions to my name anymore, and the bottle was gorgeous and would look nice on my vanity, if my little desk back at the farm could be called a vanity. I slipped the bottle into my purse. Thanks, I managed. Simon, however, was unconvinced. Meliora, stop this nonsense. This simply won't do. You've made good progress over the years, but you're nowhere near ready to take over. You're trespassing on forbidden territory. Is that what you want? What I want, Meliora said, stepping nearer to Simon, her arms folded angrily over her chest, is for you to stop playing around with those morons at that animal farm so we can get back to business. How long have we been here, Simon? Too long, she said before he could answer. Your little self-help journey was fine at first, but now it's standing in the way of my progress. So if you don't want to be my mentor anymore, that's fine. I'll do the work without you. You're not ready, he bellowed, anger coloring his cheeks. Then, composing himself, Simon squeezed his eyes shut and rearranged the folds of his clothes, brushing away invisible wrinkles and straightening his posture. Perhaps this is my fault. It's definitely your fault, Meliora grumbled. Perhaps I've been too lenient with you over the years, he continued, ignoring the interruption. Perhaps I've not made it abundantly clear that I am the god and you are my alchemist. But I am rectifying that mistake now. If you do not cease and desist this blasphemy within 24 hours, I will— You'll what, Simon? Meliora ticked her head to the side, amusement making her cheeks round and her eyes glitter with glee. What can you do? Do you even have any magic at all? If you're all better, please say the word so we can go home. Furious, Simon spun on his heel and stormed out of the store. I glanced at Meliora, hoping to see something on her face that might explain what had just happened. But I couldn't decipher her smug grin as I followed Simon onto the street. I hurried to keep up with him. Simon, what's going on? What just happened back there? Who was that woman? Simon thundered down the sidewalk, hands clenched into fists by his side. We were heading back toward the farm. The nerve of her! He spat, his pace picking up. After all I've done for her! After all I've put myself through! Oh, she's going to pay for this! I quickened my pace, trying not to break into a full-blown jog. But his legs were a lot longer than mine, and he was powered by pure adrenaline. I don't understand. So your friend opened a store. What's the big deal? Simon rounded on me, pointing a finger in my face. I stumbled backward in surprise. She is not my friend, and I'll thank you very much to never refer to her that way again. I threw my hands up in frustration as Simon turned his back and continued his near sprint down the sidewalk. Fine, she's not your friend. So who is she? My apprentice, Simon growled. I've been training her to take over my position as the god of love after my retirement. But after what she's just pulled, I'm not sure she's remotely qualified for the job. Your apprentice, I repeated, things slowly making sense. Kind of. So, she's selling perfume without your permission? I guess I could understand how you'd be a little miffed, but love potions, he thundered. The number one thing she knows she's never supposed to do, and here she is doing it right under my nose just to spite me. Love potions, I repeated. I was beginning to feel like my mother's dead parrot. Do you hear yourself? Simon? I swallowed hard, unsure how to say what needed to be said. I wanted to be tactful, but enough was enough. You have to know love potions are not real, right? And that, he said with a derisive laugh, shows exactly what you know, Ms. Swift, which is absolutely nothing. All right, I said, holding up my hands in surrender. Then let me ask this. Why are you so angry? What's wrong with her selling love potions? Simon balled his hands into fists, the cords in his neck standing out as he clenched his jaw. Love magic is the most complicated magic on earth, he began, assuming the tone of a frustrated teacher lecturing a child. There are 8 different kinds of love. Each must be crafted carefully to suit the individual experiencing it and the situation. Imagine the catastrophe that would ensue if the love meant for a husband and wife was accidentally bestowed upon an architect for his work. We cannot have men running around trying to make love to buildings. I raised an eyebrow. That did sound like a public health conundrum. He continued, his pace slowing a bit as his temper cooled. Each person gives and receives love in their own way. What works for one may not work for another. Crafting the precise recipe for the right person at the right time requires skill and experience that Meliora has not yet mastered. It could have terrible consequences if she provided the wrong potion to the wrong person. He paused and stared at me. Are you following me so far? I nodded mutely. I understood the words coming out of his mouth, even if the whole thing sounded like it came right out of the pages of a spicy shifter romance with a bare-chested werewolf on the cover. How had this become my reality? Last week, I was planning a charity luncheon for the Boys and Girls Club. Now, I was listening to a madman rant about the potentially disastrous powers of ready-to-wear aphrodisiacs. Good, he said shortly, resuming his angry walk back toward the farm. Then you should know that misguided attempts at using love magic can do more harm than good. And that is why Meliora cannot be allowed to continue selling these potions. And if I were you, I'd chuck whatever she gave you into the bin and never look back. Whatever you do, don't use it. Love is troublesome enough when you think you know what you're getting into. I grunted my emphatic concurrence. That was one thing, at least, we could agree on. We found Penny wheeling a barrow full of straw from the big barn out back to the goat pen. She wore a pair of red denim overalls with a bright green bandana over her hair. She had a smear of mud across one cheek and a single long grass dangling from the corner of her mouth. As we approached, the girl set the wheelbarrow down, planted her hands on her hips, and cut her eyes at us suspiciously. You two are dressed awful spry today, she said, scrutinizing our outfits. Was today a vacation day and somebody forgot to tell me? Simon chuckled a wry apology. Not exactly. We've been hard at work, just not in the usual way. Ah. Penny nodded like she understood, though she was obviously still skeptical. So what kind of work has you two looking so fine? And more importantly, how do I get that job? My shoulders are killing me. They haven't been the same since I was in that knife-throwing accident. I inhaled sharply. Penny? Simon stepped between us, blocking my body and my admonishment with his slender frame. As it turns out, we could use your help. He bent to lift the wheelbarrow, oblivious to the mud he was getting on his trousers. We need your special brand of help with a mission. Her eyes lit up, and she clapped excitedly, her mouth drawing into a round little O as she spat out the grass. Simon motioned for us to follow as he trundled the wheelbarrow towards the chicken coop and away from any prying eyes or ears. He left the wheelbarrow outside as the three of us slipped into the warmth of the coop. Once inside, Penny plopped down onto an overturned bucket and stretched out her legs, rubbing her shoulders and groaning. Thanks for taking over the cart, she said. I was supposed to be done an hour ago, but Calliope got into the laundry, and Alex said it was my fault for not penning her up proper. Dealing with the hay was my recompense. She paused and shrugged her shoulders suggestively. Care to help a girl out? One good turn deserves another, she said. With a smile, Simon sidled up behind Penny, placed his hands on her shoulders, and began kneading her muscles. The girl closed her eyes and let her tongue loll from her mouth, practically melting with satisfaction. Ugh, that feels so good, she moaned, toes falling toward each other as her body relaxed. Do that for 5 more minutes, and I'll be your best friend. I'm afraid I've only got about 30 seconds left in me, he said, but hopefully, we can still be best friends. Eventually, the shoulder massage ended, and Penny complained only a little as she opened her eyes, looking a bit like she'd been drugged. Okie dokie. She leaned her head back and cracked her neck. What can I help you with? I pulled the deck of cards from my pocket as Simon dragged an empty chicken crate from the wall and turned it over. He took the cards from my hands, shook them free of their box, and spread them across the top of the crate. We need your help interpreting these cards, he said, tapping them for emphasis. Penny wrinkled her nose. That's it? You just want me to tell you your future? Simon shook his head. The query isn't about us exactly, it's about someone we want to help. Can you help with that? Well, sure, Penny breathed, her eyes going wide. She collected the cards into her hands, shuffling them with deft fingers. Which one of you wants to do the actual asking? Simon waved me over, and I approached the chicken crate tentatively. I'd never had my cards read before. I didn't even believe in such a thing. But Meg had tasked me with using the cards to unlock my potential. Maybe part of that meant surrendering my disbelief. I don't know. I'm sure I read somewhere that was a thing. Kind of like surrendering to a higher power, maybe. And if it was good enough for alcoholics, it was good enough for me. I dropped onto my haunches, rested my arms across my knees, and said, How can I best help Connie find peace? Penny handed the cards to me. Shuffle these for a bit, she said. You have to get your energy all over them for it to work. I took the cards, unsure what I was supposed to do. Penny had said something about energy, but I didn't know what that meant. I shuffled them as best as I could before handing them back to Penny with a shrug. One by one, Penny laid the cards in a cross pattern. She made little noises with the revelation of each card, an ooh here, an ah there. When she finished, she sat back, scooching her hands under her thighs and giving me a somber look. Are you sure you want to get involved with this? She asked. I blinked, confused. What? Why? Is something bad going to happen? What do you see? I can tell you what I see, Penny began. But if I do, you're bound by the vision. Once you know what I know, you can't unknow it. And sometimes the knowing can be the undoing. Do you understand? I looked to Simon questioningly, hoping for some assistance, but he just raised his brows in response, so I guessed I was on my own. That figured. I turned back to Penny. "Tell me," I said. Penny tapped a finger on the card at the spread's center. It was a heart pierced by 3 blades. "This is the 3 of Swords," she said. "It means heartbreak and sorrow. It looks like your friend Connie has been deeply hurt by someone she cares about, causing her significant emotional grief." "Well, that much is obvious," Simon muttered under his breath. Penny ignored him, peering intently at the cards, hovering her face close. "Whoever he is, he's got his hands on her heart," she whispered, "and he's wringing it dry for all it's worth." She gave me a piercing look before continuing. "It's terrible to be broken by someone you love." Instinctively, my thumb went to my wedding rings, worrying the jewels around my finger. I knew exactly what she meant, all too well. Was Penny reading the cards, or me? "That has to be Tom," I managed through clenched teeth. Simon nodded in agreement. "This here," Penny continued, moving on to a second card, "is the 10 of Swords." The card depicted a man lying on the ground with 10 swords stabbing him in the back. It's worrying because it means a big betrayal, and when you pair that with the 5 of Swords here, she moved her finger to a card depicting a man laughing at soldiers defeated in battle. It suggests someone is actively working against your friend. Someone is plotting her downfall. My nostrils flared. Her downfall? The poor woman has already lost so much. Why, that son of a— "That's not the worst of it," Penny continued. "This card right here is the moon. Things may not be as they seem, and something's happening beneath the surface, more than your friend Connie even knows. And taken with all these swords in the reading, I wouldn't be surprised if it was very serious." Penny drew her hands into her lap and refocused on me. "So that's why I asked. Are you sure you want to get involved with this? There's a lot of darkness here," she said. "If you get drawn into it, you might not make your way back out." I chuckled gently. "Thanks. I may not be the picture of mental health, but I think I can handle a little romantic spat." Penny reached out and took my hand, fingers squeezing against my bones. "That's not what I mean," she said, her voice low. Her eyes were glassy and unfocused, looking through rather than at me. When she spoke again, cold dread filled my belly. "I'm telling you, there's a future where you don't make it out." I snatched my hand away, pressing it against my heart as I glared at her through the deteriorating afternoon light. Why would she say something like that? Didn't she know how creepy that sounded? Or was this just another one of her lies? But before I could demand an explanation, Penny shook herself, her regular cheer and brightness returning as she stood up, knocking the bucket on its side. "Well, I hope that was helpful," she said. "I better get back to the goats, or Alex'll have my hide. See you two at dinner." I stared after her as she traipsed out of the henhouse, like nothing in the world was the matter. I turned my gaze to Simon. "What on earth just happened?" The man clucked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. "I believe we just received a warning from an oracle." He smiled then, a devilish grin that made me feel something I wasn't prepared to ponder. "I don't know about you, Miss Swift, but I'm even more invested than ever." I frowned as I rose to my feet, dusting myself off. I was quickly learning that Hay had a habit of getting everywhere, sticking to everything. "I don't know," I drawled uneasily. "It sounds dangerous. We don't know anything about this guy, Tom, and that warning from Penny sounded ominous." Simon turned to me, taking me by the shoulders. His grip was firm, fingers sinking through my coat to dig into my flesh. "My dear girl, what's a little peril between friends? Could you really live with yourself if you knew this woman was in trouble and you did feck all to help her? Is that the sort of woman you are?" I tried to swallow, but my throat had gone dry. I didn't believe in oracles or tarot cards or any of this timey-wimey nonsense, so why was I so distressed? But it was more than the psychic stuff that had me weirded out. It was Simon holding me by the shoulders. It was me standing in a chicken coop in the only pair of boots I owned. It was me not in elite company, not taking tennis lessons at the country club, not surrounded by vacuous women with fake blonde hair and faker boobs. It was me not married to Nathan and unsure how to answer the most straightforward question. Is this who you are, Temperance? I'd never have thought any of this was who I was, yet here I stood. I opened my mouth, suddenly too tired to defend or define myself. I don't know, I admitted. Simon's grip did not lessen. Fine. Then is that the sort of woman you want to be? I hesitated a heartbeat. 2. Then I lifted my chin, certain this time. No, that's not who I want to be. Simon squeezed my shoulders before releasing me with a triumphant grin. That's the spirit. I knew I liked you, Ms. Swift. I knew it the moment I laid eyes on you. Now. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper as he rubbed his palms together. Best get inside and have a shower before dinner. Remember, don't tell anyone our plan. It's just between you and me. I nodded, chewing my lips. Right. Simon? The man paused. Yes? Do we have a plan? A glint of mischief shimmered in his eyes. Well, not yet, darling, but the day is young. Have a little faith, won't you? He mimed tipping his hat at me before waltzing out the door, leaving me alone with my thoughts, the chickens, and the hay. Chapter 9. I awoke the next morning to find a note stuck to my lampshade. Ms. Swift, I have early morning business to attend. Give Connie my apologies and see that she gets this. Simon. Lying on my desk with a corner tucked beneath the lamp was a glossy 8x10 headshot of Simon. Across the bottom, in black Sharpie, he'd scribbled, "To Veronica, you have wretched taste in art. XOXO Cupid." I slid the photograph directly into the wastepaper basket. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and was staggering out of bed when I suddenly went numb. The note stuck to my lampshade meant Simon had been in my bedroom. Without my permission, while I was sleeping. The sheer mortification of someone seeing me in my pajamas, my hair a mess, and no makeup on was more upsetting than the idea of someone invading my private space. Had I been snoring? Or worse, drooling? I snatched the note from the lamp, crumbled it up, and threw it in the garbage. I'd have to have a word with Simon about boundaries later. But first, coffee. I had barely reached the bottom of the stairs when an overwhelmingly delicious scent filled my nose. Someone was cooking pancakes. I'd never been much of a breakfast person. Morning yoga classes, jogging sessions, and meeting the ladies for coffee left little time for bacon and eggs. But I always had a soft spot for pancakes, French toast, waffles, any bread drenched in syrup, really. The very thought made my mouth water. I followed my nose into the kitchen but stopped short when I saw someone I didn't recognize standing at the stove. She was a tall woman with striking features and a regal air. Her hair was silvery platinum and flowed down her back in gentle waves. Her feet were bare, and she wore a white waffle-knit housecoat, cinched tightly at the waist. She saw me lingering in the doorway and lifted a carefully plucked brow. "You're the new girl," she said, looking me up and down. "The one Penny was painting. Literally." "That's me," I said, trying not to look pathetic. She looked queenly in her pajamas. I had a feeling I presented less graciously. On the other side of the kitchen, someone had laid out an assortment of crumbling white cheeses, sliced red tomatoes, bread, and olive oil. And of course, coffee. Blessed coffee. I lifted my chin. "Is that breakfast?" The woman scrunched her nose. "If you can call it that. I'm making tiganitas if you want some." I glanced at the stove, and my stomach rumbled. They look like pancakes. They are pancakes, she agreed. Greek pancakes. Do you want some or not? I can't eat them. They'll ruin my figure. Her eyes narrowed as she evaluated me beneath my flannel nightgown. You, on the other hand? She shrugged. I chose not to let her bait me. If you can't eat them, why make them? The woman shifted her weight, prodding the tiganitas with her spatula. Meg wants me to do something with my hands, and Tessa says cooking is therapeutic. It helps me focus on something other than myself. She looked up then, that bored expression hardly flickering when she said, I'm Colette. I straightened. I stopped myself from saying narcissist and instead said the goddess. Colette's head snapped up, her eyes going wide. She seemed so surprised, I thought she might drop the spatula. Have you heard of me? She breathed. I frowned, confused. Of course, I heard about you from Penny. Colette closed her eyes, her expression crumbling as I realized my mistake. She was supposedly a forgotten goddess, and I'd just intimated that I knew of her outside of the farm. I'd gotten her hopes up. What was it Penny had said? If you'd heard of her, she'd be one step closer to going home. I swiveled my wedding rings with my thumb. Sorry about that. I'm Temperance. Colette had already dismissed me, though, her attention back on her tiganitas. She flipped one over in the frying pan before turning down the gas flame. I stepped around Colette as I headed to the counter to make myself a small breakfast of feta cheese, tomatoes, flatbread, and olive oil for dipping. I really wanted some of those pancakes, but I'd be damned if I would ask. I sat down at the breakfast nook and smeared a bit of cheese on a tomato, watching Colette. Finally, she said, Well, I haven't heard much about you. Why are you here? I poured myself a tall mug of coffee and took a long, blissful sip, letting the hot liquid warm me from the inside. Oh, well, I burned my house down. Allegedly. Colette paused, spatula hanging in the air. She gave me a long blink, but otherwise her face was a mask. Why? To teach my husband a lesson, I said with a satisfied grin as I chomped down on a piece of flatbread. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. Colette's eyes narrowed as she tipped her head to the side, evaluating me once again. After a long while, she said, And the sisters don't mind? I shrugged, happy to have piqued her interest, but bummed that she didn't appear to be a fan of the musical Chicago. That was something we could have bonded over. What can I say? I'd always been a glutton for a mean girl's approval, and Colette struck me as the ultimate mean girl. I mean, I don't think they approve, if that's what you mean. It isn't what I mean, she said, looking at me now like I'd just said something idiotic. My momentary self-satisfaction evaporated into thin air. The sisters usually don't like it when we take punishment into our own hands. Why not? I asked. Colette lifted a wan shoulder before flipping another pancake. I guess they're worried they'll be out of a job, she said. I finished my breakfast with a sigh. I suppose I can understand that. I guess they get a lot of satisfaction from the work they do. I mean, why else do it, right? You'd have to be nuts to take on a house full of crazy people unless you really love it. You would have to be nuts, Colette agreed, turning the fire off on the stove. Mad as a hatter, in fact. But then, most everyone is mad here. And then she turned and walked right out of the kitchen, leaving the pancakes untouched in their skillet. I watched her go, a sinking sensation growing in my stomach. That hadn't gone as well as I'd hoped. But then, why'd I hope to make friends with a delusional narcissist in the first place? You're losing it, Tempe, I said aloud. Or maybe this is just what Alice felt like when she tumbled down that rabbit hole. Then, glancing at the microwave clock, I jumped up, dumped my dishes in the sink, grabbed a pancake off the stove, and darted off to begin my day. Connie greeted me with a frown, peering over my shoulder. Where's Simon? I scoffed, though I could hardly blame her for asking about my well-dressed companion. He might be a handful to put up with, but he was definitely easy on the eyes. Sorry, he left a note saying he couldn't make it. I left out the bit about the 8x10 I'd thrown in the trash. I guess it's just us girls today. Connie was visibly disappointed, but shrugged it off with a cluck of her tongue as she ushered me inside. Well, actually, honey, I'm just about to step out. I know that's terribly rude of me, but my doctor had a cancellation. At my age, you take every opportunity to treat your aches and pains as soon as possible. Do you mind working with my brother, Nick? He came over to take some of these things over to yesteryear vintage. Nick says some of it might be worth some money. Do you mind? I shrugged. Of course I don't mind. However I can help. At that moment, a man entered the living room, rolling his sleeves over his elbows. He looked a lot like Connie, with the same blue eyes and plump, round cheeks. But he was quite a bit younger, with only a few strands of silver threading through his hay-blonde hair. When he saw me, his face lit up, and he stepped closer, extending a hand in greeting. You must be Temperance, he said. Connie told me so much about you. I'm Nick. I shook his hand, offering a smile of my own. It's nice to meet you. I hear we're going to be moving buddies today. Nick chuckled, throwing a playful glance at his sister. I'm surprised you got this pack rat to part with any of this stuff. I've been on her for years to clean this place up. What's your secret? What did you say that I didn't? I don't think it's so much what I said as who I brought with me, I said, winking at Connie. The older woman blushed profusely and made a shooing motion at me. Sometimes it takes a stranger to put things in perspective. Well, whatever it takes, I guess. Nick ran a hand through his hair, wrinkling a brow as he looked around. Connie? Do you want me to get a couple guys together and get this piano out of your hair? It's just sitting around collecting dust. Connie sighed, shaking her head. No, I don't think so. I know it's silly, but it's all I have of Jocelyn now, and you know how I feel about things like that. Nick kissed his sister on the cheek. She was a good friend to you for many years. I get it. He straightened, looking around. You guys need to be getting out of here soon, don't you? Where did Bridget go? I'm here. A woman ambled into the living room, one hand on the small of her back, the other rubbing the nape of her neck. She stepped up to Nick, planted a kiss on his cheek, and then turned to me. Hey, you must be Temperance. Nick motioned between us. Temperance, this is my fiancée, Bridget. Bridge, this is Connie's friend, Temperance. It's nice to meet you, I said. Bridget pressed her hands to her lower back, arching as she twisted this way and that, a frown scribbled across her face. She released herself and shook her arms out, craning to survey the piles of boxes in the living room. Well, it looks like you two have your work cut out for yourselves, she said. Thank God I have bad joints and am honorably excused from manual labor. Nick rolled his eyes. Bad joints, diabetes, depression. Choose your excuse. You have so many. Bridget poked out her tongue. Joke all you want. One of these days I'll be old and feeble and you'll have to carry around my insulin in a purse, just like I do. Even give me my shots. Who'll be laughing then? Not you, Nick said soberly, because you'll probably still have depression. Bridget punched her partner in the arm and laughed. It's a good thing you're cute, she said. She turned her smile to Connie and motioned for the door. You ready to go? Watching them, I felt a pang of jealousy. I'd never heard anyone joke about their illnesses before, especially not mental illness. In my family, anything approaching a divergence from the mean was brushed under a rug or sent to a halfway house in upstate New York until the whole mess blew over. At that moment, I wished I had someone to joke about all my idiosyncrasies and imperfections with. It might have made me feel normal. Connie took one last look at the boxes, fretting visibly. For a brief, horrible second, I thought she would change her mind. But then she shook herself and gave a curt nod. I think I am, yes. Let me grab my purse, and we'll be off. I hefted a box onto a hip and followed Nick out to his truck as the two women got into Bridget's car. I slid the box into the bed and glanced back over my shoulder. "I think we dodged a bullet back there," I said. "I think your sister was this close to changing her mind." "I wouldn't have let that happen. Don't worry," he chuckled. When her husband first moved out, Zach and Veronica convinced Connie to get rid of some of her junk. Not only to make space, but also for the extra cash. She let the kids take a few boxes, but then quickly put the kibosh on that. Said she wasn't ready. But enough time has passed, and I won't let my sister rot away in a pile of useless junk. "That's very noble of you," I said. "She's lucky to have you." "We're lucky to have each other," he said with a nod. "What's the point of family if you can't lean on them when things get hard?" I snorted, but had no answer to that. For the next half an hour, we loaded the truck. When the vehicle was full, we locked up the house and made the short drive over to the antique shop. As soon as I unbuckled my seatbelt to climb out, Nick held up a finger. He got out of the truck, walked around to my side, and opened my door with a sheepish grin. "Old-fashioned, I know," he said, his cheeks pink with apology. "But my mother raised me right, and I wouldn't want to embarrass her memory by shirking my gentlemanly duties." I grinned as I climbed from the truck, taking Nick's proffered hand to ease my way onto the street. I couldn't help but be impressed. I couldn't remember the last time a man had done that for me. A girl could get used to treatment like that. "You won't hear any complaints from me," I said. "Good manners never go out of style." Nick hurried ahead to get the door, holding it for me as I entered yesteryear vintage. I blinked as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. Inside, the air smelled musty, like old paper and moldering clothing. Still, I could tell the place had some merit. As I followed Nick to the back of the store, I saw a collection of Tiffany lamps, some high-end hair-end tea services, and a rack of original Gunna Sachs dresses. It was the kind of curated, ramshackle place Lindsay and I would peruse on Sunday afternoons after a long brunch, spending too much money on things we didn't need, thanks to a morning of bottomless mimosas. We wended our way to a counter at the back of the store. Nick slammed his hand on a silver bell, and a moment later, a man emerged from the back room. "Nick!" The man walked around the counter, extending a hand and slapping Nick good-naturedly on the shoulder as they shook. "It's been too long, my friend." Nick grinned. "It certainly has. How have you been?" The man waved a hand, dismissing the question. "Oh, I can't complain. I've got my health, so I've got everything." His gaze shifted to me, and his smile deepened. "And who is this lovely lady? Friend of Bridget's? Because I know she's no friend of yours. This one's got class." Nick laughed and motioned for me to step nearer, which I did. "This is Connie's friend, Temperance. Temperance. This is my old, emphasis on old, friend Hans." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Hans said, adroitly ignoring the jab. "Any friend of Connie's is a friend of mine, even though I'm questioning your choice of accompaniment at this particular moment. So," he clapped his hands together, "what brings you two in today?" Nick jabbed a thumb over his shoulder. "We have a truck full of old junk we'd like to unload," he said. "Bunch of stuff from Connie's she doesn't need anymore. Think you can take it off our hands?" Hans crossed his arms and rocked back on his heels with a genial grin. "Well, I always do what I can. I can't promise to take it all," he said, "but I'll give you a fair deal on anything I can sell." He gestured to the back room. "Why don't you and I haul it in, and I'll take a look." I started to follow the two men to the truck, but Nick stopped me short. "We can take it from here," he said. Hans is even more of a stickler for chivalry than I am. This shouldn't take long, though. Hans is stronger than he looks. He flashed me a smile and a wink, and before I could argue, the two men disappeared outside, leaving me alone in the store. I smiled as I folded my arms over my chest, giving myself a little hug. For the first time in a while, I was free to do the one thing I was put on this earth for. Shopping. I wandered around the store, gently handling vintage lace tablecloths, baby shoes from the Great Depression, and a variety of leather-bound books. I fondled porcelain music boxes, hand-painted silk fans, and an assortment of lacquered hand mirrors. I padded slowly through the shop, admiring the haphazard collection of objects from bygone eras, items once cherished and now discarded. As I examined each piece, I wondered what brought it here, where it had been before, where it might go next. The men were hauling in the last of the boxes, chatting about some movie they'd recently seen. I was reluctantly about to head back to the counter when my gaze landed on an old painting. I stepped closer to examine it more carefully. Upon closer look, it wasn't a painting, but an old print, yellowed with age. In the foreground, spotted horses grazed lazily in a pasture, tails and ears twitching. Behind them, rolling green hills butted against a gray, cloud-clotted sky. The frame was sturdy and probably to another person's taste, but had seen some water damage over the years. Nothing about the piece was to my liking. Frankly, it was homely, the kind of thing you'd make polite cooing noises at when your Pilates instructor shows you what she made in her wine and painting class. And yet, as soon as I saw it, an electric trill ran down my spine. I plucked the artwork from the wall, my lip tucked under my teeth as I held it at arm's length to examine it. It really was an ugly thing. I had to buy it. I carried the print over to the counter, where Hans was sifting through the first of Connie's boxes. He paused when he saw me, eyes widening at my treasure. "Ah," he said, gently taking the print and setting it down on the counter. "Now, this is something special. The original was painted in 1967 by Irma Winslow. Do you know her work?" I shook my head. "No, but this isn't for me," I admitted. "I think it will make the perfect gift for someone I know." "Well, that's very thoughtful." Hans caressed the frame, his fingers lingering on the corners. "It's a unique piece, though not in the best condition. And this is certainly not its original frame. Since you're a friend of Connie's, I'll let you have it for $50. I hesitated, considering. It was an old, ugly, battered print, and I suspected it wasn't worth a fraction of that price. Still, something in the back of my mind was screaming for me to buy it, and it wasn't like I couldn't afford it. At least I was pretty sure I could afford it. I hadn't exactly checked my bank account since being trundled off to the farm. Would Nathan clean me out? No, he was a slime ball, but he wouldn't do that. Would he? 50 is a bit steep, I said carefully. Is there any wiggle room at all? Hans sighed heavily as he dithered and tapped his chin, pretending to weigh my request like granting it could mean he and his family might go hungry for a month. Well, now, see, it's a precious piece. I could maybe go down to $45, but that's as low as I can go. I considered it for a moment. $40, and you've got yourself a deal. Hans slapped the counter with his palm. Sold! We shook on it, and Hans carefully wrapped the artwork before handing it to me. I hope you get a lot of joy out of that, he said. Just then, Nick emerged from the back room, dusting his hands off on his jeans. I think that's everything, Hans. You need anything else from me? Hans returned his attention to the box on the counter. Nope, that's it. It'll take me some time to go through all this. I should have an offer for you in the morning. I'll call you. I followed Nick out of the store, my hideous find tucked under my arm. Nick opened the door for me again, and I slipped the artwork into the back seat before climbing into my own. So, before we make our way back, Nick said as he started the engine, I was hoping we could make a quick pit stop. I need to grab some tea for Bridget. She's been complaining about aches and fatigue, and Blythe's kind of an urban legend around here. Besides, if you haven't been to Blythe's yet, you don't know what you're missing. You game? I shrugged good-naturedly. I've got nowhere to be. Nick gave me the thumbs up, and off we went. Blythe's tea garden sat between a trendy stationery store and a bustling candle shop. On the other side of the street was Cupidity, where Simon and Meliora had had their showdown. I couldn't help but notice that the little perfumery seemed to be pretty busy. Nick opened the door to Blythe's, and a bell jingled as we stepped inside. The bright, sweet smells of lemon verbena, mint, and others I couldn't identify greeted us at the door, along with some lo-fi music loud enough to groove to but not loud enough to be distracting. In fact, everything about Blythe's seemed calculated and designed for comfort. Plush sofas and armchairs clustered around small tables, each topped with an ornate tea set. Every wall was lined with tea and tea accoutrements, from mainstays like Earl Grey and English breakfast to more exotic blends labeled synchronicity, dubious weather, and Sunday in Copenhagen. If I didn't know better, I'd say this place was a front for a weed dispensary. A woman behind the counter looked up from her phone, a pre-lit smile at the ready. When she saw Nick, however, her customer service grin faltered, giving way to concern. She folded her arms over her chest. "Well, hey there, Nick. Back so soon? Did Connie not like that last blend you bought?" Nick waved this away with a shake of his head. "Nothing like that, Blythe. Connie loves your tea. I'm here about my fiancé. She sent me to get some joint balancing tea. I hope you know what she's talking about." The woman laughed and placed her hands on her hips in a playful posture that belied her age. She was perhaps in her mid-50s, with dark brown skin, sculpted cheekbones, and a head full of silver box braids that reached the middle of her back. "What do you take me for?" she chided. "I know exactly what Bridget needs." She motioned between us and gestured to a comfy chair in the waiting area. "Make yourselves comfortable. I'll have your tea ready in just a moment." We settled onto a sofa, and I leaned back, stretching out my legs as I looked around appreciatively at all the different teas on display. It was impressive. I saw various herbs and dried fruits from around the world. So, Blythe's back was to us, scooping her selections into a metal bowl as she worked. "I know just about everybody in Haven's End, and I don't think I know your friend." She paused only long enough to glance at Nick and me over her shoulder. "Are you going to introduce us?" Before Nick or I could respond, however, the front door flew open, and a woman staggered through, looking as sad and careworn as I've ever seen a person. She was middle-aged and slight, wearing black from head to toe. Her face was tear-stained, her cheeks ruddy from the elements or crying. I couldn't tell. She drifted past us and skulked up to the counter. She paused only a moment before rapping her knuckles urgently against the hardwood. Blythe spun around, spilling the herbs she'd been collecting. She looked ready to hand out a tongue lashing, but when she recognized the customer, she schooled herself to stillness. With a steadying breath, she squared her shoulders and paced over to the counter, forced serenity replacing her annoyance. "It's good to see you, Diana," Blythe said. Her voice was warm and even. "How are you holding up?" Diana tried on a smile, but it didn't fit, slipping helplessly from her lips. "I've seen better days," she admitted. "I didn't mean to startle you. Lately, I've been taking out my grief on everyone and everything around me. I hope you can forgive me." Blythe's eyes turned liquid, and she covered Diana's hand with her own, giving her fingers a gentle squeeze. "No forgiveness needed. I think I can summon a bit of grace for you," she said. "It's not every day you lose your mother. I'm so sorry for your loss." "Thank you. Have you got something to help me sleep?" Diana's voice was thin and raspy. "The past few days have been impossible. I'm having nightmares, Blythe." The woman sniveled, trembling, and I guessed it cost her dearly to hold her composure. Blythe held up a finger and turned her attention to Nick. "Do you mind waiting a moment while I take care of this?" Nick held up both his hands. "I wasn't raised in a barn," he said. "By all means." Blythe smiled her thanks as she began scooping herbs for the grieving woman. After a moment, Diana turned to face Nick, taking a long, deliberate, noisy breath through her nostrils. "I don't suppose your uncle has any leads?" she asked. Nick pressed his lips in a hard line, color rising in his cheeks. "The sheriff is Bridget's uncle, not mine." The woman froze like she'd been slapped in the face. "My mother was murdered in her home," Diana said, chewing the words as she spoke them. "And I've heard neither hide nor hair from the sheriff since the investigation began, and you want to play semantic games with me?" Nick sighed, stifling a groan as he ran a hand through his hair. He doesn't tell us anything, he said. He'd never discuss work in front of us, let alone a murder. It would be unprofessional. Diana scoffed, taking a step nearer. Unprofessional? My mother's dead, and you're saying discussing that tragedy is unprofessional? Nick sighed, and I saw the tendons stretch in his neck as he tried to keep his composure. I'm sorry, Diana. That's not what I meant. All I can tell you is I've never heard him discuss the case. What he and Bridget discuss in the privacy of their home is not my business. Ugh, their home, Diana sneered with a roll of her eyes. The fact that the sheriff lives with his niece proves he's too old and feeble for the job. No wonder he hasn't found my mother's killer yet. He's not feeble, Nick replied. He's only staying with Bridget while his kitchen's being renovated. You know that. Hell, everybody knows that. Cut me some slack, Diana. I haven't seen the man since this whole thing started. Diana's stare was so sharp, I was sure Nick would bleed at any moment. This whole thing? She repeated. This whole thing? Nicholas Neighbors, if I didn't know better— Okay, Diana, your order is ready. Blythe's voice was louder than necessary as she leaned over the counter, handing Diana a carefully folded paper bag. Custom blended nap time tea. Steep that for no more than 3 minutes in hot but not boiling water. Drink 1 full cup at bedtime. You can sweeten it or not, it's up to you. That should help with the nightmares, too. And don't even think about trying to pay me, Blythe scolded when Diana reached for her pocketbook. Go home and get some rest. I'll see you soon. Silence settled over the shop as Diana gave Nick one last glare before sweeping out the front door. I turned, angling my body toward Blythe, who had returned to preparing Nick's order. Was that Jocelyn's daughter? Blythe nodded without turning around. Yes. She's not usually that brusque. Yes, she is, Nick cut in, but grief does strange things to people. Blythe turned around, a paper bag in hand as she gave Nick a pointed look. Around here, we give grace to women who have just lost their mothers. She pressed the bag into Nick's hands before turning to me. Anything for you? Actually, I glanced around the shop, deciding. I'm not much of a tea drinker, but can you give me some of whatever Connie usually gets? Blythe nodded. Sure. Nick gets her the energetic blend and the sleepy time blend I just made for Diana. Do you want both? Just the energizing blend, I said. According to Connie, that sleepy time blend will knock me on my butt. I prefer to keep my wits about me. Blythe smirked, rolling her eyes good-naturedly. You don't have to worry about that, she said as she prepared my order. Connie exaggerates. That blend is very soothing, but it won't knock you out like a sleeping pill. But it also won't leave you groggy the next day, so I prefer it. She passed over the bag. Together or separate? As I said, separate, Nick said. Together, and opened his wallet. I tried to object, but Nick edged me away from the cash register, giving me a stern glance I knew better than to object to. Gentleman's chivalry. Who was I to argue? Chapter 10. All I'm saying is, I think you've lost your mind. The next morning, Simon and I stood on Connie's stoop, waiting for her to answer the door. I could hear her deep in the house, cursing out the cat as she made her way for the door. I shifted my weight, adjusting the horse painting under my arm. That's pretty rich coming from a guy who thinks he's Cupid, I retorted through clenched teeth. Don't misunderstand me, he continued. It's not simply that it's an absolutely hideous piece of art. I mean, absolutely dreadful. No, my objection is to the very idea that a woman with a hoarding problem needs to acquire more art in the first place. Really, Miss Swift, it's utter madness. I'm sane as salt water, I said. Simon scoffed with a roll of his eyes. "Oh, you are nothing of the sort. Need I remind you that you've been court-ordered to serve 1 year of mandatory detention in a mental health facility?" "You don't need to remind me of anything. At least I was here yesterday." I kept my eyes straight ahead, refusing to meet Simon's gaze. "Oh, pish-posh. I don't suppose you asked Connie about what we saw in the tarot cards, did you?" I bit my cheek as I fidgeted, my face burning red. "Actually, I forgot." Simon clucked his tongue. "Well, look who doesn't need reminding." He smirked as my face flushed redder. "It's too bad you didn't forget to purchase that absolute travesty." "Look, I know how ridiculous it looks," I said. "I'm not an idiot, but I saw the painting and knew Connie had to have it. I can't explain it exactly. It's just that sometimes I see things and know they belong with a specific person. The good news is, it makes me fantastic at giving presents for birthdays and Christmas." "Oh, I doubt that. If all your gifts are of a similar taste, you simply have the politest friends and family on earth." Finally, the front door opened. A flustered Connie ushered us into the living room, where open cardboard boxes of hand towels, small dishes, cooking utensils, and cookbooks were scattered about. "I'm so sorry," she said. "It's that cat, strong-willed." I looked around, catching sight of Gargamel snarling at me from under the coffee table. Strong-willed was a polite phrase for her. I motioned at the boxes. "You got started without us?" Connie nodded. "Well, without you, yes, but not on my own. Nick and Bridget stopped by early this morning to drop off my check from Hans. They helped me pack up a few more things." She stopped speaking and looked down at my hands. "What have you got there?" "This is for you," I said, holding the art out to her. "I saw it at the antique store with your brother, and I thought you'd like it." "Oh!" Connie stood aghast, making no move to reach for the painting. Her eyes flicked to Simon, and in my peripheral vision, I saw my worthless sidekick shrug and circle a finger around his temple, making the universal sign for cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Finally, remembering her manners, she stepped toward me, taking the painting. "Oh, that's, very kind of you," she managed. I saw Simon smothering a chuckle and forced myself not to throw him the dirtiest look I could muster. Connie, too, was gracious enough to ignore him as she pretended to admire the painting. "Well, I think I have just the place for this," she said, leaning the picture at the foot of the stairs. "I've been looking for something to put in the upstairs bathroom. I'll hang it the next time I head up. Do you mind if we start with a bit of tea? I've just boiled a kettle." We followed Connie into the kitchen, choosing seats around her table. The older woman offered me a tea bag, which I dropped into my cup as she poured the water. I sat forward, breathing in the hot, spicy steam. "Is this from Blythe's?" Connie tutted, squeezing herself into the seat beside me. "I wish, but not this time. Blythe's is the best, but also expensive, and I'm on a fixed income. I mostly drink the good stuff when my brother brings it over, and I'm fresh out. No, this is just grocery store. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all," I said, wrapping my hands around the porcelain as the tea steeped. It wasn't coffee, but at least it was warm, and drinking it would give me something to concentrate on as I began a very awkward conversation. "So, Connie, can I ask you a weird question?" The older woman's eyes brightened, her round cheeks blooming pink. "Ooh, this doesn't sound like everyday water cooler chat. Yes, please, ask me something weird. I'm already intrigued. Does it have to do with that painting you brought?" I blushed as Simon kicked me under the chair, making an "I told you so" face he didn't even try to hide. I pointedly ignored him. "No, it doesn't. I was just wondering, well, this is harder to ask than I expected. Do you believe in things you can't explain? Psychics or the supernatural or visions?" As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I wanted to kick myself. I sounded like a bona fide head case. Connie nibbled on a biscotti cookie, crumbs falling down the front of her shirt. She brushed them away absently. Well, I suppose I've never really put it that way, but I guess I do, yes. I've had prophetic dreams from time to time myself. I set my teacup down. It rattled against the saucer. Really? Connie nodded, a sheepish smile spreading over her lips. Yes, it's happened a few times over the years. Nothing spectacular, mind you, usually just snippets of future events that come to me in my sleep. She picked a biscotti crumb off her shirt and placed it onto her saucer. Of course, they don't always manifest the way I imagine. Sometimes it can be very unexpected. Is it too forward to ask? Simon drawled. For specifics? Connie looked away momentarily before meeting Simon's gaze again with a chagrined shrug. Oh, silly things, like I'll dream about a natural disaster, and the next day I'll find a rabbit has destroyed my strawberry patch. I glanced at Simon, relieved to see him grinning from around his teacup. That's nice, he managed. The reason I asked, I said, throwing Simon a warning glance as I swallowed down my own smile, is because I have a friend who sometimes sees things. And I don't want to alarm you, but she's worried about you. She thinks someone in your life may be up to no good. Connie's eyes grew wide as she leaned back in her chair, hand reaching up nervously to finger the collar of her shirt. Oh, my stars, she said. Is that right? Up to no good how? That's the thing, Simon said. We don't know. She wasn't very specific. We were hoping you could tell us. Connie blinked, shaking her head in bewilderment. Well, I'm sure I don't know. What exactly do you mean? Drumming his fingers on the tabletop, Simon gazed off into the distance as he thought. Have you noticed anything odd lately? Like money missing from a bank account or important documents not where you left them. Maybe strange people lurking around the house. Connie glanced from Simon to me and back again. Nothing like that, she breathed. I keep a close eye on my accounts, and all my important documents are either in a safe or a safe deposit box at the bank, like they should be. Simon nodded, but I saw the gears in his head still turning. So you haven't noticed anything out of order? Perhaps friends or family members acting strangely? After shaking her head in response, Connie suddenly closed her mouth and tilted her head to one side, a curious expression on her face. Well, now that you mention it, something weird did happen a few weeks ago, she said hesitantly. I didn't think much of it then, but maybe it's significant? Simon rolled his hand in a get-on-with-it motion and leaned in. Do tell, he said. Connie's eyes listed upward as she thought. Well, I was having a sandwich at a cafe over in Bainbridge after a doctor's visit. A young woman stopped by my table to compliment my shirt. It was a gift from Veronica. She'd turned one of my paintings into a t-shirt. So I told the girl that, and she seemed surprised. Then she asked if I was Constance's neighbors. She plopped her chin into her hands and wriggled her eyebrows. Then it was my turn to be surprised. Because while everyone might know me here in Haven's End, it's not like I'm a household name outside our little hamlet. But I told her, yes, that's me. And then she said something strange. Simon leaned forward. What did she say? She said I didn't look how she imagined, Connie replied. Well, that sent me for a loop. I thought maybe I knew this girl's mother or something, but she said she'd read an interview with me in Studio Muse Review. I frowned. Well, what's so weird about that? I mean, other than people reading art magazines for fun, I joked. Connie shrugged. Well, nothing. Except I've never given any interviews for Studio Muse Review. Never given any kind of interview, ever. Who'd want to interview me? I froze and my heart skipped a beat. I looked over at Simon, whose expression mirrored my own. That is strange, he said carefully. Did you look up the interview in question? Connie chuckled and waved this away with a flick of her fingers. Oh no, of course not. No internet at my house and I don't have a smartphone. Besides, I can't be bothered to dig up an interview about me when I already know everything about myself worth knowing. Simon and I exchanged looks, and I quirked an eyebrow as if to ask, Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Simon tapped his fingertips together and donned his sweetest smile. "Connie, out of curiosity, would you mind showing us the shirt in question? And maybe even the artwork it was based on?" Connie grunted as she stood from the table. She held up a finger as she trundled through the kitchen and into a hallway. "I think the shirt is in the laundry," she called. A moment later, we heard the rustling of clothes and the sound of plastic bins sliding along the linoleum floor. "Aha, yes, here it is." She brought the shirt back and spread it on the table. It was an oil portrait of a cat in a pirate suit. Like the other paintings, it was beautifully rendered. The eyes looked alive and the fur so lush, I could imagine my fingers sinking into it like silky grass. "As for the painting it's based on," Connie said, "I'm afraid I can't find it. It must be in the attic somewhere, but as I've said before, I just have too many things and not enough time." "Well," she pushed her cup and saucer away. "Shall we get started?" We worked for several hours before calling it a day. Slowly but surely, the house was beginning to look like a home. When we were finished, Simon and I hugged Connie goodbye and stepped out into the crisp, fresh air. Out on the sidewalk, Simon pulled on his gloves. "Now that's done, we're going to look up that article, yes? I assume you don't share Miss Neighbor's disdain for the internet?" "I do not," I agreed as we began walking into town. "Let's go find some lunch first, though." "Any place you can recommend?" "There's a little sandwich shop just up the road. Their clam chowder is to die for." We dug our hands into our pockets and continued our walk. Simon pointed out a few local landmarks as we went, like the old Victorian-style house with a giant wraparound porch, supposedly haunted, and the record shop that specialized in old-timey jazz albums. I made appreciative sounds as he talked, but I didn't really have any use for ghosts or records. I'd probably forget everything anyway. Finally, we arrived at the sandwich shop and found a cozy spot near the back window. We settled in and immediately dug out our phones. "What did she say the magazine was called?" I asked. "Studio Muse Review." He tapped something into his phone, and a second later, an airdropped message appeared with a link. I clicked it and began reading. Cat Couture, Constance Neighbor's enigmatic portraits take the art world by storm. Constance Neighbors hails from a small town in Kentucky where she grew up an only child to a single mother. But you'd never know it from her work. Upon catching even a glimpse of her masterpieces, you might think Constance herself stepped out of the pages of a fantasy novel. Constance has been creating exquisite paintings for several decades. Her artwork has been featured in prestigious galleries worldwide, where it has been met with great acclaim. Her paintings depict cats in elaborate and detailed costumes, which are so realistic they seem to leap off the canvas. Perhaps her most famous portrait is Louis the Black, pictured left, a rendition of a long-haired white Maine Coon wearing a historically accurate Victorian coat and a tricorn hat with an eye patch. Her most recent exhibition, Whiskers and Wigs, was held at the prestigious Gallery M in Paris, where her paintings sold for astronomical prices. Art lovers who attended the exhibition described the experience as mind-blowing and unforgettable. However, purchasing her artwork is not for the faint of heart or the poor in pocketbook. One art collector said, "It's a dream of mine to own one of her pieces. Unfortunately, they sell out so quickly and demand is skyrocketing." Despite her immense success, Constance is a recluse and shies away from the limelight. She eschews modern technology. She has neither a smartphone nor an email address, and does not allow herself to be photographed. Her aversion to technology may have paid off, however, for her paintings showcase a mastery of color, composition, lighting, and shading nearly unheard of in the digital age. Constance's paintings are dearly sought after, and her shows are often sold out before they even open. Her work has garnered a loyal following of collectors willing to pay top dollar for her masterful creations. There was more to the article, mostly vacuous questions from an interviewer with elusive answers from Constance. But I only skimmed it. Something felt off about the whole thing. Nothing I'd just read sounded at all like the Constance I knew. "This is unreal," I said when I'd finished. "Connie is a world-famous painter? Those cat paintings of hers are selling for who knows how much money? Does that make any sense to you?" "This is very strange indeed," Simon said, sliding his phone across the table as a server brought over our sandwiches. "Here, it says she lives in Kentucky and has no siblings. But of course, we know she lives here in New York and has a brother named Nick. Though I suppose if you're a recluse, giving false facts about yourself makes some sense. Still strange, though. Plus, she specifically told us she's never sold her artwork," I mused aloud, stuffing a French fry into my mouth. "And I hope this doesn't come across as rude or judgy, but it's clear that woman isn't raking in the dough, you know? That article makes her out to be a millionaire or something. And no millionaire worth her salt would wind up in a place like Haven's End," Simon said, voice dripping with disdain. "Even if this clam chowder does make me believe in a higher power." I considered jabbing him with, "I thought you were a higher power," but then thought better of it. Best not to stir the pot, fun as that would be. I dunked a fry into Simon's clam chowder before popping it into my mouth. I grinned as Simon's eyes grew wide with revulsion. "That's not exactly true, though," I reminded him. "Jocelyn Cambridge, the murdered pianist, she was a millionaire, and she lived here." Simon made a disapproving sound as he stirred the steaming chowder with a spoon. "Well, there's no accounting for taste. Anyway, Connie says she never gave any interviews, which, of course, leaves one to ask, who did this interviewer speak to, or was the whole thing made up?" While Simon had been talking, I'd been Googling. Sure enough, I quickly found Connie's work in galleries around the world. The style was unmistakable. The images looked just like the artwork hanging in Connie's living room. "The byline attributes the article to a woman named Lisa Carey," he said. "I'll email her and see if she's open to speaking with us." Can you imagine? There's someone out there pretending to be Constance's neighbors? What a wild thought! I hermed my agreement. "Do you think we should talk to Connie about this? I'd want to know if something like this happened to me." "We'll tell her everything once we've gotten to the bottom of it," he said. "The poor woman has enough on her plate without more questions hanging over her head. For now, this stays between you and me." As Simon composed his email, I chewed my French fries and turned the questions over in my mind. Why would someone impersonate Connie of all people? Were the paintings forgeries? Or maybe... An unsettling thought occurred to me. Maybe we had this completely backward. What if Constance Neighbors really was a famous reclusive painter and our Connie was just, well, unreliable? But if that were true, where did all those paintings come from? I'd seen the half-finished artwork in her home. I knew she painted them herself. But was she simply copying another artist's style, and the real Constance Neighbors was living her best life in Kentucky, selling cat pirate paintings to the wealthiest men and women on the planet? But then, why use the same name? And sure, our Connie was a little unconventional, but taking over another person's identity just to live a Luddite life in Sleepy Haven's End? It didn't add up. And then, despite myself, I found my mind drifting to the tarot cards. Penny had read something dark and potentially dangerous in Connie's future. Of course, that might have nothing to do with the paintings. I needed more information. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Simon was no longer typing, but chatting with someone on the phone. While he talked, I slipped my tarot cards from my pocket and began shuffling them the way I'd seen Penny do. Then, I closed my eyes and held the cards against my chest, silently asking, is there a link between these paintings and the trouble surrounding Connie? Gingerly, I placed the cards on the table and flipped the top card. It was a picture of 3 women dancing together, each holding a cup high in celebration. It looked like a pleasant card, but I had no idea how to interpret it. Well, perhaps that was my fault. I'd asked a yes or no question to a tool that could not respond yes or no. I tried again. What is the link between Connie and those paintings? Breathing deep, I flipped over another card. It was a picture of a naked baby riding on the back of a horse. The words at the bottom of the card read, "The Sun," I pinched my lips together, frustrated. The sun? A naked baby? How was that helpful? What was that supposed to mean? Instantly, I felt like an idiot. Had I really just asked tarot cards to help me unravel a mystery? Actually, it was even stupider than that. I'd let tarot cards lead me down this crazy path in the first place. Was I really sitting here with a man who claimed to be Cupid because a pathological liar told me that magic cards told her that a local hoarder might be in grave danger? All at once, everything fell into place. Nobody was in danger. Connie wasn't sitting at the center of some diabolical plot. Tarot cards couldn't tell the future. Penny was not an oracle, and I was not the key to helping a sad, lonely woman find peace. I was deluding myself. Worse, I was actively being fooled by people who were supposed to help me. I was suddenly overcome with anger and embarrassment. How had I let myself get led so far astray from anything remotely resembling the truth? Was I so desperate to find meaning in my stupid little life that I actually believed, even for a day or two, that a woman was in trouble because tarot cards said so? Red with pure mortification, I leaped to my feet and was halfway out the door when I heard Simon's voice call out behind me. "Miss Swift, where are you going?" "Home," I said. "I know how much your suits cost. I assume you can cover the bill." "Lunch is on me," he agreed. "But don't you want to know who Lisa Carey spoke with to write her article?" I yanked on my coat. "I don't care," I said. Simon rose, lacing his hands together. "No? Not even if the man she spoke with gave his name as Thomas Huckabee?" I paused, turning on my heel. "Who?" Simon gave me an exasperated look. "Honestly, do I have to spoon-feed you? Think about it for just a moment, darling." I hesitated, then winced at my foolishness. Of course. Neighbors was Connie's maiden name. "Tom gave the interview? Her ex-husband, Tom?" "Not only ex-husband, but, according to Lisa, her representative." Simon smiled a devilish grin that gave me the all-overs. "Sit back down. Stay a while. I can see all over your face that you still have it in for that rat bastard ex-husband of hers. Come on, darling. Finish your French fries. Then we'll pay Tom Huckabee a visit." Chapter 11. Tom Huckabee owned the adorable vintage hardware store down the street. As we walked in, a bell tinkled overhead, announcing our arrival. Within a few minutes, a good-looking older man ducked into the room from the back. He was perhaps a little younger than Connie, with fewer lines on his face and more angles in his upper body. He wore a plaid flannel shirt and a blue apron with a name tag that said simply, Tom. I pretended to be very busy looking through a stack of vintage switchplate covers. They were actually pretty nice. Not my style, but cute. "Can I help you find something?" the man said as he approached. Simon sidled up to me and slipped his arm around my waist, pulling me close. I immediately felt a flush climb into my cheeks. His very nearness set me on edge, making me feel jittery and warm all over in a way I wasn't comfortable thinking about. Still, I knew I had a part to play, so I went along with it, snuggling into his side. "Golly, I sure hope so." The minute Simon spoke, I had to bite my tongue to keep from laughing. He'd adopted an American accent so hunky-dory gee willikers, I nearly went into convulsions. "My wife and I are remodeling the house, and we have no idea what we're doing. We're going for that old-world, antique style. I thought something like this might look nice. My wife's not so sure she agrees. What's your return policy on something like this?" Tom hooked his thumbs into the loops on his apron as he rocked back onto his heels. 30-day return policy on anything in the store, he said. If you find a better deal on a similar item within 60 days, we'll refund the difference. As for those switch plate covers, they're reorderable. So if you do some rewiring and need more plates or plates in a different configuration, we've got you covered there too. I glanced at the man's name tag and cleared my throat. You wouldn't be Tom Huckabee, would you? That's me, he replied. And this is your store? I glanced around at the rows of tools and fixtures that filled the shelves. Tom nodded again, and when he spoke, a hint of pride colored his voice. Just bought it, actually. I came into some money recently, so why not try something new? My eyes opened wide as I feigned eagerness, bouncing on my toes. That's amazing! Wow, you must be really proud. Where did you get the money from? Simon tightened his grip around my waist and pulled me closer. Burying his lips in my hair, he whispered, Don't overdo it, darling. A little goes a long way. Tom's expression shifted as he directed his gaze toward me. I beg your pardon, ma'am, he began, and I hope you don't mind my directness, but I'm not in the habit of sharing personal information with strangers. I held up my hands defensively and smiled. Sorry, I'm just curious. I'm a journalist, and I'm researching a story about unexpected windfalls and the impact they have on people's lives. Again, Simon squeezed me too hard. I gave him a sharp jab with my elbow, my smile growing wider. Tom stiffened and folded his arms over his chest. Well, perhaps some other time, young lady. I'm on the clock. He smiled, but there was little warmth in it. I guess my acting skills left something to be desired. Now, can I help you find anything else? Do you need any faucets or such to match those new plates? Simon released me and placed the switch covers back on the shelf. Actually, Tom, that question about the money is too important to drop, I'm afraid. He dropped the American accent and offered the man an indulgent grin. Tom's face hardened, the creases in his forehead growing deeper. You see, our dear friend seems to be tied up in some pretty funny business, and from what I hear, you're at the bottom of it. Tom blinked as his gaze danced between us, face growing redder by the second. Excuse me? He demanded. Simon held up a finger as he reached into his pocket and pulled out his cell phone. He opened it to the browser, where the interview was already pulled up. This interview appeared in an art magazine a few months ago, Simon explained, pointing to the article. I spoke with the author, this Lisa Carey. Lovely woman, by the way. Absolutely enchanting. I can see how you might have been charmed by her. Anyway, she said her source was you, Tom Huckabee, Connie's agent. Tom stared at the phone with confusion before looking back up at us. That's ridiculous. I haven't spoken to anyone about Connie since we divorced. Certainly not some art journalist. I glanced over at Simon, eyebrows raised in question. He gave no indication of what he was thinking, so I pressed on with our conversation. The thing is, Tom, somehow, Connie's paintings have become super popular in certain niche circles. People are paying a pretty penny for her work, but Connie says she doesn't sell her art. But you know, I'm recently divorced myself. I know how easily personal belongings can get mixed up in a move. I thought fleetingly of the comb Nathan had irresponsibly left on my vanity, the comb that had belonged to his other wife. I pushed the thought aside, forcing my mind to return to the matter at hand. Is it possible you accidentally took some of Connie's paintings when you moved out? And is it also possible you've been selling them to make a little extra cash? Enough cash to, I don't know, buy a vintage hardware store? For a moment, Tom looked like he might throw us out on our ear. But then his expression shifted from anger to confusion as he stared at us, disbelief creasing his brow. Hold on just 1 minute. People are buying Connie's art? Those cat paintings? I nodded. Looks that way. Which of course doesn't make sense. It sure doesn't, Tom agreed with a sneer. Have you seen those things? Cats dolled up in hats and wigs and whatnot so they look like actors on Pirates of the Caribbean? She even has some with steampunk goggles on. He paused, bewildered. People pay for that stuff? They pay a lot, apparently, Simon said. But Connie insists she's never sold her art. so it must be someone else. If someone's been selling Connie's artwork, Tom said after a few moments of silence, it certainly wasn't me. Never in a million years would I have thought those paintings were worth the canvas they were painted on. Besides, my wife Lizzie is the jealous type. She wouldn't be caught dead with any of Connie's art in our home, not even long enough to package it up and ship it out. I glanced over at Simon, eyebrows raised in question. He responded by drawing his brows together and pinching his lower lip between his fingers. If you're telling the truth, Tom, and I want to believe you really, where did you get the money to buy the store? Tom scoffed as he shook his head in exasperation. You two really are some piece of work, you know that? He heaved a sigh of resignation and stepped closer to us, lowering his voice. Look, not that it's any of your business, but Lizzie borrowed the money from her parents, okay? That divorce with Connie was ugly business. She took me for all I had, which admittedly wasn't much. But I'm working hard to rebuild my life and provide for my new family. It's not like I'm getting rich selling my ex-wife's pirate cats on the black market, for crying out loud. Just then, the store bell tinkled, and someone entered the store. Tom gave us a dark look and stepped away. If you'll excuse me, I need to help my actual customers. You know, to make some money. Turning his back, he called over his shoulder, Good luck with everything. Be seeing you. We left the hardware store and began strolling down the main drag. It had warmed a little, and I unzipped my coat. So, I said, what do you think? Do we believe him? Simon scoffed, stripping out of his coat altogether. Not in the slightest, he said, draping the garment over his arm. Neither do I agreed. My guess is he took the paintings during the divorce. Connie's so scatterbrained she never noticed. I felt particular ire at that. As a fellow flibberty-gibbet, I took this injustice personally. But one thing he said does make sense. How would he hide the artwork from a jealous wife? Simon dismissed the question with a cluck of his tongue. Any number of places, he said. A warehouse, a friend's garage. In fact, a light went off behind Simon's eyes as he rubbed his hands together and stepped nearer to me. We don't have to figure out where he's keeping the paintings, he said. We could just ask. I scoffed, brushing a stray lock of hair from my eyes. Of course, I said sarcastically. Why didn't I think of that? Why bother to do any investigating at all when we could just ask him to give himself up? Simon's eyes brightened as he grabbed my upper arm. Exactly. Oh, this is brilliant. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. Of course, the plan has certain drawbacks, but nothing I couldn't protect you from. He frowned slightly, reconsidering. At least in the long term. Carefully, I disentangled from Simon's grasp, holding a hand up to say he needed to slow down. Protect me? Simon, what are you talking about? Instead of answering, however, Simon lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Miss Swift, do you still have the potion Meliora gave you? I nodded, narrowing my eyes. I do, I said. Simon squealed, jamming a knuckle between his teeth and biting down, palpable excitement dancing like electricity over his skin. All right, he said. Here's the plan. We go back to speak to Tom again, but before we ask anything, you spray him with the potion. The minute he lays eyes on you, he'll fall madly in love with you. Then he'll answer any questions you pose to him. I'm not sure how long the effect lasts, he said, musing aloud more to himself than speaking to me. But if I had to guess, it wouldn't be more than a day or so. Meliora's magic hasn't advanced that much. I folded my arms over my chest. Hold on. I huffed, biting my lips as I searched for my words. This conversation had just taken a turn for absolutely bonkers. Number 1. Didn't you tell me I should not use Meliora's potion? Simon nodded, bobbing his head up and down ruefully. Yes, I said that. And I had nothing but good intentions for your well-being when I said it. But this is important. Don't you remember what Penny saw in your tarot reading? Connie could be in real danger here, If performing a bit of illegal love magic on a ne'er-do-well like Tom is the difference between letting her be taken advantage of and protecting her, aren't you willing to go the extra mile? Number 2, I said, ignoring his explanation. Love potions are not real, and I don't think it would require a particularly creative interpretation of New York law to consider spraying someone in the face with perfume a form of assault. I'm already in trouble with the law. I can't run around committing misdemeanors, can I? It isn't a misdemeanor if you don't get caught, Simon snapped back. Once you dose Tom with the potion, he'll be utterly enamored of you. He won't press charges. After the potion wears off, he won't even remember what happened. I nodded, unconvinced. So then why would I need protection? Now, Simon's face lost some luster, darkness tempering the mischief in his eyes. Obsessive love has its own drawbacks, he said. While he's under the spell's effect, I can't guarantee Tom won't try to track you down or make a nuisance of himself with overt acts of love, but I can remain by your side, keeping you safe at all times. I guffawed, throwing up my hands. So you're saying he could become a stalker? Simon sucked in a breath, his patience running thin. I said I would protect you, didn't I? Listen, Ms. Swift, you said yourself you don't believe in these things. If you don't believe, what have you got to lose? Freedom, I reminded him. I could be hauled off to jail on assault charges. Simon scoffed with an exasperated roll of his eyes. Oh, very well. Then let's take you out of the equation. Hand it over. He held out his hand, palm up, wriggling his fingers in a give-it-here gesture. I dug the perfume from my purse and slapped it into Simon's waiting palm. Knock yourself out, I said. I followed Simon back to Tom's hardware store. When he saw us, his face darkened, and he hurried over to us with a scowl, his body language ready for a fight. I already told you, Tom said. Don't make me lose my patience. I'd rather not get the authorities involved. This is harassment. Without a word, Simon popped the top off the perfume, brought the bottle eye level to Tom, and squeezed the nozzle. A puff of richly scented fragrance clouded Tom's face, and he gasped as the droplets covered his skin. The perfume smelled amazing, like grape-scented bubble gum from my childhood, except 10 times better. As soon as he sprayed the perfume, Simon thrust the bottle into my hands. I shoved it back into my coat pocket. I watched, grimacing. Any second now, Tom was going to call the cops, and I would be dragged to the station as an accessory to olfactory assault. Seconds passed, and then, without warning, Tom threw his arms around Simon's neck and kissed him forcefully on the mouth. I gasped and took a step back. The kiss lasted only a second before Simon broke the embrace, wrenching Tom's arms loose and holding him at a distance. Not here, Simon said, a coquettish smile on his lips. It wouldn't be proper, but if you're a good lad, perhaps we can meet up later. But first, I have some questions for you. Tom stared at Simon with enormous puppy dog eyes, cheeks blushing profusely. Anything you want, he breathed. I'll do anything for you. You know that. Simon nodded, keeping a hand on Tom's chest as he continued to press him away. What have you done with Connie's paintings? He asked. Tom chewed his bottom lip, eyes staring desirously into Simon's. You have the most amazing eyebrows, he gushed. I would kill for eyebrows like that. He reached out to caress Simon's brow, but my companion brushed the man's hand away with an admonishing shake of his head. Answer the question, Tom. No touching. Only talking. Tom gulped in confusion. I don't know anything about Connie's paintings, he said. There was one painting I accidentally sold at a yard sale years ago, but it was a small one, not one of those monstrosities. But other than that, I don't know anything. You have to believe me. I'll do anything to make you believe me. He said this last part with a lasciviousness that sent a shudder down my spine. Tom. Simon dipped his chin, his expression shifting from playful to all business. Can you tell me anything at all about Connie's paintings? Did you talk to Lisa Carey? What do you know about the interview? Anything you know can be helpful, Tom. Don't let me down. Tom's eyes went wide in desperation, both hands flying to meet Simon's, his fingers working to pry their way into Simon's grasp, his whole body vibrating. I swear, I don't know anything. Don't you understand? I want to make you happy. I do. I love you. His eyes had gone liquid, his voice rising. I glanced around, but the store must have been empty because no one was watching. Small favors, I guess. You're all I think about, he continued. Why are we even talking about my ex-wife? We should be talking about our future, making plans. You're not afraid of what people around here will think, are you? They might not understand, but a love like this is worth fighting for. Tom looked truly miserable. He was chewing his lips and gazing at Simon with deep longing, oblivious to everything beyond the man standing before him. I cleared my throat and stepped nearer to Simon. I don't think he knows anything, I said. And if you keep this up, somebody will see, and I have no idea how to explain this. Simon sighed, but gave a curt nod. To Tom, he said, I'm going to release you, but I don't want you to do anything funny. No kissing or hugging, you understand? Tom shuddered. I understand what you're saying, but trying to keep my hands off you is absolute torture. He had wrapped both hands around Simon's forearm, fingers digging needfully into the fabric of his shirt. Please, just one kiss? Simon shifted his weight, raising both hands to Tom's face, palms against the smitten man's cheeks. Then, with uncharacteristic tenderness, Simon leaned in close and pressed his forehead to Tom's, thumbs caressing the other man's skin. Their noses touched. Smiling faintly, Simon whispered, Soon. With a wink, Simon pulled away and dusted his hands together, shaking off the intimacy of the moment. Thank you for your help, Thomas, he said. We'll be leaving now, but don't you follow us. Stay here, understand? I'll see you soon. We bounded out of the hardware store before Tom could make a scene. I was sure the other man would come running out of the store after us, hot on Simon's heels as he professed his undying affection. But as we headed away from the store, no one followed. We ducked around a corner, finally allowing ourselves to breathe a little easier now that the hardware store was out of sight. When I was sure no one could hear us, I spun on my heel, gesturing wildly in the direction we'd just come from. Simon, what was that back there? Tactics, he said, confused. I thought we agreed to interrogate Tom while under a spell. Shame it didn't seem to work. We didn't learn anything except he's either an excellent liar or he really doesn't know anything. That's not what I'm talking about, I objected. Is that perfume some kind of drug? Love is a kind of drug, Ms. Swift, Simon said, brow furrowing deeper. I told you that. Pheromones and brain chemicals? Really, I'm having a déjà vu moment. I swear we've had this conversation already. That's not what I mean either, I said. I pressed my hands to my face, my discombobulation threatening to send me into a tailspin. You can't bottle love! That's not a thing! So what happened back there? What is it with you and mind-altering substances? Simon clucked his teeth and straightened the front of his coat. I can answer any and all of your questions, Ms. Swift, but they require more time than we have, at least with the current condition of your cardiovascular health. If we don't hurry, we'll be late for group. The last time that happened, Alex made me repaint the entire barn all by my lonesome. So we'd better hurry. Save your breath, Ms. Swift. Double time. Before I could object, Simon turned on his heel, practically jogging back to the farm. Cursing under my breath, I hurried after him and realized with dull, seething resentment that he'd been right about my cardiovascular health. I was in no condition to talk and jog. I really, really needed to find a gym. 12. Good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to see you all. We were sitting in a semicircle in a recreation room that apparently also doubled as the group therapy room. Cabinets filled with board games, art supplies, and a smattering of books lined the walls. At the center of the semicircle was Meg, dressed prettily in a camel cashmere outfit with a matching bow in her hair. She held the notebook in her lap and twirled a pen between her fingers. Before we get started, I'd like to formally introduce everyone to Temperance Swift, our newest resident. Temperance, would you like to introduce yourself? I glanced around the room at the 4 sets of eyes staring back at me. I rarely had trouble being the center of attention, but it's one thing to hold court when those around you are begging to hear every detail of the time you had dinner with the Democratic senator from New York. It was an altogether different experience to introduce yourself to people who thought they had magical powers. I'm Temperance, I offered with a lopsided smile. I think I've met most of you already. I grew up in Connecticut, but I graduated from Sarah Lawrence, so you could almost say I'm a native New Yorker. I smiled, awaiting polite chuckles, but none came. Okay. Well, I just arrived at the farm a few days ago. I'm not sure what else to say, I said, looking to Meg for help. Well, for one thing, you could tell us why you're here. Colette was leaning back in her metal folding chair, long legs stretched before her. She wore a mint green silk dressing gown with bow of feathers at the collar and cuffs. Her legs were bare, and she wore a pair of kitten-heeled satin slippers with matching feathers at the toes. Her blonde hair was done up in pink curlers, and her face was covered in a gooey green face mask. To be honest, I began, I'm not supposed to be here. I was supposed to go to a place called Marlborough Violet, but there seems to be some sort of mix-up. In the meantime, I guess you're stuck with me. I tried on a smile, but Colette's icy stare made it fall immediately from my face. I think what Colette means is, we want to know what your affliction is. The speaker was a man I recognized from my first day. Penny had called him Mateo. He was tall and well-built, with deep olive skin and huge half-moon bruises beneath his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in 74 years. Let me guess, I'm not a succubus who can't get a date, I interrupted, hoping my voice didn't sound as irritated as I felt. I'm a human woman, not a witch, not a psychic, just a regular woman. Colette studied me a moment before folding her arms over her chest and shrugging nonchalantly. If you don't want to tell us, that's your prerogative. She turned her gaze to Meg. So, can we get on with it then? I'm only supposed to leave this face mask on for 20 minutes. Meg smiled, readjusting in her seat as she cleared her throat to change the subject. Today, I'd like for us to address the pressures of living up to the expectations people have of us. You're all here because you find some aspect of yourself wanting, something you believe could be better or stronger, something about yourself that if you fixed it, you'd be a shining example for all your kind. You can say that again, Penny said, arms crossed over her chest. Do you have any idea how hard it is to tell people the truth about the future when all they want to hear is that they're going to be rich, they're going to snag the hot guy, or their knee cartilage is going to magically heal itself? Meg nodded with sympathy. I can imagine it's very difficult, Penny, she said tenderly. What else do you find challenging about your position? Penny fidgeted, reaching up to wind a lock of hair around her finger. Well, there's a lot. I mean, look at me. I'm just a kid. But people expect me to be this wise, all-knowing authority figure. But, I'm still figuring myself out, too. I make mistakes. Like the time I was working as a radio DJ and accidentally— Penny, Meg said gently, let's stay focused on the present, okay? I've noticed you have less tendency to veer off into the land of fantasy when you focus on the present. Penny sucked her teeth. Do you know how hard it is to focus on the present when your entire purpose for existing is to predict the future? A blush crept up Meg's neck. Well, you have a valid point. Okay, moving on. Colette, would you like to talk about the pressures you experience on a day-to-day basis? Colette gazed down at her hands, a frown tugging at the corners of her mouth as she examined her manicure. Humans expect goddesses to be all-knowing and all-powerful. They expect us to be larger than life. Worse, they expect us to be like a moral compass, using us as guideposts for their own lives. But I'm just as imperfect as anyone else. I struggle with fine lines and wrinkles like any other woman. I can't be expected to look my best all the time. Even though what she was saying was objectively ridiculous, I nodded along with Colette, and when she noticed, her expression softened towards me. Or maybe that was my imagination. After all, it was hard to read her face with all the goop on it. I can't help but think that if I looked the right way, my followers would find me again, Colette continued. But nothing I try seems to work. Blonde hair, purple braids, a bright green afro, nothing I've tried works. I remain as insignificant and unnoticed as any other middle-aged woman. I shrank back from that. The barbs on that bit of truth would stick in my skin for a while. Sometimes it's the superficial expectations others have of us that hurt the most, Meg said, nodding in agreement. It's so easy to obsess over our physical appearance or accomplishments because these things are readily visible to others. It's much more difficult to focus on who we are as individuals. And yet, that's the most important thing. She turned to Mateo. What about you? What's difficult in your line of work? Across from me, the good-looking man yawned, stretching his arms toward the ceiling. As he moved, his t-shirt rose, revealing a brown slice of well-toned abs peeking out from under the cloth. I blushed and looked away. My line of work is exhausting, he said simply. Meg nodded encouragingly. Go on. My job as an incubus is to bring lonely ladies sexy dreams at night while they sleep, he said. He looked over and dropped me a wink. It made me want to sink into the floor. Was he implying I was a lonely lady? What was wrong with these people? But I can't leave my room at night. I'm terrified of the dark. I turn all the lights on, play music, anything to stay awake, anything not to think about what's lurking in the darkness. I have that... What's it called again? You have acute nyctophobia, Meg said. Right, that. So, since I'm too afraid to sleep at night but also can't leave my room. He shuddered and dropped his gaze, staring down at his fists clenched in his lap. I'm tormented at night. I know I should be out there performing critical work. Instead, I'm trapped in my room, praying for daylight. Meg said, It must be difficult to have a fear so great it keeps you from your destiny. Mateo's shoulders lifted in a defeated shrug. Meg paused a moment before turning to Simon. And what about you? As Cupid, what expectations do you struggle with? Simon opened his mouth to answer, but was cut short by a strange warbling from outside. We quieted, heads tilted as we listened. It sounded like someone singing. And if I wasn't mistaken, it sounded like they were singing a love song. Curious, I went to the window. I pushed aside the heavy curtain that kept out the cold, and when I saw who was out there, I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Standing in the driveway, his hands clutching a bouquet of red roses, Tom Huckabee was singing his heart out. I sucked in a breath, biting back laughter. Oh my Lanta, is he singing You Are So Beautiful? At those words, the others got up from their chairs and rushed to join me at the window. Tom's voice was shaky but surprisingly lovely. We stared in stunned silence, Tom's voice growing steadily stronger. The only person who hadn't come to witness the spectacle was the object of Tom's affection. Who is he serenading? Penny asked, her nose pressed to the glass. Simon, I said. He dosed Tom with a perfume we got in town. Penny gasped, turning wide eyes to me. One of Meliora's perfumes? From Cupidity? I nodded. You know it? Penny whistled under her breath, turning back to look out the window. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That poor guy's got it bad. Judging by the look on Tom's face, Penny was right. His cheeks were flushed, and his eyes darted around as he desperately tried to glimpse his beloved. It was hard to watch. Why is he standing out in the driveway? I asked. He brought flowers. Why not ring the doorbell? Behind me, Colette snickered. He can't. He's human. The wards are keeping him at bay. Before I could protest, again, that I was human and no magical wards had kept me out, Simon groaned, pressing a hand to his forehead. I should go speak to him, he sighed. Let him down gently. Meg returned to her seat, crossing her legs elegantly as she sat. You know how this goes, Simon. If he's under a spell, nothing you say or do will change how he feels. This has to run its course. Please, everyone, come back to the circle. I watched Tom shift his weight from foot to foot, shivering in the cold. He'd finished his first song and was now doing a not terrible rendition of I Will Always Love You. Reluctantly, I moved away from the window and retook my seat. We could still hear Tom's voice bellowing in the cold. Simon, Meg said, her voice gentle, you were going to tell us your struggles with social expectations? Simon was quiet for a long while, his hands clasped in his lap as he crossed his legs elegantly, the top leg bobbing up and down. God of love, he said, his voice rich with disdain. Ruler over hearts and relationships. That's who I am. But it isn't how I feel. I hear their prayers all the time. Please bring me a perfect lover. Please let my wife fall in love with me again. Please make my ex break up with his new girlfriend. They look to me as a paragon of perfect romantic love. But the truth is, I don't believe in love that way anymore. I haven't in a long time. I've seen too many relationships fall apart to keep believing. Meg nodded, scribbling in her notebook. And when those relationships fall apart, they blame you for that too, don't they? Simon sniffed, readjusting his legs. Sometimes they blame their lovers. Sometimes they blame themselves. But that's just it, Doctor. There's no one to blame except love itself. Love is not the panacea humans believe, not at all. It's little more than a flawed poison. I sat forward, brows drawn. But I saw you try, I said. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what I saw, but that day in the cafe, I saw you try to make that woman fall in love. Simon shot me a sharp glance. That isn't what you saw, he said. I can't make people fall in love. I never could. That's always been a misconception. All I can do is bring people into their fullest potential. That woman smelled like a childhood summer. I just gave her a little oomph to make it the perfect childhood summer. The rest is just pheromones and luck that make them desirable to others. I can't force anyone to love them. I just complete their chemistry so that compatible individuals are attracted to them. Don't you see? But you did force it, I insisted, inching forward in my seat as I gestured at the window. With Tom. You forced him? That isn't love, he thundered, finger jabbing toward the window as his face twisted into an angry mask I immediately shrank away from. Why is it so hard to understand the difference between love and obsession and infatuation? What we did to Tom was counterfeit. A knockoff version of the real thing. Really, Ms. Swift, I thought you, of all people, would understand. He lurched so quickly from his chair that it toppled over as he stormed from the room. We watched him go in silent disbelief until Meg turned to me, eyes wide. You, of all people? What's that supposed to mean? I chewed my lips, shaking my head in dismay. I have no idea, I whispered. Colette heaved a noisy sigh as she struggled upright in her chair. Well, this has been very eye-opening as usual, Meg, but I really need to wash this off my face. Are we about done? Can we go? Meg blinked, obviously frazzled and out of sorts from Simon's outburst and abrupt departure. She shook herself, adjusted the bow in her hair, and said, Yes, that's all for today. Please don't be late for dinner. I was halfway out the door when Penny sidled up beside me. Temperance? Can I get your opinion on something? I glanced around, straining my neck to look for Simon. I wanted to go after him, to apologize for a misstep I wasn't even sure I took. But Penny placed her hand on my arm and squeezed. Don't worry about him, she said. He'll be all right. He has a hot temper, but he usually calms down after a few days. like the time he and I went rhino hunting in the Congo. He was very put out that I was a naturally better bow hunter than him, but he got over it. Anyway, it's best to leave him alone and let him cool off on his own time. I blinked, bringing myself back into the present, where Penny was still clutching my arm. "Sorry," I said. "You're right. What did you need?" She took me by the wrist and led me upstairs to her room. It was the same size and orientation as mine, but Penny had a lot more stuff than I did, and most of it was in piles on the floor. An easel stood in the corner, and against one wall was an enormous painting. It still looked wet. Penny gestured to it, eyes bright with pride. "What do you think?" she asked. I examined the painting dubiously. It was an abstract piece done mostly in turquoise, yellow, and shades of gray. Though if I squinted at it in just the right way, I could vaguely make out what might be the silhouette of a person. "What is it?" I asked. Penny beamed triumphantly. "It's your portrait, silly goose." She hopped over a pile of clothes to stand side by side with the painting. "I told you I would paint your portrait. I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot that day, but it gave me a great idea. I realized I couldn't paint your likeness without you as a reference, so I went for something a bit more abstract." I nodded, tapping a finger to my lips. "Well, it's certainly abstract," I agreed diplomatically. "I'm thinking of carting it up and sending it to the Louvre," Penny said. I glanced at her face to see if she was joking. It didn't look like she was. "Do you think the post office around here can accommodate such a large piece? I didn't consider that before I made it so big." But everyone always says how disappointed they are when they see the Mona Lisa up close and discover it's actually really tiny. I don't want anyone to be disappointed seeing my piece in person. I want them to think, wow, that Penny sure was one of the greatest artistes of her time. I was about to say that I didn't think the Louvre accepted unsolicited submissions when an idea struck me so hard I felt like I'd been walloped upside the head with a goose-down pillow. "The post office," I breathed. "Of course. If you wanted to get a piece of art from Haven's End to a gallery on the other side of the world, you'd have to ship it. And I can't imagine the post office gets many requests to ship packages this large. If someone brought in a package this size, a postal clerk would certainly remember." I threw my arms around Penny and hugged her. "You're a great artist, Penny," I said, lying through my teeth. "Thanks for painting my portrait. You just made my day." I dashed out of Penny's room and down the stairs, grabbing my coat on the way out the door. If I hurried, I might just make it to the Haven's End post office before they closed. I arrived at the post office breathless and sweaty. The lobby was mostly empty, except for a few people checking their P.O. boxes. I hurried over to the counter, where a bored postal worker gazed lazily in my direction, not even the shadow of a grin on his face. "How can I help you?" he droned. "Hi," I said, still trying to catch my breath. "I've got a weird question for you. Does anybody ever come in here to mail off large packages? Say a 4-foot by 6-foot canvas?" The clerk rubbed his chin. 4 by 6 canvas? Nah, nobody's tried that in a while. Not in a couple years, at least. Anything that size either needs white glove delivery or you can crate it up and send it as freight. Another option is you could remove the canvas from the frame and mail the canvas rolled up. So, nobody's tried for a while. My heart rate picked up as my excitement grew. "But someone did try to mail a package that size," I said. "Do you remember who it was?" The clerk tilted his head to the side, giving me an odd look. "You know, you're the second person this week to come in here asking that very same question." I balked, my mouth dropping into a small O. "Really? Somebody else asked who might be trying to mail large canvases? Who?" "Jocelyn Cambridge," he said. God rest her soul. Miss Cambridge said she'd been playing piano at some fancy-schmancy art auction in Switzerland. Or was it Sweden? Or maybe the Sudan? I can't remember. "All them countries are the same to me," he said. "What else did she say?" I asked, heart thumping in my ears. "She said while at the auction, she recognized a piece of art she suspected came from Haven's End. First, she asked if Connie Neighbors had mailed anything that big. But I told her no. So then she asked who might have mailed something that size. And I told her the same thing I'll tell you. The only person who's ever tried to mail something that big was Nick Neighbors, and that was a while back, like I said. I froze, the name ringing in my head like a bell. Nick Neighbors? Connie's brother? What did Jocelyn do when you told her that information? I asked. The clerk heaved his heavy shoulders. Near as I can remember, she asked me for Nick's address, and I told her, we're the post office, not the phone book. Then she got a little snippy and called somebody on her phone. She told whoever it was to meet her at her house. I stared at the clerk for a long minute, watching him squirm. When was this? The clerk shrugged. Few days ago, I guess? Right before she was murdered? I asked, incredulous. The clerk's face paled. I guess so, he croaked. Did you tell the sheriff? Again, the clerk heaved a shrug. Sheriff didn't never ask, he said. As I hurried out of the post office, I pulled up the address for the sheriff's department on my phone. It was only a few blocks away, so I picked up the pace and jaywalked a few lights, spurred on by the rapid thump, thump, thump of my heart slamming against my ribcage. Nick Neighbors was selling Connie's art behind her back, her own brother. Jocelyn must have figured out what Nick was doing just like I did. Then she confronted him about it, and either in a state of panic or rage, impossible to know which, he pushed her down the stairs. I shuddered, a sick feeling in my stomach as I remembered how polite and kind he'd been with me. How could someone talk about chivalry mere days after pushing a woman down the stairs? I arrived at the sheriff's department and headed straight for the front desk. A woman was in line ahead of me, her body pressed against the counter, her body language full of pleading. I've already submitted a report, she growled, frustrated. Baby Boo has been missing for a week. Isn't there anything you can do? The uniformed officer folded her hands atop the desk with a sigh. Ms. Winter. Oh, don't give me that Ms. Winter crap, JoBeth, she said. We've known each other since preschool. I already told you, Haley, the officer continued. We do not have the resources to allocate to finding missing pets. He's not a pet, the woman countered, pounding a fist on the counter. He's a service dog. He wouldn't have just run away. I'm already stretched thin enough at the high school, and now one of my kids has to go without their service dog? Do you have any idea how cruel that is? The officer's expression did not change. If we find anything, Ms. Winter, we will let you know. The woman swore under her breath and stormed away, heading for a set of doors marked restroom. The officer behind the counter cleared her throat and motioned me forward. Can I help you? She asked. I ran a hand over my face. I need to speak to the sheriff, I said. It's an emergency. The officer sighed and leaned her cheek into her palm, staring up at me through her bangs. Sheriff Hayworth isn't here, she said. Where is he? The officer shrugged. At home, I guess. I thrust my unlocked phone at the officer. I need you to put his phone number and address in here. I need to talk to him immediately. The officer scoffed. Ma'am, I'm not authorized. Do you want to be the person standing in the way of justice for Jocelyn Cambridge's murder? I hoped I sounded more convincing than I felt. It's hard trying to intimidate a police officer. Because if you don't give me his information right now, that's exactly what you're doing. The officer sighed with exaggerated indulgence. Ma'am, I don't know the sheriff's home address. Even if I did, it wouldn't be any good to you, seeing as how he's been staying with his niece for several weeks. I cursed inwardly, remembering the confrontation between Diana and Nick at the tea shop. And what's his niece's name again? The officer puffed out her cheeks as she thought. Bridget something. Bridget Francisco, she said. I don't know where she lives, but if you want the sheriff's cell number... She rummaged through stacks of paper before handing me a business card. There you go, good luck. I muttered my thanks as I slumped out of the building, phone pressed to my ear. The phone rang and rang until voicemail picked up.
You've reached the personal phone of Sheriff Toby Hayworth. I can't take your call right now, but if you leave your name and number...
Damn it. I cursed again and disconnected the call. I was sure I could get the address from Connie, but I didn't have her number. As I was turning to head back to the farm, a woman burst out of the building I'd just left, her cheeks flushed. "Ma'am?" The woman scurried over to me, clutching the lapels of her coat close to her breast. It was the lady in front of me in line, Haley Winter. "I'm sorry to eavesdrop, but I heard you talking to Jo Beth in there. You know something about Jocelyn Cambridge's murder?" I took in a breath. "I think so," I said. The woman glanced over her shoulder, nervous. Then she turned back to me, chewing on her lower lip. "Jo Beth has a stick up her rear, and Jocelyn was a beautiful soul," she said. "I'd like to see her get justice." She hesitated a heartbeat, and then pressed on. "Bridget lives at the old Methodist church. I don't know the address, but it's 2 streets over that way. You can't miss it." I looked in the direction the woman was pointing. It was getting dark, and the weather was turning morbidly cold. Still, I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep with information about a killer in my head. "Thank you," I said. "Thank you so much." I pulled out my phone and dialed Simon. We'd gotten this far together. I knew he'd want to be there to tell the sheriff everything. But his phone rang and rang. He didn't answer. With a sigh, I sank my hands deep into my pockets as I hurried in the direction the woman pointed out, the whole time thanking my lucky stars for the kindness of strangers and the familiarity of small towns. Chapter 13. Even in the dark, finding the Methodist church was easy. It was exactly 2 streets over, just as the woman had promised. By the time I reached the front door, my teeth were on edge. I pushed the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened, and I recognized the woman standing on the other side. Bridget wore a woolly sweater and gray sweatpants, her hair piled into a messy bun. She looked like she was ready to settle in for the night. "Can I help you?" she asked. "I'm so sorry to bother you," I said, fidgeting as I shifted my weight from foot to foot. "Is the sheriff here? It's very important that I speak with him." The woman leaned against the door jamb, frowning as she folded her arms over her chest. "He's not. Is there something wrong? Do you need to call 911? I shook my head violently, clenching my jaw in an effort not to curse. "No, it's not exactly urgent. It's just that I may have information about Jocelyn Cambridge's death, and I think he'd like to hear about it." The woman continued to peer at me until a flash of recognition crossed her face. She snapped her fingers, slowly breaking into a smile. "I met you the other day at Connie's," she said. "You've been helping her clear out her house, right?" I stomped my feet, trying to force feeling into my toes. "Yes, Temperance Swift. Do you know when the sheriff will be back? I really prefer to speak to him tonight." Bridget nodded, stepping aside as she pulled the door open wide. "I expect him back any minute," she answered. "Would you like to come inside and wait? It's miserably cold out there. I could make us a pot of tea in the meantime. I just got some good stuff from Blythe's." I nodded, grateful for the invitation. The house was warm inside, even given the tall ceilings and the floor-to-ceiling windows. A stonework fireplace burned along the far wall, and a bearskin throw rug added a layer of whimsy and warmth. The place felt homey, not at all like a church. "Your home is stunning," I breathed, as I gazed at the intricate ceiling details. "Thank you. I came into some money a few years ago, just as the church was coming on the market. You'd be surprised how many others wanted to buy the building. I didn't think normal people would want to live in a church. Gosh, even I wasn't sure I wanted to live here until my uncle convinced me we could turn it into this." She gestured around with a proud smile. "I'm glad I listened." I followed Bridget into the kitchen and sat at the table while she rummaged through cabinets, retrieving tea tins, cups, and saucers. Do you have a preference between chai and black tea? I've got several variations of each. Surprise me, I said, unzipping my coat. I don't want to be a bother. Bridget hummed something under her breath as she opened a tin and began scooping the herbs into 2 muslin tea bags. Over her shoulder, she said, I've heard the town gossip that Jocelyn was murdered. I tried asking my uncle about it, but he doesn't talk shop at home. That's probably for the best, I said. I imagine it takes a certain kind of person to deal with crime all day, especially violent crime. The woman made sounds of agreement as she scuttled around her kitchen, lighting the fire for the kettle and setting milk and sugar on the counter. I suppose that's true, she said, but it doesn't mean I'm not curious, especially since, as you might have heard, we've never had any violent crime in Haven's End. Is it too morbid of me to ask what happened? What did you hear? I sat back in my chair, thinking. There was no way I could tell a stranger that I suspected her fiancé of murder. That was like 8 bridges too far. On the other hand, it wasn't a secret that men who committed violent crimes were often violent at home. Telling Bridget what I knew might save her from a fate I could scarcely imagine. I didn't see any marks or bruises on her, but that didn't mean she had none. Moreover, it didn't mean she never would. What kind of feminist would I be if I didn't do everything in my power to protect Bridget from a brutal fate? Still, I couldn't just come out and say what I suspected. So instead, I said, How long have you and Nick been together? I studied Bridget carefully as I asked the question. Her back was to me, but I saw how her shoulders tensed and how she lifted her head just a little. I thought I saw the hairs on her neck stand up, but that was probably my imagination. After a few moments of silence, she sighed, coming to sit across from me at the table. We've been together for a long while now, she said. But lately... Her voice trailed off, and she looked away, avoiding my gaze. But lately what? I leaned forward, my breath catching in my throat. She paused, narrowing her eyes at me. I'm sorry. What does this have to do with Jocelyn's murder? I bit my lip and looked away. I was being a coward, and I knew it. But have you ever tried telling someone their lover isn't who they thought they were? Unless you've walked in on your husband kissing a wife you didn't know he had, you just can't understand how it feels to have your universe shaken upside down. I didn't know if I could do that to another woman, but not telling her was worse. Maybe nothing, I said finally. Then, after a long pause, I summoned the courage to add, but maybe a lot. The woman stared at me until the kettle whistled. She got up and moved to the sideboard, pouring hot water over muslin tea bags. Nick has been odd lately, she admitted. Moody, distant, secretive, which makes me nervous. I said nothing as I looked down at my hands on the table. I squeezed my fingers together, nervously pressing the knuckles until they popped. I heard a spoon hitting porcelain as Bridget prepared our tea with milk and honey. She brought the mugs over and placed mine before me. You look like you know something, she said, her voice reedy. You also look scared. And if you don't mind my saying so, that scares me. She paused long enough to blow across the surface of her tea, displacing a cloud of steam. You didn't come to see the sheriff in the dark and cold and asking questions about my husband for nothing. Please, Temperance. Tell me what you know. I sipped carefully at my beverage. Bridget had added enough milk to my tea that it wasn't scalding hot, which I was grateful for. Sipping tea was an excellent way to procrastinate ruining a woman's life. I took several long slurps before I answered. I think Nick has been stealing from his sister. I think Jocelyn found out about it and confronted Nick. And I think things got messy. I brought the mug to my lips again, drinking deeply. Anything to avoid looking Bridget in the eye. But the woman's gaze was waiting for me when I lowered the mug. Messy, she repeated. Her eyes had gone soft and unfocused, her jaw slack. I imagined it was similar to how I'd looked when Nathan dropped his bomb on me. Is that how they describe murder in the city? She chuckled then, but it was a dry, mirthless sound, like fingernails on sandpaper. Ms. Swift, Temperance, please, I said. Temperance. The woman put down her drink and spun it around lazily by the handle. Are you suggesting my fiancé pushed that woman down the stairs? A woman beloved by this community? I think it could have been an accident, I said. Now that I'd said my piece, I was feeling more relaxed, less anxious, which also made me more open to considering other possibilities. But I know Jocelyn suspected him of stealing, and I know she died right around the time she put two and two together. Bridget said nothing, swallowing hard as she stared down into her mug. I just don't think that's possible, she said after a while. He wouldn't hurt anyone. And what do you mean he was stealing? I finished my tea just to give myself something to do. I've already said too much, I said. I should probably just wait for… Please. Bridget reached across the table, laying her hand atop mine. You can't come here and tell me the man I'm about to marry isn't who I think he is and then leave me in the dark. Please, tell me everything. I looked up at her, into her big liquid eyes fringed with damp lashes. I didn't know this woman, but I knew this woman. She was every woman who'd been cheated on, lied to, misused, and discarded. She was Connie. She was me. I slipped my hand away and pressed the back of my hand to my forehead. I felt woozy, clammy. Maybe it was the adrenaline, maybe it was nerves, but I suddenly felt like I was about to pass out. I think he's been stealing from Connie, I drawled. I don't know how, but I think he took artwork from her house and has been selling it. What artwork? Bridget's face was a scribble of confusion. You've been to her place. Connie doesn't own anything of value. I chuckled darkly, my palms sweating and armpits growing damp. Turns out she does, I said. Those cat paintings of hers are worth a pretty penny to the right buyer. The woman was silent for a long while. She folded her arms over her chest, protecting herself as she glared back at me. I knew that body language. I wanted to stop talking, but I couldn't. Nick's been selling Connie's art behind her back. Selling it, the woman said, still staring. I sat back in my chair, suddenly very dizzy. My body felt hot and heavy, my limbs refusing to obey my commands. I tried to sit up tall, but my body was like lead. My tongue was huge in my mouth, and cotton stuffed up my ears. The world was suddenly muted and fuzzy, and everything happened in slow motion. I looked over at Bridget, studying me with an intensity that made my scalp burn. I reached up, pressing my fingers against my throat as I tried to swallow. I was having difficulty breathing, and my heart felt like it wanted to race but couldn't find its footing. Can I have some water? I wheezed. Bridget stood, pushing her chair away from the table. I tried to follow her with my eyes, but I was being pulled slowly underwater. The last thing I heard was the soft clack and swish of a drawer sliding open before my vision faded to black and the world slanted. I slid away into the dark. I awoke on the floor, my body still feeling like lead. I pressed the heel of my hand to my temple and struggled into a seated position. My eyes struggled to open, and even when they did, I felt like I was looking at the world through a blurred lens. I blinked, trying to get my bearings. It was then I noticed Bridget sitting on the couch across from me, a gun pointed at my chest. I pulled myself upright and leaned against an armchair, pulling my knees into my chest. Bridget had drawn the curtains, but I could see it was still dark. I drew in a steadying breath. You drugged me, I said. Bridget's lips quirked into something almost resembling a smile. I'm sorry about that, she said. But it's a necessary precaution. Be glad I got the dose right. I only gave you half of what Nick gives Connie. I closed my eyes and saw Connie in her kitchen, enjoying Blythe's tea with her brother, and then melting into unconsciousness. All this time, Connie thought the tea had put her to sleep. But Blythe's sleepy time tea wasn't knocking Connie on her butt. It was whatever drug Nick slipped her. He drugged her, and that's how he got the paintings, I said, hardly realizing I was speaking aloud. All this time, She thought she was losing her mind, but he was actually gaslighting her. I pressed my fingers against my eyes, trying to rub life back into them. I still felt groggy, dizzy. Once my vision settled, I saw I was in the living room, just one room from the kitchen. I realized Bridget must have dragged me when I'd fallen unconscious, and I was probably too heavy to get somewhere more private. I guess I wasn't the only one who needed to double down on her strength training at the gym. Then I realized something else. "You were in on it," I said, suppressing a perverse desire to laugh. "Oh my God, I'm so stupid. Of course you were in on it. There's no way Nick could have packaged and shipped those paintings without you knowing." It's funny. Bridget still had the gun trained on me, but at least her finger was off the trigger. I didn't know the first thing about guns, and I suddenly wished I'd paid attention to any of those shows Nathan used to watch. Maybe I'd be able to identify whether she still had the safety on. Not that it mattered, I guess. We sold those paintings for years with no one the wiser, and then, in a span of days, you and Jocelyn both figured it out. And you both had the same instinct, to warn the stupid woman you assumed had no idea what was happening. It took me a beat longer than it should have to register what she'd said. When it did, my heart stopped. "Oh God," I breathed aloud. I looked up, peering into Bridget's eyes, the cold, unblinking blue that stared back into mine. "Jocelyn called you." I closed my eyes against the realization. Not Nick. You. Connie said Jocelyn was always advocating for women to leave their unhealthy partnerships. Jocelyn wanted to save you from Nick because she thought you didn't know who you were marrying, and when you realized what she knew, you threw her down the stairs. Bridget smirked, leaning her head to the side. "Are you hoping I'll confess? You think this is going to go down like some crime TV show where the killer breaks down and tells the cops everything they need to get a conviction?" She snickered and dropped me a wink. "Keep waiting." I heaved hot air from my lungs. It was all I could do to keep from crying. And I couldn't cry. I needed to think. I nodded at the gun still trained on me. "So, what's with the gun, Bridget? If you're gonna kill me, why drug me first? Why not just—" I made a bloody sound as I sliced my forefinger across my throat. She chuckled, her tittering sending fresh goosebumps over my skin. "I've never shot anyone before," she admitted. "Guns are not my weapon of choice. Honestly, I don't know if I can pull the trigger. Guns are loud, messy, but they get the point across. I mean business. I don't need you trying to overpower me, banking on some wild hope that I won't pull the trigger." She shrugged, the shadow of a frown appearing at the corners of her mouth. "Right now, I just want to talk to you. But don't get me wrong, Temperance. I will do what I need to do." I let her words wash over me as I parsed their meaning. She drugged me because she needed me weak and compliant. But I had no doubt she would kill me. There was no way around it. So what did she plan to do if she didn't plan to shoot me? What did I still need to watch out for? It wasn't like she could push me down the stairs like she did Jocelyn, right? The church was a single story. There were no steps for me to tumble down. But even beyond that, hadn't there been something else strange about Jocelyn's death? Something that made everyone suspect murder in the first place? And then there it was, the memory that made my blood run cold. Simon said Jocelyn had a small circular bruise on her neck, like someone had injected her with something. I gasped as realization dawned, and my heart squeezed. "You're diabetic," I whispered. "Oh my God." I recalled the day I'd met Bridget at Connie's house. She and Nick had been joking about her ailments, including her diabetes. She joked that one day, when she was old and feeble, Nick would need to carry around her insulin injections in a purse, just like she did. The exchange had seemed so innocent at the time, even endearing. But remembering it now made me nauseated and lightheaded. I thought I might be sick. "When you went to Jocelyn's house, you had your insulin in your purse. That's how you killed her. You just pushed her down the stairs for good measure, but it was the injection that killed her." I looked up, trembling. And that's how you plan to kill me, too. You're getting way ahead of yourself. Bridget rearranged her body, stretching out some of the kinks she undoubtedly felt from holding that gun so steady. Let's focus on the present. I need to know who you spoke to about any of this, she said. I don't want to hurt you, Temperance. I truly don't. I'm not a psychopath. I'm just a woman with expensive taste who doesn't want her lifestyle upended because some busybody dug her nose into business she should have stayed out of. She cocked her head to the side. I don't want to hurt you, but if hurting you gets me the information I want… She shrugged. So, who did you tell? I gaped at her, bewildered by her nonchalance, but also furious at my own stupidity. I hadn't told anyone, of course. I'd only just put 2 and 2 together, and then, like an idiot, I'd come straight here. But if I admitted that, I'd have no leverage, nothing to bargain for my life with. I had to think of something, anything to buy more time, to come up with a plan, to survive. Unbidden, a voice came to my ears, speaking words I'd casually dismissed the first time I heard them. In my mind's eye, I saw Penny, her face clouded with worry as she took my hands in hers and said, I'm telling you, there's a future where you don't make it out. I began to shake, my teeth chattering so loud they sounded like marbles in my head. Was this that timeline? What made the difference between making it out and not? Which track was I on? But I scolded myself as soon as the thoughts formed. Stay focused, stupid. Penny's prediction was just words. She can't see the future. She's just a kid. She's not an oracle. She's not a fount of wisdom. She's just a messed-up teenager who probably learned everything she knows about the tarot from watching video clips on her phone. Forget the magical thinking and focus on what's real. What can I do? What can I stopped mid-thought as meaning snagged on my words, unraveling in slow motion so my drug-addled brain could parse it. On her phone. Of course! A light bulb went off in my mind, slicing through the brain fog. My phone. I could call 911. I didn't even need to remove the phone from my pocket to do it. I just had to press the right sequence of buttons. Shaking, I clenched my fingers into fists and shoved them into my pockets, pretending to seek warmth as I groped blindly for my phone. But instead of finding a rectangle of smooth metal and glass, my fingers closed around a slender bottle that just fit into my palm. Across from me, Bridget sucked her teeth. You didn't think I left your phone on you, did you? She asked. She tilted her head toward the kitchen. If you think you can make it before I can pull the trigger, you're welcome to try. Instinctively, my eyes flitted toward the kitchen. For one stupid moment, I considered making a run for it. But of course, there was no way I could make it. I wasn't even sure I could stand, let alone win a foot race against a madwoman's bullet. Defeated, I let my chin fall to my chest. I was out of options. If only I hadn't come alone. If only I'd waited to speak to the sheriff in the morning. If only I had never burned my house down. If only, if only, if only. I sniffled, a miserable cry escaping my lips as I catalogued all the choices that led to this moment, to my dying here on the renovated floor of a Methodist church. But even as I sat there feeling sorry for myself, a small tendril of hope unfurled in my mind. There's a future where you don't make it out. But there's also a future where you do. So which choice will you make now, Temperance? Which road will you take? I was pondering the very short list of my available choices when Bridget's voice brought me back into the present. Come on, Temperance. Let's not drag this on all night. Tell me, who else did you tell about the paintings? Unconsciously, my fingers traced the contours of the bottle in my pocket. I hadn't told anyone about the paintings, of course, but admitting that to Bridget would not extend my life. I needed her to think I was still useful. I needed her to believe I had more information to share. I needed her to need me alive. I needed her to need me. I froze, my heart seizing as the world's stupidest idea took form in my brain. An idea that, absolutely unhinged as it was, actually had a snowball's chance of saving my life. I closed my eyes. Here goes nothing, I thought. and then I let myself break down into hysterical, bone-clattering tears. It wasn't hard. I was genuinely terrified out of my wits. I'd been tricked, drugged, and held against my will, and the night was still young and full of horrifying possibilities. I gave in to heaving sobs, allowing hysteria to take over in all its splotchy, snotty, hiccuping glory. I was an ugly crier. "Bridget, please, I swallowed hard, convulsing with sobs. My breathing was fast and shallow. I couldn't get enough air. I let my airways close and forced myself to wheeze louder as my speaking voice grew softer. Bridget leaned forward, her jaw tightening. "Who did you tell?" Tears streamed down my face as I struggled to breathe. When I spoke, my voice was barely audible. "The guy from the—" Bridget stood, closing the short distance between us. She was close enough now that I could see the fear in her eyes. "It's working," I thought deliriously, chewing on the inside of my cheek. "It's working. Just get her a little closer." Bridget took another step forward. Another, but she was still too far away. I needed her no more than at an arm's distance, so I lowered my voice even further and whispered, "The man who runs the—" I watched as her face colored red, her breathing growing labored. "Come just a little closer, you viper," I thought. "I'll tell you everything." Bridget dropped to her knees and slid to my side, the gun only just beginning to wobble in her grasp. She was so close I could smell the metallic tang of sweat on her skin. "What man, Temperance? Tell me." I paused, mentally measuring the distance between us. I wasn't sure if she was close enough, but I didn't dare draw this out any further. It was now or never. I squeezed my eyes shut, clearing my vision of any remaining tears. I only had one shot. It had to be perfect. I took a final breath, pleading silently with the universe. "Please let this work. Please, please, please let this work." With my hand still in my pocket, I popped the top off the perfume bottle Meliora had given me. In one swift motion, I whipped the bottle from my pocket, thrusting my arm into Bridget's face. Then, with all the strength I could muster, I repeatedly smashed the nozzle of the perfume bottle and sprayed the contents directly into Bridget's eyes. A billowing cloud of grape bubblegum-scented perfume exploded from the bottle. Bridget yelped as the contents stung her in the face. For a horrible second, I thought she might fire the gun, which was close enough now that she could probably kill me even without aiming. But she didn't fire. Then again, she didn't drop the gun either, which is what I was hoping for. I tried to scurry away, but I was still slow and groggy from whatever she'd dosed me with. Her free hand shot out to grab me, and before I could clamber out of reach, Bridget was on me, her fingers grabbing the hair at the nape of my neck as she pulled me forward and kissed me square on the mouth. I froze, eyes wide as Bridget's face smashed against mine, so close I felt her lashes on my wet cheeks. My heart was racing a mile a minute, and 100 thoughts flew through my mind. I didn't even know which surprised me more, that the potion actually worked, or that Bridget, who threatened to turn me into a chalk outline just a moment ago, was now kissing me with such fervor I thought my teeth would rip through my lips. She broke off the kiss before I could wrap my brain around what had just happened. Bridget's fingers were still in my hair, liquid eyes gazing into mine. Her cheeks colored as a small smile curled over her lips. "I've never wanted to do that with a woman before," she breathed. I shook myself, trying to get my head on straight. The first part of the plan had worked, but I still needed to get to safety. After all, Bridget still had the gun, and I had no idea how long the spell would last. I needed to put distance between us, but my body was still heavy and numb. "Bridget," I said, my voice breathy. "There's more where that came from. But I need you to do something for me first." Bridget nodded, biting her lip. Grape bubblegum wafted from her skin. "What is it?" I sucked in a breath, holding out my palm. "Give me the gun." Bridget balked, blinking in confusion as she looked down into her hand. She seemed startled to see the gun clutched in her fist. She turned it over, examining it from various angles before looking up at me, her chin wobbling. "You aren't going to hurt me, are you?" I froze, watching her face. Her eyes were wide and round and devoid of cunning. Instead, I saw nothing but the most earnest, open trust and desire I'd ever witnessed in another person. No one, not my husband, not any boyfriend, not my reflection, had ever looked at me with such soul-bare devotion. It sent shivers through my whole body, and I trembled, new tears forming in my eyes. I quickly blinked them back. "I won't hurt you," I said. I hoped I was telling the truth. Without further protest, she pressed the gun into my hand, and adrenaline zapped down my spine. I slipped the weapon into my coat pocket, took a deep breath, and tried to stand. My legs were rickety. My knees were jelly. Bridget wedged herself under my armpit, supporting me as I struggled upright. I let her help me to my feet, but as soon as I trusted my legs to support my weight, I stepped away, putting as much distance between us as possible. Every instinct told me to run out of the house, to get away from the crazy lady, but I couldn't. I couldn't leave until I had proof that would put Bridget away for good. My mind raced frantically as I searched for my next move. "Bridget, when are you expecting the sheriff home?" Bridget sighed, her head lolling drunkenly to one side. "Not until tomorrow." I narrowed my eyes in disbelief. "Earlier, you said you were expecting him back any minute." Bridget huffed, lifting a shoulder in a half-hearted shrug. I was lying. I cursed inwardly, my brain scrambling for a plan B. "Okay, next question. Does your uncle have a set of handcuffs in the house?" She blinked, puzzled. "I don't know. Probably." She cocked her head to one side. "Why?" Lovesick Bridget was asking a lot more questions than I'd expected, and my patience was growing short. "I need them, Bridget. Just trust me." Bridget hesitated, and for a horrible second, I thought she might come to her senses, and I'd be well and truly screwed. Instead, she lifted her chin, beckoning me down the hall. I followed her into a guest room. Judging from the clothes-strewn helter-skelter and the overwhelming stench of Polo cologne, I guessed this was where her uncle was staying. Bridget pulled open a dresser drawer, closed it, then opened another. She dug around for a while before finally lifting a pair of cuffs with a beaming smile. "Voila!" I snatched the cuffs from her hands and ordered her to sit. She did. I shook like a leaf as I fitted the cuffs around her wrists. Bridget sat still as stone, watching me with large, unblinking eyes, her face still flushed pink. She looked confused, and the stupid, compassionate part of me hated what I was doing, taking advantage of a woman literally under the influence. Of course, she was also a murderous wretch who wanted to make me a permanent resident at the local cemetery, so it wasn't like I was doing something wrong, which just goes to show women are socialized to be warm-hearted and tender, even to those who mean us harm. I had so much unlearning to do. As soon as I was sure the cuffs were tight enough, I ran to the kitchen, grabbed my phone from the counter, dialed 911, and ran back into the room to guard my prisoner. Bridget hadn't moved. As the phone rang, she continued watching me with those big, puppy dog eyes. "Who are you calling?" she asked. "I thought we were having a moment." "We are," I said. "Just give me a second." The phone rang for ages. Finally, a woman answered. 911. What's your emergency?" "I need immediate police assistance in Havens End. The address is..." I opened the map app on my phone to find my location. "The Methodist Church at 919 End Times Way. I have a murder suspect in custody. I've taken her weapon, but I think she's still dangerous. Please hurry." I disconnected the call. I slipped the phone away to see Bridget still staring at me with that lovesick look. She bit down on her lip as her eyes filled with tears. "You called the police on me?" she whispered. I swallowed as I reached for my pocket, ready to retrieve the gun if I needed to. I really hoped I didn't need to. "Bridget." "You don't feel the same way about me as I feel about you," she said. I sighed, suddenly exhausted. I let my legs go soft as I slid to the floor, my head leaning back against the doorframe. "It's Complicated, I said finally. I offered nothing else. I had nothing left to give. 644 years later, the cops arrived. They found us holed up in the guest room, me in a puddle on the floor, Bridget handcuffed and perched on the edge of the bed, still reeking of grape bubble gum. A uniformed officer surveyed the scene and, with a bewildered look, asked, "What seems to be the trouble?" I glanced over at Bridget. "Why don't you tell him, Bridge?" Bridget smiled indulgently at me, glassy eyes blinking back tears. "Are you sure?" "There's no turning back if I tell them. They won't let us be together." I glanced up at the ceiling, swiping at a wayward tear that found its way down my cheek. "Nothing can stop true love," I said. "Tell him everything, Bridge." She held my gaze for a long moment before giving a shuddering sigh and turning her eyes to the officer. "Well, sir, it happened like this." And then she told him everything. Chapter 14. Spring bloomed slowly over Haven's End, bringing bright green buds and fresh grass to replace the melted snow and mud. It also brought more work to the farm. Chickens needed feeding, vegetable beds needed tending, and there was plenty of repair work to go around. Until now, I'd avoided the dreaded manual labor that came with living on a farm. But now that Connie's house was decluttered, the easy days of working in town had ended. I objected to this, of course. After all, not only had I fixed up Connie's house, but I'd also discovered who'd been stealing her art and impersonating her, as well as solved a murder. I thought that was plenty of work for a girl, and I had more than earned a break. But Tessa, Meg, and Alex had other ideas. So instead of resting at the local coffee shop or working out at the gym I still hadn't signed up for, I was collecting eggs from the chicken coop. I hated to admit it, but I actually didn't mind this chore. The cooing and clucking of the chickens was comforting, and the birds seemed to like me, which, inexplicably, gave me a most welcome dose of serotonin. I took my basket of eggs into the house, turning them over to Tessa in the kitchen. As I was headed back outside to help Mateo with some fence repairs, Tessa's voice stopped me. "I've been meaning to tell you," she said. "We're all really proud of what you did for Connie, and Jocelyn." I paused and turned around. "Thank you," I said. "Glad to help." I was backing out toward the door when Tessa said, "One more thing, though." Again, I stopped short. "Yes?" "What did you do with the potion you used against Bridget?" I shrugged. "Nothing. It's still sitting on my dresser upstairs." Tessa nodded, a knowing look in her eyes. "And what are you planning to do with it?" I shrugged again, unsure where Tessa was going with this line of questioning. I hadn't really thought about it. That stupid bottle saved my life, so I guess I'll hold on to it. You know, for sentimental reasons. Tessa made a non-committal sound in the back of her throat and gave me a long, evaluating look. Eventually, she said, "I'm not one to tell other people what to do. But I think it would be good if you returned the potion to Meliora." I blinked, surprised. "How did you know I got the potion from Meliora? In fact, how did you know about the potion at all? That wasn't in the police report." Tessa smirked. "Just because Penny lies all the time doesn't mean she isn't a true oracle, and I know how to get her to talk." She chuckled softly before planting a hand on her hip. "Don't change the subject. The potion. It's a good thing Meliora gave it to you, but it's not a good idea to keep it." I spread my hands out before me, imploring. "Why not?" Tessa's lips pinched as she dipped her chin toward her chest. "I think you already know the answer to that. And if you don't, I suggest you ask Simon that same question." I harumphed with a roll of my eyes. "Simon? Is he back?" An agitated look passed over Tessa's face. "He hasn't come back yet, but he will. He always does." I said nothing to that. It had been almost 2 weeks since the police had arrested Bridget, and I hadn't heard a word from Simon. It wasn't like we were friends or anything. But if he was a patient like I was, or, a resident, how could he just pick up and leave whenever he felt like it? Wasn't the whole point of treatment to commit to it? "Anyway," Tessa said, "I can excuse you from fence mending if you want to take the bottle into town now, unless you don't think you will." "Return the potion or mend fences," I said, hands splayed like a scale, pretending to weigh my options. "All right, fine, I'll take back the potion." Tessa grinned. "I thought you might." Reluctantly, I trudged up the stairs and retrieved the lavender bottle from the dresser. I cradled it in my palm, feeling strangely attached to it. Well, maybe it wasn't so strange. After all, if I hadn't had it that night at Bridget's. I shuddered thinking about it. That line of thinking led nowhere good. But there was more to my reluctance, and I knew it. A pathetic, desperate part of me didn't want to give up the power of whatever that bottle held. When I'd sprayed Bridget in the face, the way she looked at me was unlike anything I'd experienced before. Not even Nathan had looked at me that way. If I gave the bottle back to Meliora, I might never see that expression directed at me ever again. After all, I hadn't until now, and at 35, my life was already halfway over. But as I stared at the glass in my hand, I remembered what Simon said the last time I'd seen him. Whatever was in this bottle couldn't make anyone love me. It couldn't make anyone want to spend the rest of their lives with me. It couldn't make anyone forsake all other lovers to lie on the couch and watch bad reality TV with just me. And despite everything my not-husband had put me through, didn't I still want that? I sighed, not really wanting to think about it. I slipped the potion into my pocket and headed downstairs and out the front door. About halfway into my long walk to town, I heard footsteps behind me. Looking over my shoulder, I saw Simon walking toward me. He'd traded in his customary suit for a sports jacket and slacks. His pink shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, and he'd skipped a tie. He still looked like he'd stepped from the pages of GQ magazine. "Ms. Swift," he said as he caught up with me. "I thought that might be you." I raised an eyebrow at him but kept walking. "So I see you decided to come back." Simon shrugged non-committally and glanced away. For a little while, anyway. We were silent for a moment before he sighed and admitted, "Actually, I came looking for you." My heart skipped a beat, but I tried not to show it. "Why?" He hesitated before answering. "I wanted to apologize for my behavior in group therapy the other day." His voice was quiet but sincere, so much so that it made me feel guilty for the anger I hadn't even realized I was harboring. Still, I couldn't quite bring myself to forgive him yet. "You abandoned me," I said. "You had a tantrum and ran off. I haven't seen you in weeks. I didn't even know when or if I'd see you again." "I know," he said. "I'm sorry about that. There were things I had to do, and things you had to do," I repeated, incredulous. I stopped walking and faced Simon, my arms folded over my chest. "I was drugged and almost killed. And you weren't there." Simon hung his head, unable to meet my gaze. "I know, and I'm sorry," he said, his voice hushed. "I should have been there for you, and I wasn't." "No, you weren't," I said, but the fire had gone out of me. "But it's not your fault. You didn't owe me anything, and you couldn't have known what would happen that night." "But I should have," he said, ashamed. "I saw your future in Penny's tarot reading. She said there was a future where you didn't make it out. I knew that, and didn't try hard enough to protect you. But I promise I won't make that mistake again." My heart clenched at the emotion in his voice. He seemed so sincere, and instantly all my anger melted away. "Apology accepted," I replied, my face breaking into a small smile before beginning to walk again. "So, are you going to tell me where you've been?" "One day, perhaps," he said, "but in the meantime, I have something to show you." He reached into his breast pocket and withdrew a business card, pressing it into my hand. I looked down at it, and my eyebrows shot up as I guffawed, turning wide, disbelieving eyes to my companion. "Are you kidding me?" "I assure you, Ms. Swift, I am quite serious." On one side of the card was a portrait illustration of Simon and me, arms folded over our chests as we stood back to back, smiling mischievously at the camera. I was dressed in a sweater and jeans, while Simon was decked out in a dapper suit with a pink shirt opened a button too far. I flipped the card over to read the words, "In Haven's End, vengeance is swift and savage." Beneath that, in a smaller font, were the words, "For all your justice needs." "Vengeance is swift and savage?" I laughed, then brought a hand to my mouth, pressing my fingers to my lips. "Hold the phone. Is that your name?" "Simon Savage?" "Of course," he answered, forehead creased in confusion. "You didn't think the god of love would be called anything else, did you?" I shrugged. "I thought maybe sweet, or lovejoy, or l'amour." "What, like that dreadful cowboy writer?" Simon wrinkled his nose in distaste. "Surely your concept of love is more evolved than that, or have I been wasting my time?" I decided not to address that. "What are these business cards even for?" Simon scoffed, shoving his hands into his pockets. "Well, isn't it obvious, Ms. Swift? They're for our new business venture. We made such a delightful team working with Connie that I thought we could go full-time, getting justice for jilted lovers while helping people reinvent their lives." I returned the card with a laugh. "You realize we went after the wrong guy, right? We were convinced Tom was the culprit." Simon slipped the card back into his pocket with a dismissive wave. "I'm not saying mistakes weren't made," he admitted. "But we got the right guy in the end, didn't we?" "You mean I got the right guy," I corrected. "You say tomato, I say tomato. The point is, justice was served, and it was both swift and savage." To be honest, I didn't think it was either of those things, but he seemed so pleased with himself that I kept mum. "I'm not sure the sisters will approve of this new venture," I said. "I am most certain they will not, which is why we simply won't tell them. Now, can I ask where we're headed? I assume you won't mind if I join you." I reached into my pocket and pulled out Meliora's bottle. "To return this," I said. "Tessa doesn't think I'm ready for it." Simon sniffed. "You're certainly not. But then again, no one is." As we left Cupidity One perfume bottle lighter, we collided with someone on the sidewalk, nose buried in his phone. He muttered apologies even before he glanced up. But when he did, his face brightened with recognition. "Temperance!" Hans pressed a hand to his chest, his smile quivering. "Hello there. It's good to see you. I trust you're well?" I knew what he was asking, of course. Everyone in town knew about my brush with death, though most people were murky on the details. "I'm okay," I said. "I'm taking a break from solving crimes, though. Doctor's orders." Hans tittered, clearing his throat as he glanced at Simon, who didn't introduce himself but stood watching our exchange with a curious smirk. "Anyway, I'm glad I ran into you. I believe I owe you an apology." "Me?" I blinked, tilting my head to the side. "What for?" "Well, that mess with Connie was all my fault, I'm afraid," he said. Hans sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as a blush crept into his cheeks. Years back, when Tom and Connie first split, Nick tried to help Connie clean the place up. He brought some of her old junk into the shop, including one of those cat paintings of hers. I wanted to help, so I took the artwork, even though I didn't think I could sell it. But to my surprise, it sold. Sometime later, I got a call from an art dealer asking about the artist. He sighed, rubbing the nape of his neck, which had turned red with shame. I didn't feel right giving out a woman's information to a stranger, so I gave the dealer Nick's information, and the rest, I guess, is history. "You couldn't have known Nick would steal from his sister," I said. "He did more than that," Simon scoffed. "He pretended to be the woman's agent, Who do you think was behind that article we found on Studio Muse Review? It was Nick pretending to be Tom, pretending to be Connie's agent. Really, it was quite brilliant. Demented, but brilliant. You people will do anything for money. Don't lump me in with the likes of him, I said, holding up my hands against the insult. Not everyone would do what Nick did, especially to family. Well, be that as it may, I wanted to apologize. Hans stood a little straighter, squaring his shoulders and meeting my gaze. If I hadn't done any of that, you wouldn't have gotten caught in the middle. It was honorable of you to help Connie like you did, but you never should have needed to in the first place. I reached out and squeezed his shoulder. It's all right, I said. All's well, that ends well, right? Hans returned the smile with relief, anxiety easing from his shoulders as he relaxed into a more natural pose. Well, I suppose so. I appreciate your graciousness anyway. So, have you heard the news about Connie? I shook my head. I haven't. What news? Her work is going to be featured in an upcoming art show in Paris, Hans said, his face lighting up with pride. It's a very big deal. People are out of their minds with excitement that the recluse Constance Neighbors is actually going to show her face for the first time. Well, that, and people love a good scandal. Everybody knows the story by now. He paused for a moment before adding with a sly grin, She's expected to make a pretty penny at the showing if word on the street is true. I smiled at the news. Connie had been through so much. It was nice to hear that all her tragedy was about to turn around. That's amazing. No one deserves it more than her. I paused for a moment before offering Hans a wry smile. Is it too devilish of me to hope this news has reached Tom's ears too? Hans guffawed, face tilted skyward as smile lines crinkled over his face. Oh, he knows. I would have paid top dollar to have seen the look on his face when he heard. Me too. I elbowed Simon in the side. Guess he'll have to eat his words now, I joked. Well, I better get going. Hans collected himself with a wistful sigh. It was good to see you again. Don't be a stranger. He waved before stepping off the sidewalk and heading back toward his car. I watched him go and then turned to Simon with a contented smile. Shall we head back? Simon sighed, hunching his shoulders in reluctant acceptance. I suppose it can't be avoided. The farm isn't going to run itself. We walked back to the farm, chatting about nothing, just enjoying the walk and the company. Simon complained periodically about the hazards manual labor wreaked on his manicured hands, but I only half listened to that. If I was honest, I wasn't really dreading mending fences. It actually felt good to be useful. But I had a sneaking suspicion that mending fences would never be as satisfying as repairing an old woman's life. Chapter 15. Hours later, as I lay on my bed perusing social media, I heard a knock at my door. The door creaked open, and Alex stepped inside. Her eyes swept over the room, taking in my meager belongings scattered across the floor and strewn across my furniture. I thought I saw disapproval in her expression, but I wasn't inclined to accept judgment from someone who didn't even have the decency to wait for permission to enter a person's room. Finally, she turned her gaze to me. Tessa wants to see you in the kitchen, she said. I sat up, my brow wrinkled. In the kitchen? Annoyance passed over Alex's face. It's a room in the house where you prepare food, she said. Around here, dinner isn't just delivered to your front door. Around here, if you want to eat, you have to work for it. I still wasn't sure what Alex had against me, but I wasn't in the mood to jump into a sparring match with her. If she wanted to use me as a punching bag, I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of whining about it. I wriggled off the edge of the bed, working my feet into a pair of house slippers. Okay, I'm coming. I just hope she doesn't expect me to cook. Working the stove has never exactly been my forte. Alex's expression did not change as she said, "That's not what I heard. I heard your cooking skills were fire." Then she slipped from the room, leaving the door open behind her. I found Tessa standing over the stove, apron tied around her ample waist. Silver tendrils had escaped her bun, sticking to her face from sweat and steam. When she saw me, her face lit up. She ushered me over to the kitchen counter and thrust a matching apron into my hands, motioning for me to put it on. I complied, tying the strings snugly around my waist. As I adjusted my hair and apron, Persephone sauntered into the kitchen, tail straight up, critically eyeing Tessa and me as she considered our pros and cons. Finally, she padded over to me and rubbed her body against my legs, purring softly. I reached down to scratch behind her ears, and her gentle purr turned into the low rumble of a boat engine as she leaned into my touch. I straightened and washed my hands at the sink. "What are we making?" I asked, looking around the kitchen at the various ingredients and tools spread across the counters. Tessa grabbed a bowl of apples from the counter and set them in front of me. "Have you ever made a pie before, sweetheart?" I shook my head. "No, ma'am." Tessa pressed a paring knife into my hand. "That's a shame. You must have been sadly alienated from the joys of simple domestic life if you haven't so much as made a pie. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. Let's start with something easy." She pointed to the bowl of apples before me. "Peel those, please." Then she returned to her work at the stove, humming under her breath as she stirred something in a pot. Persephone hopped onto the counter as I worked, but I pushed her off with an elbow and a sour look. "Cats don't belong on counters," I said. "You walk in your own poop." The cat yowled in response, giving me a dirty look as she circled my feet, batting at a loose piece of apple skin that fell to the floor. So, Tessa worked at her cutting board, slicing up a handful of vegetables. "How are you settling in?" I shrugged, concentrating on peeling the apples without slicing my fingers to ribbons. "It's not bad. I'm getting to know everyone and learning some of the chores, like peeling apples," I said with a smile. "How did things go with Constance? I hear you helped get her art into a gallery." "I had nothing to do with that," I said. "That was all Connie. But it was nice to help out where I could." I paused for a moment as images of Connie in her pink sweatsuit ran through my mind, enjoying biscotti and tea at her table or scolding her ornery old cat. "Meeting Connie was good for me," I continued, looking over at Tessa. "I'm glad I got to help her." Tessa hummed tunelessly as she dropped the chopped vegetables into the pot over the stove and stirred them with a wooden spoon. "And the incident with Bridget? How are you healing from that?" Persephone butted her head against my leg, begging for more scratches, but I shook my head at her. "I already washed my hands," I said. I gently nudged her aside with my foot. When she realized she wasn't getting any more attention, she sniffed and pranced out of the kitchen. "I think I'm okay," I said. "And I think you were right to make me return the perfume to Meliora. Otherwise, it would have been too tempting to use it on the goats to get them to behave. Those little devils are feisty." Tessa set her spoon on the counter and picked up a knife. "Temperance, is that why you think I wanted you to return the potion? Because I thought you might use it to manipulate goats?" I hesitated, not sure how to answer. "I was kidding about the goats, but you know what I mean. You didn't want me using it on people against their will, which is fair." Tessa hummed thoughtfully, her knife never ceasing its rhythm as it moved across the cutting board. "Tell me what happened when you sprayed the potion on Bridget," she said. I placed the peeled apple aside and reached for a fresh one. "Well, first, she kissed me, but that wasn't even the craziest part of it. It was how she looked at me, like she really saw me, and even seeing the true me, she would do anything for me." I paused before adding, "including, apparently, confessing everything to the cops." Tessa sprinkled salt and pepper over her cutting board. "And how did that make you feel?" I paused, confused by the question. Well, I guess. Good? The older woman raised an eyebrow. Maybe more than good? Maybe it felt like love? When I didn't answer, Tessa pressed on. It's natural to seek love. Maybe the most natural thing in the world. We crave it so badly. We sometimes seek it out in the most inappropriate places. And if we can't find true love, we fall for a makeshift version. It's easy to settle, especially when you've been through the trauma you've experienced. First your husband, then being committed to a facility, then getting drugged and held at gunpoint. Meliora's potion would have made it easy for you to create your own temporary romances over and over again. But finding fake love isn't why you're here. Speaking of that, I spoke nonchalantly, trying to pretend she hadn't just read me like a book. Can I ask about my treatment plan? I don't mean to sound like a spoiled brat, but I'm not sure how any of this, working with Connie, milking goats, or making a pie from scratch, is supposed to help me deal with my husband's deceptions. Tessa scooped the vegetables into plump hands, dumping them carefully into the pot boiling away on the stove. Is that what you think you're doing here? Learning to cope with other people's shortcomings? I held up my hands, imploring. Isn't it? Tessa was quiet for a long stretch, dabbing her damp forehead with her apron hem. She stood on her tiptoes to retrieve a bowl from a high shelf, and with her back turned to me, she said, Cooking is a learned skill. In the beginning, when you're just starting out and don't know what you're doing, you follow a recipe. You perform each step as stated, and if you're any good at following directions and you've chosen a good recipe, you'll end up with a decent result. As you get more practice, your cooking improves, and maybe, after a while, you learn to improvise. Where to add extra cumin, when to double the vanilla. You learn your own tastes and preferences, and recipes become guidelines more than rules. She handed me the bowl and pointed to a spice rack. Cinnamon, nutmeg, allspice, and cloves, she said. While I rummaged around for the correct spices, she continued. After enough practice and repeating the same thing, you'll find you don't need a recipe at all. You understand innately how each spice blends with each herb, how meat reacts with salt, and how sugar brings out the flavor in your apples. Maybe you even create recipes of your own. But if you jump straight into winging it without first learning from a good recipe, you're unlikely to make anything worth eating. I chose the spices off the shelf and lined them up, labels out. I see where you're going with this, but it's not like I'm a 20-year-old fresh out of college. I've been cooking for a long while now, I said, leaning into her metaphor. So I don't see why I should have to start at the beginning by following a recipe, yours or anyone else's. You might not be a beginner, Tessa agreed, but your idea of what makes a good pie has been completely screwed up by following bad recipes for the past 3 decades. She stood akimbo, eyes narrowed as she levied a wooden spoon at my chest. Your sham marriage, the crowd you run with, your social expectations. All bad recipes. My job is to give you good recipes to study, so you'll know how a good apple pastry is supposed to taste. Learn the fundamentals of what makes a good pie before you open your own bakery. I hummed thoughtfully, mulling over her words. I think I understand. Still, I doubt you do, but it's only been a few weeks, she interrupted. Give it time. You're not meant to understand everything immediately. That's where trust comes in. She jabbed a finger at a hand towel draped over a drawer and made a gimme motion. I handed the towel to her. Are you using the tarot cards Meg loaned you? How do you like them? I scoffed, choosing another apple from the pile. Honestly, they're nonsense. Hearts with swords through the center, naked babies riding horses. I need a more straightforward tool. Like the magic 8-ball. Cannot predict now. Reply hazy. Ask again later. Tessa chuckled, clucking her tongue good-naturedly. I see. We told you to practice with a tool that unlocks the subconscious, but you'd rather work with a plastic children's toy. All right, I'll discuss a new modality with Meg. Maybe runes will be more suited to you. Well, what about Simon? My breath caught at the change in subject, and also at her chosen subject. What about him? Are you enjoying his company? I flushed, laser focusing on the apple as I peeled a continuous ribbon of red skin from its flesh. Not even brain surgery required as much concentration as I gave that apple. He's fine, I said, unsure how to answer. Even less sure why this line of conversation made a dozen butterflies take flight in my belly. He's a character. I like him, I think, but he's strange. Strange how? I shrugged. Well, like the other day when he had a tantrum and stormed out, he was gone for weeks. I stilled, my brow wrinkling as I thought. Tessa. Where does he go when he runs off? She paused, chancing a spare glance in my direction. Have you asked him? I did, but he chose not to tell me, I admitted. Then I respect his privacy. Wouldn't you want me to do the same for you? I said nothing more as I peeled the last of the apples. By the time we finished, the sun had set, and the others were coming inside for the night, bringing the smells of animals, sweat, and dirt with them. Penny stopped in the kitchen long enough to compliment the scent of the pie, which made me feel prouder than it should have. Colette breezed in as well, pouring a glass of wine before excusing herself to shower. Mateo popped in briefly to ask if he had enough time to nap before dinner and to steal a bite of stew when Tessa wasn't looking. Later that night, I lay across my bed with a belly full of beef stew and apple pie and a dull ache in my heart. I missed my sister with sharp poignancy, but I was discouraged from reaching out to my family until I was further into my treatment. Then, against all rational thought, I found myself missing Nathan. The smell of his skin, the rhythm of his voice as he rattled off the events of his day. The way he looked at me, which, though it wasn't as full of yearning as Bridget's drug-induced gaze had been, was still so much better than nothing. I rolled onto my side, pressing my face into the mattress. Maybe Tessa was right to suggest I give back the perfume. I could get addicted to having someone look at me the way no one did now. Even if only for 20 minutes of lies, a girl could get used to someone truly loving her. I was startled awake by the furtive buzzing of my phone on my nightstand. I peeled my eyes open, glimpsing at the time. 5:30 a.m. My heart rate picked up, and I fumbled for my phone. There was never a good reason for anyone to call at this hour, not unless something terrible had happened. But the caller wasn't my mother, father, or sister. In fact, I didn't recognize the number blazing on my screen. Groggily, I picked it up and pressed the phone to my ear. Hello? Temperance! Oh my gosh! You won't believe what just happened. It took a moment to recognize the voice. The woman on the other end was crying hysterically. I almost couldn't understand her. Connie? I sat up and swung my legs over the edge of the bed. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, and I was instantly awake. Are you okay? What's wrong? Connie's voice broke through her sobs. You remember that painting you gave me the other day? The horses? I closed my eyes, pressing my palm to my forehead. Yeah, I remember. Listen, is everything okay? Because I was asleep and I was standing on the edge of my bathtub to hang it on the wall, and as I was balancing there, Gargamel darted into the room and attacked my ankles. I should have closed the door to keep her out, I realize that now, but I thought she was asleep, and oh dear, I'm rambling again. Connie. I took a deep breath, willing the woman on the other end to focus. Are you hurt? Did you fall? Do you need medical help? No, I didn't fall. Gargamel only wanted to play, but she surprised me, and I dropped the painting. The frame broke into pieces and the print slipped out. But as I kneeled down to clean everything up, I noticed a canvas behind the horse print. Connie started crying again, her words lost to hiccups. And I saw, oh, Temperance! Connie! If she had been standing in front of me, I would have shaken her. Connie, what did you see? What happened? Behind that horrible horse print was my daughter, my baby daughter. It was the portrait I painted and lost all those years ago. Connie began sobbing again, and I realized she wasn't crying with pain. She was weeping with joy. Connie. I whispered her name in the dark, a disbelieving smile spreading over my face. Connie, you found the portrait? It was hiding behind the horse print this whole time? That's amazing. How on earth did it get there? I mean, behind that print? Somebody must have bought it at the yard sale just like I thought, but I guess they just bought it for the frame. People do that. Thank God they just put the print over my baby instead of throwing her away. All these years, Temperance. All these years, my daughter's portrait was in Haven's End the whole time. I grinned, angling my body to look out the window. The sun hadn't risen yet, and everything was dark. And, if I'm honest, I didn't know what direction my window faced. But I like to think Connie was sitting in her warm little house just on the other side of that pasture, legs curled beneath her on the floor as she cradled her daughter's portrait in her chubby, pink, soon-to-be wealthy hands as Gargamel pawed at the front door, desperate to get out and torment Mr. Kellerman's birds. Well, I'm so glad you found it, I said. You must be so happy. I can't believe something so amazing would happen from a silly accident. Thanks to you. I heard Connie's smile through the line, and it warmed my heart. You know, when you brought me that painting, I thought perhaps you really were touched in the head. You weren't the only one, I admitted with a laugh. It was a hideous piece, but when I saw it, I knew you had to have it. I just didn't know why. You have a gift, Connie said. Lucky you. Well, I know it's early, and you probably want to get back to bed, so I'll let you go. I just wanted to thank you. You've been such a blessing, sweetheart. I hope you and that young man are very happy together. I opened my mouth to correct her, but the line had already gone dead. I stared down at the phone, then shook my head with a smile as I placed it on the charger at my bedside. I padded downstairs in my bare feet, heading toward the kitchen for a glass of warm milk. But as I moved down the hallway, the sound of whispering stopped me in my tracks. That was strange. All the bedrooms were upstairs, so where was it coming from? I stood still, head cocked to the side as I listened. The quiet susurrations seemed to come from a room I hadn't been in yet. Curiosity piqued. I tiptoed down the hall, following the voices. The door was slightly ajar, just a finger's width. It was dark inside. I couldn't see anyone, and, more importantly, I was pretty sure they couldn't see me. I crept as close as I dared, then pressed myself into a shadowed corner and listened. And if you actually believe that, Tisiphone, you're a bigger idiot than I thought. It was a woman speaking, her voice sharp with a biting anger. I was pretty sure that was Alex. But who was Tisiphone? Don't use that tone, another voice said. This voice, too, was agitated but more placating. It sounded like Meg. And don't call names. You're projecting your own feelings of inadequacy, and that isn't helping anyone. Yep, that was definitely Meg. My feelings of inadequacy? How about my feelings of fury? Alex's voice rose. I know I'm not alone when I say things have changed, and not in a good way. What did you say the other day, Megara? You felt a shift in the air? I wouldn't put it so poetically, but you're not wrong. Something is off. A human shows up here at a halfway house for supernatural creatures. It's clear she's not supposed to be here, and... We don't know that, Meg cut in. I'm working with her. I still think she must have an undiscovered power. She could be descended from an angel or a Valkyrie, or she could just be a sign that something is wrong. Alex continued. The human shows up at our door, and another human gets murdered. Now, after all this time, that isn't supposed to happen. You're not alone in your observations, Alecto, said a third voice. Judging from the soothing, motherly tones, that was Tessa. And it is not lost on me that the human who somehow made it through our wards also solved the murder that should never have happened in the first place. But the question we should ask is whether these events are related, whether they're coincidence, or whether they are a symptom of something much larger. I was already still as stone, but even my breathing stopped at that moment. They were talking about me. And then there's Simon, Alex continued. He was gone for 2 weeks this time. 2 weeks. And while he was gone, who was reining in Meliora? That nymph has been selling half-baked love potions to Zeus knows how many people, and he wasn't here to curtail the damage. Seriously, do I have to do everything myself? That's enough. Tessa's voice was firm, and Alex promptly shut up. I wished I could have seen the look on her face. I won't listen to this. Meliora is a problem, but she's not an immediate threat, and this line of conversation isn't helping. I am, however, interested if you have a plan of action to offer. So what is it, Alecto, you suggest we do? About what? About the unregulated love potions being loosed on Haven's End? About the human woman infiltrating our space? About Jocelyn's death? Or are you suggesting I devise a single plan for all of it? Alex's voice was rich with sarcasm and frustration. The hairs on my arms stood up. I felt something warm and furry at my feet. Persephone was winding her fluffy body around my bare legs, her tail brushing against my shins. She let out a petulant meow and head-butted me in the ankles. I pushed the cat away with my foot, hoping she'd take the hint and hightail it back to wherever she came from. But she just doubled back, pressing her body against my legs, her pathetic meowing growing even louder. I tried to will her away before the others heard her complaints and came to scoop her up. But either I'm not very good at cat telepathy, or Persephone was pretending she didn't speak English, because instead of moving back down the hall, Persephone headed straight for the bedroom door. My heart sank as the cat pawed at the crack until the door swung open. A thin stream of pale candlelight filtered into the hallway, lighting the shadows just enough to reveal my hiding place. While Persephone sauntered into the room without a care, I froze, willing the others not to see me. But as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, my worry of being discovered immediately vanished. My eyes widened as the image before me came together like puzzle pieces, apparating from the chowdery darkness. I gasped, hands flying to my mouth as a scream lodged in my throat. Standing in the center of a library and bathed in flickering chartreuse candle glow were Alex, Meg, and Tessa, but not like I'd ever seen them. They were dressed in black velvet robes draped toga-style over one shoulder, tied around the waist with a length of gold rope. They wore wreaths of gold-dipped roses with thorns at the crown of their heads. And from their back, enormous, black-feathered wings exploded, nearly grazing the ceiling, the feathers so glossy they shone pale green, reflecting the peridot light from the candle flame. I stood stunned and speechless as the three women turned to face me. Their eyes glinted with otherworldly intelligence that terrified me to my core. I wanted to run. I wanted to disappear. I wanted to rewind time and never leave my room. Instead, I stared, unable to even swallow around my fear. Temperance. Tessa's voice was warm as ever, but shot through with surprise. What are you doing in here, honey? You weren't supposed to see us like this. My eyes flit from Tessa to Meg to Alex, the three of them so different, but in that moment, impossibly the same. I don't know what I'm seeing, I admitted. Alex snorted, her face twisting into a snarl. Not an expert in Greek divinities, she sneered. I can't say I'm surprised. Tessa shot her sister a poisonous glance. Alecto, shut up. Alex burned with hatred, but she did as her sister commanded, dropping her chin to her chest, fists clenched at her sides. Her face softening, Tessa returned her gaze to me. We can explain everything, Temperance, but maybe it would be better to do so in the morning. Everything is always easier to tackle with a cup of coffee and a belly full of blueberry pancakes, don't you think? I said nothing for a long while, my silence punctuated by Persephone's lawnmower purring. She had jumped onto a table and was now flicking her tail in time with the flicking candle flame. How about you explain it to me now? I said, surprising myself with the strength of my words, that I'd gotten them out at all. The sisters exchanged looks, and eventually Tessa nodded. But it was Meg who spoke. I suppose you'd better come in and sit down then. There's a lot to say. I sank into the sofa with my heart in my throat. The sisters remained standing, Tessa looking at me with matronly affection, Meg with a therapist's support, and Alex with righteous anger I in no way deserved. Persephone jumped into my lap, purring as she settled in. She seemed content. At least one of us was. Meg sighed. "Do you know what the Furies are, Temperance?" I hesitated. I didn't exactly know, but I recalled Simon mentioning them once. We'd seen a painting at Connie's house, a portrait of 3 naked women around a cauldron. What had Connie said about them? Something about punishing humans? When I didn't answer, Meg pressed on. "The Furies are 3 ancient goddesses who punish humans who have committed evil deeds in their lifetime," she explained. "Guardians of justice who typically live in the underworld, torturing wicked humans after death." I stared, hardly breathing, recalling something Simon had said when we'd first met. "I know a trio of underworld bosses who could take a lesson from you." I thought he'd meant he had friends in the mafia. "You're talking about yourselves," I said. "That's right," Meg said. "My sisters and I are the Greek Furies." Of course they were. When she said it so simply, how could I argue? Persephone meowed in my lap, and I absently scratched behind her ears. "So, what are you doing in New York?" Meg and Tessa exchanged a look before Meg continued. "When you've spent 1,000 years doing something, sometimes a change of scenery is in order." She smiled like she'd made a funny joke, but it fell flat, and her smile quickly faded. "We realized we could do so much more than punish the wicked. What if, instead of punishing you for being bad, we could help those of you who want to be better? What if we could help you become the butterflies your little caterpillar selves deserve to be?" "That's a noble idea," I said, "but I think you'll find self-help gurus all over the map who are already doing that, or at least profiting off no one being able to actually do that." "Well, you're not wrong," Meg acknowledged. "Transforming humans isn't simple, otherwise someone would have done it by now. So we made a deal. We'd first learn to heal and transform immortals, beings more like us. And once we've mastered that, we can move on to humans. We came to this property so we could be close enough to watch and learn while using the wards to still keep our distance." I dug my fingers into Persephone's fur. "So that's why this place is called a halfway house. You're sort of halfway between worlds." "That's it, exactly." Meg grinned, looking pleased I was keeping up. To be honest, I was super pleased I was keeping up. There was some concern about our being here at first. Some of our contemporaries worried we wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to punish evil in our midst, and meddling in human affairs is tricky. After much research, we agreed to come to Haven's End, the only place in the world that has never seen a spot of serious crime. Until you showed up. All eyes turned to Alex, her face still hard with anger. "You show up here, and Jocelyn gets murdered. That's not a coincidence." I blinked, stunned. "I had nothing to do with that." "Of course you didn't," Tessa said. "Not personally. But it could mean change is coming. And not for the better. If you really are a regular woman, as you have repeatedly maintained, then you shouldn't be here halfway between the worlds. Yet here you are, and a woman has been murdered, so you can understand why we are alarmed." "On the other hand," Meg put in, "we're not convinced you're just a regular woman. So, as you can see, there's just a lot we don't know." After a long while, I said, "So everyone here, they're truly immortal?" Meg offered a conciliatory smile. "I'm afraid so." "And Persephone?" Tessa snorted, kindly eyes lighting up. "Well, okay, not everyone. Persephone is just a cat." I didn't know what else to say. I was suddenly so tired. Gently, I lifted Persephone off my lap and placed her on the floor as I stood. "I think I'll go back to my room now," I said. "I need some space to think about all this." As I was stepping into the hallway, a tender voice stopped me. "Try not to worry too much, sweetheart," Tessa said. "Things have a way of working out as they're supposed to. You'll see." I said nothing in response, closing the door softly behind me. As I got to my room, the sun was finally peeking up over the horizon, probably bringing warmth and color and birdsong along with it. But I wouldn't know. I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling, oblivious to everything but the new slant of my world. Penny was an oracle. Mateo was an incubus. Colette was a goddess. Simon was Cupid. And the women responsible for rehabilitating all of us, for making us once again fit to exist in a complicated, topsy-turvy, bizarre world, were three goddesses created explicitly to punish mankind for their wrongs. The three immortal Greek Furies. I felt dizzy and unsure about everything. I didn't believe in deities, monsters, psychics, but I knew Meg was telling the truth. After all, I'd seen their wings with my own two eyes. There was no coming back from that. But of all the questions that whirled in my mind, one was more important than everything else, and it was one that, at least for the moment, nobody could answer. Who was I? I didn't need to consult an oracle to know if I couldn't answer that question. Nobody could. And maybe I wasn't sure of the answer, but I knew one thing. I knew who I wasn't. I looked down at my hands with a sigh and twisted my wedding rings off, placing them on my dresser. I liked my name, but choosing to keep Swift didn't mean I had to also keep the painful remnants of that life. It didn't take a genius to realize I should have done this weeks ago, but better late than never, right? It also didn't take a genius to figure out that I wouldn't be getting any more sleep, so I got up, got dressed, and went downstairs. Then I headed for the hen house. The chicken coop was, in my opinion, the best place on the farm. Warm, quiet, and tucked away, it gave me a place to collect my thoughts along with the morning's eggs. Penny had warned me of danger the last time I'd been in here, and Simon had asked me what kind of woman I was. I sighed, gently tucking a hand under a dark-feathered Rhode Island red, retrieving her still warm egg. I hadn't known the answer to that question then, and I didn't know it now. But I did know one thing. It was time to figure it out. 35 years of following a bad recipe was long enough. I had 11 months to turn a new leaf and figure out who Temperance Swift really was. "Do you think I can do it?" I asked the Rhode Island Red, readjusting herself on her bed of hay. "Or am I too old to learn new tricks?" The chicken made no reply. Well, that taught me at least one thing. A chicken whisperer I was not. It wasn't much to go on, but I guess it was a start. This has been Optimal Delusions, Book 1 in the romantic comedy series Wayward Spirits Cozy Mysteries. I hope you enjoyed the story. It helps if you like the video, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. You can find more of Amber's books and videos on her website at amberfishermedia.com. Be sure to subscribe to the newsletter for more fun and shenanigans straight to your inbox. Take care, and we'll see you again next time.